Hello, wonderful people. Welcome to Dark Fanfics, your story destination. We have an absolute treat for you today. What if Luna Lovegood touched Harry's scar at age 8 and an Ancient Ravenclaw Soul Bond activated? If you're enjoying these stories, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to our channel. Your support keeps the stories coming. With that said, let the adventure begin. Chapter 1. The lightning touch rain pattered against the window of number 4, Privet Drive as 8-year-old Harry Potter pressed his nose to the glass, watching water rivulets race down the pane. Each droplet carved its own unique path, some joining forces to create larger streams while others stubbornly maintained independence all the way down. Harry traced one particularly determined droplet with his finger, silently cheering as it absorbed smaller drops in its descent. "Boy! Stop smudging the windows I just cleaned." Aunt Petunia's shrill voice cut through Harry's moment of quiet contemplation. "Get in here and help with Dudley's breakfast." Harry sighed, his breath fogging the glass briefly before he turned away. The momentary escape into watching raindrops was over. Back to reality. Back to being nobody. In the kitchen, Dudley was already pounding his fists on the table, demanding more bacon even though his plate was piled high. Uncle Vernon sat behind his newspaper, occasionally grunting in agreement or disapproval at whatever news caught his attention. "Mind the eggs," Aunt Petunia snapped, pushing Harry toward the stove. "And don't you dare burn them like last time." Harry stood on his tiptoes to reach the pan properly, carefully monitoring the bubbling edges of the eggs. At 8, he'd already become adept at cooking breakfast, though the praise for the meals inevitably went to Aunt Petunia whenever Uncle Vernon commented on how splendid everything tasted. "And the most peculiar fare is setting up over in Little Whinging," Uncle Vernon was saying, folding his newspaper with a crisp snap. "All sorts of strange folk coming in. Just the sort we don't want around here, Petunia." "What kind of fare, Dad?" Dudley asked through a mouthful of bacon. "Can we go?" "I want to go." Harry silently flipped the eggs onto a plate, knowing better than to express any interest. Outings were for normal families. The Dursleys and Dudley were a family. Harry was just Harry. The unwanted extra. The burden. "It's some sort of craft festival," Vernon grumbled. "Bunch of hippies selling trinkets and telling fortunes, no doubt. Not our sort at all. But I want to go." Dudley's face was rapidly reddening, a sure sign of an impending tantrum. Harry slid the fresh eggs onto the table and quickly retreated to a corner of the kitchen. Aunt Petunia immediately began the practiced ritual of placating her son. "Now, Diddykins, I'm sure your father, want to go." "Want to go." Dudley began rhythmically banging his fork and knife against the table, causing the plates to jump. Harry watched the familiar scene unfold, Dudley's demands, Aunt Petunia's worried glances at Uncle Vernon, and finally, Uncle Vernon's inevitable capitulation. "Fine." Uncle Vernon barked, his mustache quivering with irritation. "We'll go to the bloody fair. But just for an hour, no more." Dudley's tearful face instantly transformed into a triumphant smirk as he caught Harry's eye across the kitchen. Harry looked away. He'd long since learned that Dudley's victories usually meant his own disappointment. "What about the boy?" Aunt Petunia asked quietly, nodding toward Harry while keeping her voice low as though he couldn't hear her from merely 3 feet away. Uncle Vernon cast a disparaging glance in Harry's direction. "Mrs. Figg's away visiting her sister. We'll have to take him with us." He stabbed a sausage with unnecessary force. "But you listen here, boy. One hint of any funny business and you'll be in that cupboard until Christmas. Understood?" Harry nodded quickly. "Yes, Uncle Vernon." A small spark of excitement flickered in his chest despite his best efforts to suppress it. He was going somewhere. Somewhere that wasn't school or Mrs. Figg's cat-infested house. A fair, with people and sights and sounds he'd never experienced before. The rain had cleared by mid-morning, leaving behind puddles that reflected a surprisingly blue sky. Harry sat in the back seat of Uncle Vernon's company car, pressed as far away from Dudley as physically possible, which wasn't very far at all considering Dudley took up more than his fair share of space. "Don't wander off," Aunt Petunia instructed as they pulled into a muddy field that had been designated for parking. "And remember what your father said. No funny business." Harry nodded again, his eyes already drawn to the colorful tents and flags visible beyond a small copse of trees. Music drifted toward them, something with flutes and drums that sounded nothing like the boring classical records Uncle Vernon sometimes played on Sunday afternoons. "Ice cream!" Dudley shouted, pointing at a vendor's cart near the entrance. "I want ice cream." And so it began. Harry trailed behind the Dursleys as Dudley led them on a winding path determined solely by whatever caught his fancy next. Uncle Vernon's wallet grew progressively lighter as Dudley demanded candy floss, toffee apples, and tickets for the small carousel. No one offered Harry anything, but he didn't mind. The fair itself was a feast for his senses. Artisans worked at wooden stalls, transforming lumps of clay into delicate pottery or weaving colorful threads on small looms. A man with a long beard played guitar while a woman in a flowing dress danced beside him, bells jingling from her ankles. "Bunch of layabouts," Uncle Vernon muttered as they passed the musicians. "Should get proper jobs." Harry thought they seemed happier than Uncle Vernon had ever been at his proper job at Grunnings, but he kept this observation to himself. Dudley soon grew bored with the crafts section and dragged his parents toward the food stalls again. Harry, noticing his relative's distraction, slowed his pace. He wasn't exactly planning to disobey Aunt Petunia's instruction not to wander off, he just wanted a moment to look at things without Dudley pushing him aside or Uncle Vernon hurrying him along. A small tent at the edge of the fairground caught his eye. Unlike the bright, primary colors of most stalls, this one was midnight blue with silver stars painted across its canvas. A wooden sign hung from the entrance, "Lovegood Expeditions, Discoveries of the Extraordinary." Curiosity tugged at Harry. He glanced toward the Dursleys. Dudley was currently engaged in trying to win a stuffed tiger by throwing rings over bottles, with Uncle Vernon loudly encouraging him and Aunt Petunia clapping at each near miss. They wouldn't notice if he just took a quick peek inside the blue tent. The interior was dimmer than he expected, lit by peculiar glass lanterns that cast a soft, golden glow. Tables lined the walls, covered with the strangest collection of objects Harry had ever seen, twisted roots that resembled miniature people, stones with natural holes through their centers, glass bottles containing what appeared to be multicolored sand arranged in layers. "Hello there," said a soft voice. Harry startled and spun around. A man stood by one of the tables, so still Harry hadn't noticed him when entering. He was tall and thin with shoulder-length silvery hair and robes of such a vibrant purple that they seemed to glow in the lantern light. "I'm sorry," Harry said quickly, backing toward the entrance. "I was just looking. I don't have any money." The man smiled. His eyes were kind but somehow distant, as though part of him was listening to music Harry couldn't hear. "No need for apologies. Curiosity is its own currency, and you seem to have plenty of that." He gestured around the tent. "I'm Xenophilius Lovegood. These are treasures from my expeditions." Harry relaxed slightly but remained near the exit. "What sort of expeditions?" "The sort that most people are too busy or too blind to undertake themselves." Xenophilius picked up what looked like an ordinary pebble. "This, for instance, was found at the center of a fairy ring in Wales. If you listen closely on the night of a full moon, you can hear it singing." Harry wasn't sure whether to believe him, but the man spoke with such calm certainty that it seemed rude to doubt. "And this," Xenophilius continued, lifting a gnarled piece of wood, "is bark from a wigan tree that saved me from a particularly persistent jarvey." Before Harry could ask what a jarvey might be, a rustling sound came from behind a curtain at the back of the tent. A moment later, a small girl emerged, carrying a stack of pamphlets that nearly obscured her face. "Daddy, I found more copies of last month's issue behind your case of Gertrude infusion," she said, carefully setting down her burden. She was perhaps Harry's age, with waist-length dirty blonde hair and large, protuberant silver-grey eyes that gave her a permanently surprised look. Like her father, she wore unusual clothing, a bright yellow dress with what appeared to be radishes dangling from her ears. "Ah, excellent, Luna. We've a visitor," Xenophilius said, beaming at his daughter. This young man was just expressing interest in our discoveries. Luna turned those huge eyes toward Harry, studying him with unabashed curiosity. "Hello," she said simply. "Hi," Harry replied, feeling oddly self-conscious under her unwavering gaze. "You have interesting hair," Luna observed. "It looks like it's trying to escape in all directions at once." Harry automatically tried to flatten his perpetually unruly hair. "It just grows this way. I like it," she declared. "It's much more exciting than ordinary hair. Does it ever tell you which way to go?" What? Harry blinked in confusion. "Luna has her own way of seeing the world," Xenophilius explained, fondness evident in his voice. "A gift from her mother's side." Luna had now moved closer, still examining Harry with that same intense interest. "You have a scar," she noted, pointing to his forehead where his fringe had parted. Harry's hand flew up to cover the lightning-shaped mark. He was used to keeping it hidden, as Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia disliked any mention of it. "Sorry," he mumbled. "I got it in the car crash that killed my parents." Something flickered across Xenophilius's face, surprise, perhaps, or concern. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but Luna got there first. "That's not a crash scar," she said with absolute certainty. "That's a curse scar." Harry stared at her. "A what?" "Luna," her father said quietly, but Luna was already reaching toward Harry's forehead, her expression one of gentle wonder. "May I?" she asked. No one had ever asked permission to touch him before. Aunt Petunia's hands were always rough when she shoved him into his cupboard or yanked him out of the way. Dudley's touches were always punches or shoves. But Luna's question held no threat, only innocent curiosity. Slowly, Harry nodded, lowering his hand from his forehead. Luna's fingertips brushed his scar with the lightness of a butterfly landing on a flower. The moment her skin contacted the lightning mark, the world exploded into light. A surge of energy, wild, ancient, and powerful, coursed between them. Harry felt as though someone had connected him to a live electrical wire. His vision filled with blue and bronze light, spiraling outward from the point where Luna touched him. Distantly, he heard Xenophilius cry out in alarm, but the sound seemed to come from miles away. Images flashed through Harry's mind, a woman with Luna's eyes and a diadem on her brow, a tower overlooking a vast lake, an eagle soaring against a star-filled sky, books with pages that turned themselves, and through it all, a voice whispering words in a language he didn't understand but somehow comprehended. "When lightning and moon unite, wisdom's heir shall reclaim her right." The blue-bronze light intensified until Harry couldn't see anything else. He felt Luna's presence in his mind, a gentle, curious exploration that somehow didn't feel intrusive. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the light receded. Harry blinked, finding himself on his knees on the 10th floor. Luna was kneeling opposite him, her silver eyes wide with wonder rather than fear. "Oh," she breathed. That was quite interesting. Xenophilius had rushed to Luna's side, his face pale. "Luna. Are you all right? What happened?" Luna turned to her father, an unexpected serenity in her expression for one so young. "It's the Ravenclaw bond, Daddy. Just like in the stories Mummy used to tell. I felt it, all that knowledge, waiting." "Impossible," Xenophilius whispered, looking from his daughter to Harry with a mixture of awe and trepidation. "The Ravenclaw Soul Bond hasn't manifested in centuries." Harry's head was spinning. The tent seemed both too bright and too dark at once. What just happened?" he managed to ask, his voice sounding strange to his own ears. Before either Lovegood could answer, the tent flap was thrown open with such force that one of the supporting poles wobbled dangerously. "Boy! Uncle Vernon's face was an alarming shade of purple. What did I tell you about wandering off? He stormed into the tent, grabbed Harry roughly by the arm, and yanked him to his feet. Apologize to these people for bothering them, and then we're leaving. Harry opened his mouth to comply automatically, but no sound emerged. Instead, the lanterns in the tent suddenly flared brilliantly before the glass shattered, plunging them into semi-darkness. Uncle Vernon froze, his grip on Harry's arm tightening painfully. What did you do? He hissed, giving Harry a shake. I warned you about funny business. He didn't do it alone, Luna said calmly, still kneeling on the floor. We did it together. Vernon's small eyes darted to Luna, then back to Harry. What nonsense is this? Who are these freaks? Xenophilius drew himself up to his full height, which was considerable. I must ask you to release the boy, sir, he said, his dreamy manner replaced by something harder. And I would appreciate if you refrain from such language in front of my daughter. I'll use whatever language I please. Vernon spat. This is my nephew, and he's in serious trouble for running off and breaking your, whatever those were. The lanterns are easily repaired, Xenophilius said, his eyes now fixed on Harry's face, particularly his scar. But I believe we have a rather more significant situation to discuss. We're discussing nothing. Vernon yanked Harry toward the exit. Come along, boy. Petunia's waiting, and Dudley wants to go home. Harry stumbled as his uncle dragged him, but suddenly found his feet rooted to the ground as if they'd become impossibly heavy. No matter how hard Vernon pulled, Harry couldn't be moved another inch. What the devil? Vernon began. I believe, Xenophilius said quietly, that magic has other ideas. Vernon's face went from purple to white so quickly it was almost comical. There's no such thing as magic, he stammered, but his voice lacked conviction. You know that's not true, Mr. Dursley, Vernon ground out between clenched teeth. Vernon Dursley. And I don't know what you're playing at, but, Daddy, Luna interrupted, rising gracefully to her feet. We need to tell him about the bond. Vernon's eyes bulged. Bond? What bond? What have you freaks done to him? Harry, still frozen in place with Vernon's hand clamped around his arm, felt a curious warmth spreading from his scar down through his body. It wasn't unpleasant, quite the opposite, in fact. It felt like sitting in a patch of sunlight after being cold for a very long time. Are you all right? Luna's voice whispered in his mind. Harry's eyes widened as he looked at her. Her lips hadn't moved. I can hear you in my head, he thought back, not knowing how he was doing it but somehow managing anyway. Luna smiled. It's the bond. We're connected now. Xenophilius seemed to notice the silent exchange. They're already communicating, he murmured. Remarkable. What are you talking about? Vernon roared, spittle flying from his lips. Stop this freakishness at once. Outside the tent, the sky darkened suddenly as clouds gathered with unnatural speed. A rumble of thunder shook the ground beneath their feet. Your nephew, Xenophilius said carefully, is Harry Potter, isn't he? Vernon's face, if possible, lost even more color. How do you know his name? The scar should have been my first clue. Xenophilius shook his head. But I never expected. Mr. Dursley, your nephew is quite famous in certain circles. Famous? Harry blurted out, momentarily distracted from the voice in his head and the strange paralysis in his feet. Me? Lies, Vernon hissed. The boy is nothing. Nobody. A strange expression crossed Luna's face, something between sadness and anger. He doesn't know, she said to her father. Harry doesn't know anything about himself. Thunder cracked again, closer this time, and a gust of wind swept through the tent, causing the walls to billow inward. Outside, fairgoers began shouting about the sudden storm. We need to move this conversation somewhere more private, Xenophilius decided. Mr. Dursley, I insist you bring your wife and son here immediately. We have matters of grave importance to discuss regarding your nephew. I'm not bringing my family anywhere near you lunatics. Vernon tried to wrench his hand from Harry's arm but now found himself seemingly stuck, unable to release his grip just as Harry was unable to move his feet. What's happening to me? Vernon gasped, genuine fear replacing anger in his voice. The bond is protecting Harry, Luna explained, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. It won't let you take him away until we've properly connected. Vernon looked like he might faint. Or explode. It was hard to tell which would come first. Vernon. Petunia's shrill voice carried from outside the tent. Vernon, where are you? The weather's turned nasty. A moment later, Petunia's narrow face appeared at the tent entrance, Dudley cowering behind her as another thunderclap shook the fairground. Vernon. What's taking so long? We need to. Her eyes fell on Harry, still locked in Vernon's grasp, then rose to his exposed forehead where the scar seemed to be emitting a faint blue glow. She let out a small scream. You, she gasped, pointing a trembling finger at Xenophilius. You're one of them. If by them you mean a wizard, then yes, Xenophilius confirmed calmly. As is your nephew. And my Luna is a witch. Freak. Dudley yelled from behind his mother, pointing at Harry. I knew you were a freak. Please come in, Mrs. Dursley, Xenophilius said, gesturing to the interior of the tent. I believe a family conference is in order. Petunia looked ready to flee, but another crash of thunder, this one directly overhead, seemed to make up her mind. She scuttled into the tent, dragging Dudley with her. What's happening? She demanded of Vernon, who merely shook his head, seemingly beyond words. An ancient magical bond has been activated between Harry and my daughter, Xenophilius explained. It's extraordinarily rare, I've only read about it in historical texts. Make it stop, Petunia pleaded, her voice higher than usual. Undo whatever you've done. It cannot be undone, Xenophilius said simply. Soul bonds of this magnitude are permanent. And if I'm correct about which specific bond has manifested, well, the implications are rather extraordinary. Harry felt as though he were watching the scene from outside himself. Magic? Witches and wizards? Soul bonds? It was too much to process, and yet it made a strange sort of sense. It explained the odd incidents that always seemed to happen around him, the time Aunt Petunia had cut his hair to almost nothing only for it to grow back overnight, the hideous sweater that had shrunk as she tried to force it over his head, the time he'd somehow ended up on the school roof while running from Dudley's gang. It's a lot to take in, Luna's voice whispered in his mind. But you're doing very well. Are we really connected? Harry thought back. Yes. I can feel you here. A gentle warmth pulsed in his mind, like a friendly pat. It's nice. I've been rather lonely since Mummy died. Harry's heart clenched at the casual mention of her loss, so similar to his own. I'm sorry about your mum, he thought. Thank you. I'm sorry about both your parents. Their silent exchange was interrupted by Petunia's increasingly hysterical voice. Absolutely not. We took him in out of the goodness of our hearts, but we never agreed to this. I understand this is unexpected, Xenophilius was saying. But the bond's activation suggests there are forces at work beyond any of our control. Ravenclaw's legacy, I don't care about legacies or bonds or any of your abnormal nonsense. Vernon finally found his voice again. The agreement was that we would take the boy in, raise him normally, and squash this magic business out of him. Harry felt as though he'd been slapped. They knew. All along, they'd known about magic and had deliberately kept it from him. You knew? He asked, his voice small but steady. You knew I was a wizard? Petunia's lips thinned into a mean line. Of course we knew. How could you not be, with my perfect freak of a sister as your mother? She got her letter and disappeared off to that, that school, and came home every holiday with her pockets full of frog's pawn, turning teacups into rats. I was the only one who saw her for what she was, a freak. But for my parents, oh no, it was Lily this and Lily that, they were proud of having a witch in the family. She stopped to draw a breath, years of pent-up bitterness flowing out of her like poison from a wound. Then she met that Potter at school and they got married and had you, and of course I knew you'd be just the same, just as strange, just as abnormal. And then, if you please, she went and got herself blown up and we got landed with you. Blown up? Harry whispered. You told me they died in a car crash. Car crash. Xenophilius looked horrified. A car crash kill Lily and James Potter? It's an outrage. A scandal. We had to tell him something, Vernon defended, though he had the grace to look slightly abashed. Couldn't have him knowing the truth and getting ideas. Outside, the unnatural storm had intensified. Rain now lashed against the tent, and the wind howled like a living thing. It's responding to your emotions, Luna's voice murmured in Harry's mind. Try to breathe slowly. Harry realized she was right, the storm's fury matched the turmoil inside him. He tried to calm himself, focusing on Luna's steady presence in his mind. After a few deep breaths, the wind's howling diminished slightly. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, Xenophilius said, his voice firmer now, I'm afraid the situation has progressed beyond your control. The Ravenclaw Soul Bond is one of the most ancient and powerful magical connections known to wizardkind. It cannot be denied or suppressed without grave consequences to both children. What exactly does this bond mean? Petunia asked, clutching Dudley protectively even though no one had made any move toward him. In simplest terms, Harry and Luna are now magically and mentally connected. They can communicate telepathically, share magical energy, and eventually, share knowledge and abilities. The bond was created centuries ago by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, designed to activate when an heir of her bloodline encountered someone with both the magical potential and the compatible spirit to fulfill her legacy. And the Potter boy is this heir? Vernon asked, seemingly torn between disbelief and grudging curiosity. Xenophilius shook his head. No, Luna is Rowena's descendant through her mother's line. Harry appears to be the compatible spirit the bond has been waiting for. So what happens now? Petunia demanded. We can't have him even more abnormal than he already is. What will the neighbors think? Harry felt a surge of hurt at his aunt's words, followed by a wave of comforting warmth from Luna's side of their connection. They're afraid, she observed. People are often cruel when they're afraid. What happens now, Xenophilius said slowly, is that we must consult with experts in magical bonds. The children will need specialized training to manage their connection and the enhanced abilities it will likely trigger. They cannot be separated by significant distance, at least not in these early stages. You're not taking him. Vernon declared, though his protest sounded weaker than before. Dumbledore said, Dumbledore. Xenophilius raised an eyebrow. Albus Dumbledore is involved in Harry's placement. He left the boy on our doorstep with nothing but a letter, Petunia sniffed. Said we had to take him in, that he'd be protected as long as he could call our home his. Blood wards, Xenophilius murmured. Interesting approach, though I wonder if he considered the potential implications of. Never mind. The immediate concern is the bond's stabilization. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, I propose a temporary arrangement. Allow Harry to stay with Luna and me for a few days while I consult with experts and determine the best path forward. Take him, Petunia said immediately. If this unnatural bond means he doesn't have to darken our doorstep anymore, then good riddance. Petunia, Vernon cautioned, lowering his voice. The letter said he had to stay with us. For his protection. He'll be perfectly protected with us, Xenophilius assured them. Our home has considerable magical defenses, and the bond itself provides additional protection. Did you notice how it prevented you from removing Harry from the tent? That's merely a taste of its defensive capabilities. Vernon and Petunia exchanged glances, clearly weighing their options. Dudley, meanwhile, had edged closer to one of the tables and was eyeing what appeared to be a crystalline egg with greedy interest. "Don't touch anything, Diddy darling," Petunia warned, catching his movement. "It might be contaminated with their abnormality." Dudley snatched his hand back, casting a fearful glance at Luna, who smiled serenely at him. 1 week, Vernon finally decided. "He can stay with you people for 1 week. Then we'll reassess." Harry could hardly believe what he was hearing. A week away from Privet Drive? A week with people who didn't think he was a freak? It seemed too good to be true. "It's true," Luna confirmed in his mind. "You can come stay with us. We have pudding on Tuesdays." A startled laugh escaped Harry, earning him confused looks from the adults. "Luna was just telling me they have pudding on Tuesdays," he explained without thinking. Xenophilius nodded as though this was perfectly normal. "Chocolate and raspberry, usually, though sometimes we experiment with dirigible plum flavoring." Vernon looked like he might be reconsidering his decision, but Petunia placed a restraining hand on his arm. 1 week, she repeated. "And then we'll talk again." "I'll need to collect my things," Harry said, suddenly practical. Petunia waved a dismissive hand. "There's nothing worth taking. I'll have Vernon drop off some clothes tomorrow." Harry felt a twinge of hurt at the casual dismissal of his few possessions, meager as they were. He had a small collection of broken soldiers Dudley had discarded, a couple of books he'd rescued from being thrown away at school, and a mysterious blanket that he'd apparently been wrapped in when left on the Dursleys' doorstep. "We can get you new things," Luna assured him. "Daddy buys me whatever I need." "Excellent," Xenophilius said, clapping his hands together. "Then it's settled. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, if you'll provide your address, I'll arrange to keep you informed of any significant developments." Vernon grudgingly scribbled the Privet Drive address on a scrap of paper Xenophilius provided. 1 week, he repeated, wagging a thick finger at Harry. "And I don't want to hear about any more funny business, you understand?" Harry nodded, though internally he was floating with a strange mix of disbelief, excitement, and anxiety. Everything was changing so quickly. "It's going to be wonderful," Luna promised. "I've never had a friend before. Well, not a human one. I'm friends with the garden gnomes, but they're not very good at conversation." The storm outside had calmed considerably as Harry's emotional turmoil eased. Xenophilius escorted the elder Dursleys and a sulking Dudley to the tent entrance, providing them with a peculiar umbrella that seemed to repel rain in a perfect dome around whoever held it. "We'll bring the tent down shortly and make our way home," he told them. "I've got a portkey authorized for transport of magical artifacts that will serve our purpose." Vernon looked like he wanted to ask what a portkey was, thought better of it, and simply nodded stiffly before hustling his family away. Harry watched them go with the strangest sense of detachment. For 8 years, the Dursleys had been his entire world, a miserable world, true, but the only one he knew. Now suddenly everything had changed. "They're really gone," he said quietly. "And they're letting me stay with you." "The bond likely influenced their decision," Xenophilius remarked, turning back to the children. "It wants you and Luna together, so it would have made the path of least resistance lead in that direction." Fascinating magic, really. I must owl several colleagues about this development. Will I have to go back to them?" Harry asked hesitantly. Xenophilius's expression softened as he knelt to Harry's eye level. "That remains to be seen, young man. There are matters of magical guardianship and the blood wards to consider. But I promise you this, Luna and I will do everything in our power to ensure your well-being." Harry wasn't entirely sure what to make of that answer, but it sounded promising. He felt a gentle tug on his sleeve and turned to find Luna beside him. "Would you like to see our house?" she asked aloud, though her voice echoed in his mind simultaneously. "It looks like a giant chess rook. Daddy built it himself after Mummy died. It's a bit crooked on the east side where the Boondamans tried to get in, but they're all gone now." Harry had no idea what a boondaman might be, but he nodded enthusiastically. I'd like that very much. Splendid. Xenophilius waved his wand, an actual magic wand, Harry realized with a jolt of excitement, and the contents of the tent began packing themselves neatly into trunks and boxes. We'll have you settled in no time, Harry Potter. And then we can begin to explore this remarkable bond you share with my Luna. As he watched the magical packing unfold, Harry felt something he hadn't experienced in a very long time, if ever, hope. Whatever this bond was, whatever being a wizard meant, it had to be better than life in the cupboard under the stairs. It will be, Luna assured him, her mental voice warm and confident. You'll see. Everything is going to change now. Harry believed her. In fact, everything already had. The journey to the Lovegood's home was like nothing Harry had ever experienced. After packing the tent and its contents into what appeared to be an ordinary briefcase, which Harry was fairly certain was much too small to contain everything it now held, Xenophilius had led them to a secluded area behind the fair and produced an old copper kettle. Our port key, he explained, holding it out. It's a magical transport device. Place your finger on it, Harry, and don't let go until I tell you. Harry did as instructed, with Luna following suit on the opposite side of the kettle. Xenophilius checked his peculiar watch, which seemed to have planets instead of numbers, and counted down. 3, 2, 1. Harry felt a violent jerk behind his navel, as though an invisible hook had latched onto his insides. His feet left the ground, and he was suddenly spinning through a howling wind, his fingers seemingly glued to the kettle. Luna's silvery eyes met his across the blur of motion, calm and unafraid. Portkey travel isn't very comfortable, her voice sounded in his mind. But it's quick. Before Harry could form a coherent reply, his feet slammed into solid ground. His knees buckled, and he would have fallen if Xenophilius hadn't caught his arm. Well done, the man said cheerfully. First-time Portkey travelers usually end up face down. You must have excellent balance. Harry suspected it had more to do with Luna's steadying presence in his mind than any inherent grace on his part, but he accepted the compliment with a wobbly smile. Once the world stopped spinning, he looked up and gasped. The Lovegood home was exactly as Luna had described it, a great black cylindrical tower that resembled a giant stone rook from a chess set. It rose from the hilltop like something from a fairy tale, silhouetted against the late afternoon sky. Wildflowers grew in abundance around its base, and what appeared to be some kind of fruit trees dotted the surrounding garden. In the distance, a small village nestled in the valley below. Welcome to our home, Xenophilius said, following Harry's gaze. That's Ottery St. Catchpole down there. Mostly Muggle, that's non-magical folk, but a few wizarding families in the area. The Weasleys live just over that rise, and the Diggories are a bit further along. It's brilliant, Harry breathed, still staring at the tower. He had never imagined people could live in such amazing places. The cookie-cutter sameness of Privet Drive seemed like a bad dream in comparison. I'll show you everything, Luna promised aloud, taking his hand. Her touch sent a small shimmer of blue light cascading over their joined fingers. Oh. It does that now. The bond's physical manifestation, Xenophilius observed with scholarly interest. Fascinating. I wonder if it will be visible to others, or only to those directly involved and those aware of its existence. Harry was still fixated on the casual way Luna had taken his hand. No one ever held his hand. At school, when children had to pair up, Harry was always either left until last or deliberately avoided. But Luna had reached for him naturally, as though it was the most normal thing in the world. Is it okay? Her voice whispered in his mind, a note of uncertainty creeping in. Holding hands, I mean. Daddy says I sometimes forget about personal space. It's nice, Harry assured her. I'm just not used to it. Her answering smile was like sunshine breaking through clouds. Now then, Xenophilius said, leading the way toward the tower, I think a late lunch is in order, followed by some preliminary observations of the bond's effects. I've a colleague at St. Mungo's, that's our wizarding hospital, who specializes in magical connections. I'll send her an owl immediately. Harry tried to focus on Xenophilius's words, but his attention kept wandering to the strange and wonderful details around him. The front garden of the Lovegood home contained plants unlike any he'd seen before, flowers that seemed to follow their movement like curious onlookers, bushes with what looked like tiny orange radishes hanging from them, similar to Luna's earrings, he realized, and a plant with silver bell-shaped blooms that actually chimed softly as they passed. The front door was large and round, painted a brilliant blue with a bronze knocker shaped like an eagle. As they approached, the eagle's metal eyes seemed to blink at them. "State your purpose," it demanded in a high, clear voice. Harry jumped back in surprise, but Luna merely laughed. "We live here," she told the knocker. "And we've brought Harry Potter home with us because we accidentally soul bonded at the fair." The eagle seemed to consider this. An unexpected development requires an unexpected solution. "I'll allow it." The door swung open of its own accord. "Is your door knocker alive?" Harry asked as they stepped inside. "Not precisely," Xenophilius replied. "It's enchanted to recognize residents and challenge visitors, usually with riddles. A family tradition from my wife's side, she was a Ravenclaw at Hogwarts, you see." The interior of the tower was just as remarkable as its exterior. They had entered a perfectly circular kitchen/living area, cluttered but cozy. Copper pots hung from the ceiling alongside bunches of dried herbs and what appeared to be strings of cork bottle stoppers. A spiral staircase in the center of the room led to upper floors, and large windows provided a panoramic view of the countryside. "It's not as tidy as it could be," Xenophilius said, waving his wand to clear stacks of paper from a round wooden table. "Since Pandora passed, housekeeping has taken something of a back seat to our expeditions and my publishing work." "Publishing?" Harry asked, still trying to take in every detail of this magical home. "Daddy runs the Quibbler," Luna explained, leading Harry to the table. "It's a magazine about all the things the mainstream wizarding press ignores or covers up. Like Crumplehorn Snorkax and the Rotfong conspiracy." "Luna helps with the illustrations," Xenophilius said proudly, opening a peculiar refrigerator that hummed a quiet tune. "She has quite the artistic talent. Now, let's see about lunch. How do sandwiches and pumpkin juice sound?" "Brilliant," Harry said automatically, though he had no idea what pumpkin juice might taste like. At the Dursleys, he was rarely asked for input on meals, simply expected to eat whatever meager portions he was allocated. As Xenophilius busied himself with lunch preparations, Luna gave Harry a quick tour of the kitchen level, pointing out curiosities with the enthusiasm of a museum guide. There was a large printing press in one corner, for the Quibbler, shelves crammed with books and journals, and a wall decorated with Luna's paintings and drawings, colorful, dreamlike renderings of strange creatures and landscapes. "That's a Crumplehorn Snorkack," she explained, pointing to a purple-horned creature that resembled a cross between a rhinoceros and a rabbit. "Daddy and I are planning an expedition to Sweden to find one. We could look for them together now." Harry, who had never been anywhere more exotic than the school playground, found the idea tremendously exciting. "I'd like that," he said sincerely. Lunch was served on mismatched plates. Harry's featured moving images of dragons that occasionally breathed tiny painted flames. The sandwiches were delicious, filled with a savory cheese Harry couldn't identify and some kind of herb-infused ham. Pumpkin juice turned out to be sweet with a hint of spice, not unlike liquid pumpkin pie. As they ate, Xenophilius peppered Harry with gentle questions about his life with the Dursleys. Harry found himself sharing more than he'd intended, about the cupboard under the stairs that served as his bedroom, Dudley's bullying, Aunt Petunia's constant criticism, and Uncle Vernon's threats whenever strange things happened. With each revelation, the atmosphere in the kitchen grew heavier. Small objects around the room began to vibrate, and the flames in the hearth flared higher. Harry didn't notice at first, too caught up in finally being able to tell someone about his life, but a gentle mental nudge from Luna made him aware of the magical disturbance. "It's your magic responding to your emotions," she explained. It happens to young witches and wizards sometimes, especially when they're upset. It's called accidental magic. I'm terribly sorry, Harry, Xenophilius said, his normally dreamy expression replaced by something harder. Had I known about your living conditions, would have contacted the authorities long ago. What authorities? Harry asked, momentarily distracted from his recollections. The Department of Magical Children's Welfare, Xenophilius explained. They oversee the well-being of magical children, particularly those in Muggle households. Leaving a magical child in such a restrictive environment is highly irregular. Daddy, Luna interjected, I think we should show Harry his room now. He's had quite enough questions for one day. Harry blinked at her, momentarily confused. My room? Of course, Xenophilius said, rising from the table. Luna's right, we can continue our discussion after you've had time to settle in. Come along. They ascended the spiral staircase, passing the second level, my printing office and library, Xenophilius explained, to the third floor, which contained 2 bedrooms. This was our guest room, Xenophilius said, opening a blue door. Though we seldom have overnight visitors. It's yours for as long as you stay with us, Harry. Harry stepped into the circular room and felt his breath catch. It was small but perfect, a cozy bed with a patchwork quilt, a wooden desk by one of the large windows, a wardrobe painted with stars, and shelves holding an assortment of interesting objects and books. Compared to his cupboard at Privet Drive, it was a palace. Do you like it? Luna asked, watching his face. I put fresh sheets on this morning. I had a feeling we might need them. It's amazing, Harry managed, fighting a sudden lump in his throat. Thank you. You're quite welcome, Xenophilius said warmly. Luna's room is just across the landing if you need anything. I'll be sending some owls to make arrangements for tomorrow. We'll need to have the bond properly evaluated, and there are certain legal matters to address regarding your guardianship. With that, he left the children alone, his footsteps receding down the staircase. Owls? Harry asked Luna once they were alone. Wizards use them to deliver mail, she explained, sitting cross-legged on the bed. They're very intelligent birds. Daddy's owl is called Archimedes. He's getting rather old but still very reliable for local deliveries. Harry nodded, adding this to the growing list of magical information he was accumulating. He joined Luna on the bed, still looking around in wonder at his room. Can you really hear everything I'm thinking? He asked suddenly, the full implications of their mental connection just beginning to sink in. Luna shook her head, her radish earring swinging with the movement. Not everything. Just what you sort of direct toward me. Like talking without using your mouth. And I can feel your emotions sometimes, especially the strong ones. And I can feel yours too, Harry realized. Now that he was paying attention to the connection between them, he could sense Luna's presence in his mind, a gentle, curious energy tinged with something that felt like moonlight, if moonlight had a feeling. It's nice, isn't it? Luna smiled. Like having someone with you even when you're alone. I've been lonely since Mummy died. I talk to Daddy, of course, but he's often busy with the Quibbler, and sometimes he gets lost in his head thinking about Mummy. Harry nodded in understanding. I've always been alone, he admitted. Even when the Dursleys were around. Especially when they were around, actually. You're not alone anymore, Luna said simply, reaching out to touch his scar again. This time, instead of the explosive reaction from earlier, there was just a gentle pulse of blue light. We're connected now. The Ravenclaw bond means we'll always have each other. Harry felt a warmth spread through him that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with the simple human connection he'd been denied for so long. For the first time in his memory, he wasn't alone. As the afternoon progressed into evening, Harry and Luna talked about everything and nothing, their likes and dislikes, their experiences. Luna had many more interesting ones, and their questions about the bond they now shared. Luna explained more about the wizarding world, filling in gaps in Harry's knowledge with patient detail, never making him feel stupid for not knowing things most wizarding children took for granted. Dinner was a simple but delicious vegetable stew, after which Xenophilius announced that they would be receiving visitors the next day. "I've contacted healer Stillwater, who specializes in magical bonds," he told them as they sat around the kitchen fire. "And I've also sent word to a legal acquaintance about the guardianship situation. I should warn you both that news of the bond's activation may cause quite a stir in certain circles." "Why?" Harry asked, warming his hands on a mug of hot chocolate. Outside, darkness had fallen, and stars were beginning to appear in the clear night sky. "The Ravenclaw Soul Bond is legendary," Xenophilius explained. "It was created by Rowena Ravenclaw herself before her death, designed to activate when an heir of her bloodline met someone whose magical signature was compatible with her legacy. The last confirmed activation was over 3 centuries ago, and it resulted in significant magical innovations and discoveries. Mummy used to tell me stories about it," Luna added. "She said one day a Ravenclaw descendant might reconnect with the lost diadem's power through the bond. I always thought it was just a bedtime story." "The lost diadem?" Harry asked. "Ravenclaw's diadem, a tiara that supposedly enhanced the wearer's wisdom," Xenophilius clarified. "It's been missing for centuries. There are many such artifacts associated with the Hogwarts founders. Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket, Gryffindor's sword. But I digress. The point is that this bond is historically significant, and there may be those who take great interest in its reappearance." Harry wasn't sure he liked the sound of that. He'd only just begun to process the existence of magic, let alone the idea that he might be part of some important magical event. "We'll figure it out together," Luna's voice whispered in his mind. "Daddy will help us." Harry took comfort in her confidence, though questions continued to swirl in his mind as the evening wore on. Eventually, Xenophilius declared it was bedtime, and Harry found himself in the blue bedroom, his bedroom, changing into a pair of borrowed pajamas that Xenophilius had shrunk to fit him. "We'll get you proper clothes tomorrow," the man had promised. "These will do for tonight." As Harry climbed into bed, he was struck by how quiet it was compared to the cupboard under the stairs. There, he'd always heard the creaking of the house, the Dursleys' television, their footsteps overhead. Here, there was just the gentle whisper of wind around the tower and the occasional hooting of an owl. He was just drifting towards sleep when Luna's voice sounded in his mind. "Harry? Are you still awake?" "Yes," he replied, finding it increasingly natural to communicate this way. "I'm glad we found each other," she said simply. "I think we were supposed to." "Me too," Harry thought back, and was surprised to realize how much he meant it. Despite the strangeness of the day's events, despite all the unanswered questions and uncertainties that lay ahead, one thing felt undeniably right: his connection to Luna. "Good night, Harry. Sweet dreams." "Good night, Luna." As Harry finally surrendered to sleep, his dreams were filled with eagles soaring through star-filled skies, a woman with a glittering tiara, and a sense of possibility he had never known before. For the first time in his life, he fell asleep looking forward to tomorrow. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through uncurtained windows and the unfamiliar sensation of a comfortable bed beneath him. For a moment, he lay perfectly still, convinced he was dreaming. Then the events of the previous day came rushing back: the fair, Luna touching his scar, the explosive magic, the Dursleys' reluctant agreement, and the journey to this tower-shaped house. It was real. All of it. "Good morning," Luna's voice chimed in his head. "Did you sleep well?" Harry sat up, instinctively looking around for her before remembering the mental connection. "Yes, better than I ever have," he replied. "Are you downstairs?" "In the kitchen with Daddy. He's making breakfast, and Healer Stillwater will be here at 9. There are clothes for you on the chair." Harry glanced toward a small armchair by the window and saw a neatly folded stack of clothing that certainly hadn't been there the night before. "Thank you," he sent, marveling again at how natural this form of communication was becoming. "It wasn't me," Luna replied. "Daddy transfigured them from some old things of his." He's quite good at household magic when he remembers to use it. Harry dressed quickly in the provided clothes, simple grey trousers and a blue jumper that fit him far better than any of Dudley's hand-me-downs ever had, and made his way downstairs. The spiral staircase was still a novelty, and he couldn't resist trailing his hand along the smooth wooden banister as he descended. The kitchen was filled with morning sunlight and the smell of cooking. Xenophilius stood at the stove, waving his wand to flip pancakes that floated several inches above the pan. Luna sat at the table, reading an upside-down magazine with the title, The Quibbler, emblazoned across the top. "Good morning, Harry," Xenophilius called cheerfully. "Sleep well?" "Yes, thank you," Harry replied, taking a seat beside Luna. The bed was really comfortable. "Excellent. I thought we'd have a proper breakfast before Healer Stillwater arrives. She's quite interested in your bond, hasn't seen anything like it in her 40 years at St. Mungo's. Oh, and we've had an owl from the ministry already. Apparently, there was quite a spike in magical energy detected in the Ottery St. Catchpole area yesterday afternoon. I've informed them it was a controlled experimental charm I was working on for the Quibbler. Better than having them poking about before we understand what's happening ourselves." Harry was beginning to realize that Xenophilius's conversational style involved frequent topic changes and asides. It was rather like trying to follow several discussions at once. "Will the healer be able to tell us more about the bond?" he asked, accepting a plate of pancakes that floated over to him. "I certainly hope so," Xenophilius said, joining them at the table with his own breakfast. Apollonia Stillwater is one of the foremost experts on magical connections in Britain. If anyone can provide insight into the Ravenclaw bond, it's her. Of course, much of the original research was lost centuries ago, but there are historical accounts and theoretical models that may apply. Luna lowered her magazine and regarded Harry with her protuberant silver eyes. "How does it feel this morning?" "The bond, I mean." Harry considered the question, focusing his attention inward. "It feels settled," he decided after a moment. "Yesterday it was like having a live wire in my head, all fizzy and bright. Now it's calmer, like a quiet stream instead of a waterfall." Luna nodded sagely. "That matches the historical accounts Mummy told me. The initial activation is always intense, but then it stabilizes. Supposedly, it will grow stronger over time as we learn to use it properly." "Use it?" Harry repeated. "You mean beyond just talking in our minds?" "Oh, yes," Luna said, pouring what appeared to be radish syrup over her pancakes. "According to the stories, bonded pairs could eventually share magical abilities, knowledge, even sensory experiences. Mummy said the last confirmed pair could cast spells together that neither could manage alone, and they could see through each other's eyes when they wanted to." Harry tried to imagine what that would be like, sharing not just thoughts but actual abilities and experiences. It was both exciting and slightly overwhelming. "One step at a time," Xenophilius advised, noting Harry's expression. "Magic this profound develops gradually. You're both still very young, and your individual magical cores are nowhere near fully developed. The bond will mature as you do." Harry nodded, relieved that he wouldn't be expected to master complex magical sharing immediately. He was still getting used to the idea of being a wizard at all. Breakfast continued with more explanations of wizarding concepts Harry had never encountered before: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where he would eventually study, the Ministry of Magic and its various departments, magical creatures both common and rare, and the basics of spell casting, though Xenophilius explained that underage wizards were generally prohibited from using magic outside of school. "Though in your case," he added thoughtfully, "there may be exceptions made for bond-related magic. That's something we'll need to discuss with the authorities eventually." By the time they'd finished eating, Harry's head was swimming with new information. Luna, sensing his mental fatigue, suggested they spend some time outside before the healer arrived. "I want to show you the garden," she said, taking his hand and leading him toward the back door. "There's a stream where the plimpies live, and if we're lucky, we might spot a blibbering humdinger." The Lovegood garden was wild and wonderful, a riot of magical and ordinary plants growing together in seeming disorder that somehow created a harmonious whole. Luna led Harry down a winding path past flowering bushes that emitted musical humming sounds when they passed, what appeared to be miniature fruit trees bearing lemon-sized pumpkins, and patches of flowers that changed color in response to their shadows. "This is brilliant," Harry sent to Luna as they reached a small stream at the property's edge. "It's like something from a storybook." Luna beamed at him. "Mummy designed most of it. She was very good with magical plants. The singing roses were her specialty. She created them by crossbreeding normal roses with Mermish water lilies." Harry watched in fascination as Luna knelt by the stream and trailed her fingers in the water. Almost immediately, small orange fish-like creatures with round, spindly legs gathered around her hand. "Plimpies," she explained aloud. "They're quite friendly once they know you. Would you like to feed them?" She reached into her pocket and pulled out a handful of what looked like bread crumbs. Harry knelt beside her and accepted some, then followed her example of sprinkling them on the water's surface. The plimpies darted about, snatching up the offerings with surprising speed. "Daddy catches them sometimes for soup," Luna said conversationally. "But I've convinced him to only take the older ones. The young ones have much more interesting conversations." Harry wasn't sure if she was joking. "You can talk to them?" Luna tilted her head consideringly. "Not exactly talk. But I can sense what they're feeling, and sometimes get impressions of what they're thinking. It's a bit like our bond, but much, much fainter." Harry focused on the plimpies, trying to sense anything beyond their physical presence. For a moment, he thought he felt a vague impression of contentment and curiosity, but it was so fleeting he couldn't be sure it wasn't his imagination. "It takes practice," Luna assured him, correctly interpreting his furrowed brow. "Mummy was teaching me before she died. She could communicate with all sorts of magical creatures." "Your mum sounds like she was amazing," Harry said softly. Luna nodded, a shadow passing over her normally serene expression. "She was. She knew so much about so many things. That's why she was experimenting with new spells. She thought there were secrets in magic that we'd forgotten, connections to other forms of energy and life that modern wizards ignore." Is that how she died?" Harry asked hesitantly. "A spell experiment?" Luna nodded again, her gaze fixed on the plimpies. "It went wrong somehow. I was 9. I saw it happen." Her mental voice echoed in his mind, carrying a wave of grief that the spoken words didn't reveal. "It was horrible, Harry. So much light and then, nothing. Just emptiness where she had been." Harry instinctively reached for her hand, feeling the now familiar shimmer of blue light at the contact. He had no words of comfort to offer. What could he say that wouldn't sound hollow, but he tried to send feelings of understanding and shared loss through their connection. "Thank you," Luna's voice whispered in his mind. "It helps, having someone who understands." They sat in companionable silence for several minutes, watching the plimpies and feeling the morning sun warm their faces. Harry found himself appreciating the simple peace of the moment, something he'd rarely experienced at Privet Drive, where tension and unhappiness had been constant companions. Their reverie was broken by Xenophilius's voice calling from the direction of the house. "Children! Healer Stillwater has arrived." Luna stood, brushing off her colorful skirt. "Ready to be examined?" she asked, offering Harry her hand again. "I guess so," Harry replied, allowing her to pull him up. "What should I expect?" "I'm not entirely sure," Luna admitted as they walked back toward the tower. "I've never had a magical examination before. Daddy usually treats our illnesses with his own remedies. But I expect she'll use diagnostic spells to see the bond structure." Healer Apollonia Stillwater turned out to be a tall, imposing witch with steel-gray hair pulled back in a severe bun and robes of a deep burgundy color. Despite her stern appearance, her eyes were kind as she greeted the children in the Lovegood's kitchen. "So these are our bonded pair," she said, studying them with professional interest. "Extraordinary. Truly extraordinary." The Ravenclaw bond hasn't manifested in Britain since 1692, and that was a much older pair, cousins in their 20s, as I recall from the historical record. We're not cousins, Harry said quickly, unsure why he felt the need to clarify this point. Healer Stillwater's lips twitched in what might have been a suppressed smile. Indeed not, Mr. Potter. From what Mr. Lovegood has told me, you and Miss Lovegood here had never met before yesterday. That makes this activation even more remarkable. She drew her wand, a long, slender implement of dark wood, and gestured to two chairs she'd apparently arranged facing each other. Please, children, be seated. I'd like to perform some basic diagnostic charms to assess the bond structure and stability. Harry and Luna sat as directed, their knees nearly touching. Healer Stillwater moved around them, muttering incantations and making complex wand movements. The air around Harry and Luna began to shimmer with faint blue light, which gradually took shape as a web of glowing strands connecting them, thickest between their foreheads but extending throughout their bodies. Fascinating, the healer murmured, making notes on a floating parchment with a quill that wrote by itself. The central nexus is clearly centered on Mr. Potter's scar, but the secondary connections are unusually developed for such a recent bond formation. There's a particularly strong linkage between the magical cores, and what's this? She leaned closer, examining what appeared to be a dark green thread woven among the blue connections. Her expression grew troubled. Is something wrong? Xenophilius asked from where he stood observing nearby. Not wrong, precisely, Healer Stillwater said carefully. But there's an additional element I wasn't expecting. Mr. Potter, that scar of yours, it's not an ordinary curse scar, is it? Harry blinked in confusion. I don't know. I've always had it. My aunt and uncle told me I got it in the car crash that killed my parents, but yesterday Mr. Lovegood said that wasn't true. The healer exchanged a significant look with Xenophilius. Indeed not. Mr. Potter, your scar is the result of a magical attack, specifically, an attack by the dark wizard who murdered your parents. Harry felt as though the floor had dropped away beneath him. Murdered? Someone murdered them. You didn't know. Luna's voice sounded in his mind, shocked and sad. Oh, Harry. Perhaps we should continue this conversation after I complete my examination, Healer Stillwater suggested, noting Harry's distress. The blue web connecting him and Luna had flared brighter, pulsing with his turbulent emotions. No, Harry said firmly, surprising himself with his resolve. No, I want to know. I've never been told anything true about my parents or how they died. Please, tell me now. The healer hesitated, then nodded. Very well, Mr. Potter. The basic facts, then. Your parents, Lily and James Potter, were murdered on Halloween night in 1981 by a dark wizard whose name most people in our world still fear to speak aloud. He is typically referred to as you-know-who or he who must not be named. That's ridiculous, Harry blurted out. What's his actual name? Voldemort, Xenophilius supplied quietly. To Harry's surprise, even the eccentric publisher seemed uncomfortable saying the name. Though that was not the name he was born with. He was once a student at Hogwarts, like your parents. This dark wizard, Voldemort, came to your home in Godric's Hollow, Healer Stillwater continued, looking faintly impressed at Harry's insistence on proper names. He killed your father first, then your mother. But when he attempted to kill you as well, something extraordinary happened. The curse, a killing curse that no one had ever survived before, somehow rebounded. You-know-who was defeated, and you were left with only that scar. Harry's hand moved automatically to his forehead, his fingertips tracing the familiar lightning shape. So I'm famous. That's what Mr. Lovegood meant yesterday about me being well known. You are known throughout our world as the boy who lived, the healer confirmed. The only person ever to survive the killing curse. It made you a symbol of hope in a very dark time. Harry tried to process this information. Famous? Him. Skinny, unwanted Harry Potter, who slept in a cupboard and wore his cousin's cast-offs, was some kind of celebrity in a world he hadn't even known existed until yesterday. It's a lot to take in, Luna sympathized. But it explains why the bond activated when I touched your scar. It's not just a scar, it's a place where very powerful magic happened. That brings me back to my findings, Healer Stillwater said, seeming relieved to return to her professional assessment. Your scar, Mr. Potter, contains traces of the dark magic used against you. The green thread I observed in the bond structure appears to be the Ravenclaw bond's attempt to contain or neutralize that foreign magical signature. Is it dangerous? Xenophilius asked, his normally dreamy expression replaced by sharp concern. Not immediately, the healer hedged. The bond seems to be effectively isolating the dark magic. In fact, it may eventually purge it entirely. But I would recommend regular monitoring of the situation. This is uncharted territory, magically speaking. And the bond itself? Luna asked, speaking aloud for the first time since the examination began. Is it stable? Remarkably so, Healer Stillwater confirmed, her expression softening. Despite the unusual circumstances of its activation and your young ages, the Ravenclaw bond has established itself firmly. The mental connection you've described to your father, Miss Lovegood, is just the beginning. As you grow and your magical cores develop, you should experience enhanced abilities, particularly in areas related to Ravenclaw's domains of wisdom, learning, and creativity. What about distance? Xenophilius inquired. The historical accounts suggest newly bonded pairs cannot be separated without discomfort. That's likely accurate, the healer agreed, canceling her diagnostic spell with a wave of her wand. The blue web faded from view, though Harry could still feel the connection to Luna just as strongly. I would recommend that the children remain within relatively close proximity for at least the first few weeks, no more than a mile apart at most. After that, the bond should gradually adapt to allow greater distances. Harry felt a flutter of anxiety at this information. So I really can't go back to the Dursleys. Not that I want to, he added hastily, but they only agreed to let me stay here for a week. The magical concerns take precedence over Muggle guardianship arrangements, Healer Stillwater said firmly. I'll be filing an official medical recommendation with the Department of Magical Children's Welfare that you and Miss Lovegood remain together for proper bond development. That should supersede any prior custody arrangements, at least temporarily. A weight seemed to lift from Harry's shoulders. A reprieve from returning to Privet Drive, possibly a permanent one. It seemed too good to be true. There are still legal matters to address, Xenophilius cautioned, perhaps seeing the hope blooming on Harry's face. Mr. Potter's magical guardianship is somewhat unclear. And there's the matter of the blood wards Petunia Dudley mentioned. Blood wards? Healer Stillwater looked intrigued. That's extremely advanced magic. Who established them? Albus Dumbledore, apparently, Xenophilius replied. According to what the Dursleys told us yesterday. The healer's eyebrows rose. The headmaster of Hogwarts personally placed protective wards around Mr. Potter's Muggle residence. That's unusual, to say the least. He has no official guardianship standing that I'm aware of. Which is why I've also contacted Jasper Zones, Xenophilius said. He's a legal expert specializing in magical guardianship cases. He'll be joining us later today to discuss options. Harry was beginning to feel overwhelmed again. Murderous dark wizards, magical bonds, guardianship disputes, blood wards, it was all so far removed from the simple misery of Privet Drive. At least there, he'd understood the rules, limited as his existence had been. It's going to be all right, Luna's voice soothed in his mind. Daddy won't let anyone take you away from us now. And I won't either. Her certainty was comforting, as was the steady presence of her consciousness alongside his own. Harry managed a small smile in her direction, earning a beaming one in return. Well then, Healer Stillwater said briskly, tucking her self-writing quill and parchment into a leather case, I believe that concludes my initial assessment. I'll want to see you both again in a week to monitor the bond's development. In the meantime, I suggest you begin exploring its capabilities, carefully, mind you. Start with the mental communication you've already established, perhaps experiment with sharing simple sensory impressions. Nothing too ambitious yet. What about accidental magic? Xenophilius asked. There was quite a display yesterday when the bond first activated. Expect heightened magical responsiveness, particularly to strong emotions, the healer warned. The bond tends to amplify magical output. Simple calming exercises may help. I'll send an owl with some recommended techniques this evening. With final instructions delivered, Healer Stillwater prepared to depart via the Lovegood's fireplace, which Harry learned was connected to something called the Fleur Network, a magical transportation system that allowed witches and wizards to travel between fireplaces. The healer threw a handful of glittering green powder into the flames, turning them emerald green, then stepped into the fire and clearly stated, St. Mungo's Hospital, Bond Research Department, before vanishing in a whoosh of magical fire. Harry stared at the now ordinary flames in astonishment. That's normal, he managed finally. Fleur travel? Oh yes, quite standard, Xenophilius confirmed. Though I prefer portkeys myself. Less soot. Luna giggled at Harry's expression. There's so much to show you, she said happily. Wait until you see Diagon Alley, that's where we buy all our magical supplies. And Hogwarts is even more amazing, though we won't go there until we're 11. 11, Harry repeated. That's when magical education begins. Xenophilius nodded. Traditionally, yes. Though in your case, some preliminary instruction might be warranted, given the bond. That's something else we'll need to discuss with Mr. Zones this afternoon. Before Harry could ask more questions, a tapping sound came from one of the kitchen windows. A bedraggled-looking owl was perched on the sill, a small package tied to its leg. Ah, that must be the Dursleys sending your things, Xenophilius said, moving to open the window. The owl hopped inside, looking distinctly irritated. Poor creature, Muggles never understand that they're supposed to offer owls refreshment for their services. He untied the package, which expanded as soon as it was free of the string binding it. Inside was a small pile of worn clothing, clearly Dudley's discarded items, and a folded piece of paper. Xenophilius opened the note and read it aloud, These are the boy's things. We expect him back as agreed in 1 week. Vernon Dursley. Charming man, your uncle, he added dryly, setting the note aside. Harry approached the pile of clothes without much enthusiasm. That's everything? He asked, though he wasn't really surprised. They didn't send my blanket or anything else from my cupboard. Cupboard? Healer Stillwater had been very professional, but Xenophilius's tone suggested he was struggling to maintain his usual dreamy demeanor. You mentioned that earlier. Did you mean to say your bedroom? Harry shook his head. No, I sleep in the cupboard under the stairs. Or I did, until yesterday. A glass on the counter suddenly shattered, making everyone jump. Luna immediately moved to Harry's side, taking his hand. The blue shimmer appeared at their touch, and the magical disturbance subsided. I see, Xenophilius said, his voice carefully controlled. Well, no matter. We'll get you everything you need, Harry. Proper clothes, books, personal items, whatever would make you feel at home here. Harry blinked rapidly, fighting a sudden stinging in his eyes. No one had ever offered to buy him things before, certainly not with the goal of making him feel at home. Thank you, he managed, his voice slightly hoarse. That's really kind. Not kind at all, Xenophilius corrected gently. Simply the right thing to do. Now, I believe we have a few hours before Mr. Zones arrives. Luna, perhaps you could show Harry around the rest of the house. I need to make some additional arrangements for our upcoming discussions. Luna nodded eagerly. Come on, she said, tugging Harry toward the spiral staircase again. I'll show you my room and Daddy's workshop, and the roof garden where we stargaze. As Harry allowed himself to be led away, he caught a glimpse of Xenophilius's face. The normally placid publisher was staring at the Dursleys' note with an expression that, had Harry been more experienced in interpreting adult emotions, he might have recognized as cold fury carefully contained. But Harry's attention was already refocusing on Luna and the wonders she was promising to show him, the next marvel in what was rapidly becoming the most magical day of his young life. Luna's bedroom was exactly what Harry might have expected from the unusual girl, a circular space like his own but painted in a swirl of colors that seemed to shift subtly when viewed from different angles. The ceiling was enchanted to display a starry night sky regardless of the time of day, and wind chimes made of what appeared to be butterbeer corks and silver spoons hung from the rafters. "Daddy did the ceiling charm," Luna explained, following Harry's gaze upward. "Mummy taught him. She said I should always be able to see the stars, even when it's cloudy." Harry turned in a slow circle, taking in the various curiosities that filled the room, shelves of unusual rocks and feathers, drawings pinned to every available surface, and what appeared to be a small vegetable garden growing in pots along one windowsill. "Those are my dirigible plums," Luna said, noticing his interest in the plants. "They enhance your ability to accept the extraordinary when they're ripe. We put them in pudding sometimes." The walls were covered with Luna's artwork, colorful, dreamlike renderings of strange creatures and landscapes, alongside portraits of what Harry assumed must be her mother. The resemblance was striking, the same silver-gray eyes, the same serene smile. She was beautiful, Harry thought to Luna, looking at a particularly detailed portrait. "Yes," Luna agreed. "Daddy says I look just like her, but I think her face was kinder." "Your face is plenty kind," Harry assured her, earning one of Luna's radiant smiles in return. After showing Harry her collection of unusual treasures, including a snorkak horn that her father had acquired from a Norwegian explorer and a music box that played melodies based on the listener's mood, Luna led him up another level of the spiral staircase to Xenophilius's workshop. Unlike the cozy chaos of the kitchen or the colorful whimsy of Luna's room, the workshop had a more focused kind of disorder. Tables were covered with magical instruments Harry couldn't begin to identify, walls were lined with bookshelves containing ancient-looking tomes, and a massive star chart dominated one section of the circular room. "Daddy does most of his research here," Luna explained, carefully steering Harry around what appeared to be a miniature solar system hovering above one table. "He's been trying to prove the existence of crumplehorn snorkaks for years. And he studies ancient runes and magical connections between different forms of magic." Harry peered at some of the books on the shelves, noting titles like Forgotten Bonds of Ancient Magic and The Lost Wisdom of Ravenclaw. "Has he been researching the bond between us?" Harry asked, gesturing to the books. Luna nodded. "Ever since Mummy told him about our family connection to Ravenclaw. He didn't really believe it would ever activate, but he's always been fascinated by the possibility." "Your family is descended from Rowena Ravenclaw. She was one of the founders of Hogwarts, right?" "Through my mother's line, yes. Many generations back, of course. Most of the old magical families have some connection to one founder or another, though it's become quite diluted over time." Luna ran her finger along the spine of a particularly old book. "The Ravenclaw line is particularly interesting because it supposedly carried not just magical power but a specific kind of magic related to knowledge and wisdom." Harry thought about this. "So the bond. It activated because you're a Ravenclaw descendant and I'm, what? Compatible somehow?" "That's what the stories say," Luna confirmed. "The bond seeks out those with the potential to fulfill Ravenclaw's legacy. Usually it's another descendant, but occasionally it finds someone outside the bloodline who has the right magical signature." She looked at him thoughtfully. "You must have very special magic, Harry Potter." Harry felt his cheeks warm. He still wasn't used to the idea of being special in any way, let alone magically significant. "I don't feel very special," he admitted. "Until yesterday, I thought I was just, nobody." Luna's expression turned surprisingly fierce for her normally dreamy demeanor. "You were never nobody," she said firmly. "Even if you didn't know about your magic or your history. You were always you, and that's someone important. Before Harry could respond to this unexpected declaration, Xenophilius's voice called up the staircase. Children. Mr. Zones has arrived early. The legal expert Jasper Zones turned out to be a short, round wizard with spectacles that changed color depending on the angle from which they were viewed. Despite his jovial appearance, he spoke with precise, measured words that suggested a keen legal mind. A soul bond at such a young age is unprecedented in modern magical law, he was saying as Harry and Luna joined the adults in the kitchen. It creates a fascinating legal situation, particularly given Mr. Potter's unusual guardianship status. Unusual how? Xenophilius asked, serving tea to their visitor. Zones accepted his cup with a nod of thanks. Well, that's just it. No one seems entirely clear on who holds magical guardianship of Harry Potter. His Muggle relatives were given physical custody, yes, but the magical guardianship appears to have fallen through administrative cracks after the tragedy. How is that possible? Xenophilius looked genuinely puzzled. Surely there were provisions in James and Lily Potter's wills. Zones frowned slightly. That's another peculiarity. The Potter wills were sealed by Chief Warlock Dumbledore shortly after their deaths. Standard procedure would have been to execute the wills and then establish proper guardianship through the Department of Magical Children's Welfare, but instead, Mr. Potter was simply placed with his Muggle relatives. Harry, who had been listening with increasing confusion, finally spoke up. Does that mean no one was checking on me? Making sure the Dursleys were treating me properly? The adults exchanged uncomfortable glances. It would appear not, Mr. Potter, Zones admitted. Which is, I must say, highly irregular. A magical child in a Muggle home would typically receive quarterly visits from a ministry representative, especially one of your prominence. So what happens now? Luna asked, her hand finding Harry's under the table. Does the bond change Harry's guardianship? It certainly complicates matters, Zones said, his spectacles turning a thoughtful shade of blue. Soul bonds of this nature create what we call a compelling magical circumstance that overrides standard custody arrangements. The Department of Magical Children's Welfare generally defers to the recommendations of qualified healers in such cases. I understand Healer Stillwater has already filed her preliminary report. Xenophilius nodded. This morning. She's recommended that Harry and Luna remain together for proper bond development. Excellent, Zones said, making a note on a piece of parchment with a quill that changed ink colors as he wrote. That gives us solid ground for temporary custody arrangements. Mr. Lovegood, would you be willing to petition for temporary magical guardianship of Mr. Potter? Given that your daughter is the other half of the bond, you would have the strongest case. Of course, Xenophilius replied without hesitation. I'd be honored to provide Harry with a proper wizarding home. Harry felt a strange tightness in his chest at these words. A proper home. Not just a place where he was tolerated, but somewhere he was actually wanted. I told you Daddy would help, Luna's voice murmured in his mind. He's very good at taking care of people who need it. What about Dumbledore? Harry asked, remembering the name that kept coming up. And the blood wards at the Dursleys? Are those important? Zones looked impressed by the question. Astute, Mr. Potter. Yes, the blood wards are a consideration. They're based on your mother's sacrifice and her blood connection to your aunt. Theoretically, they provide protection from those who might wish you harm. Couldn't similar wards be established here? Xenophilius suggested. I'm reasonably skilled with protective enchantments, and with proper guidance, it's not quite that simple, Zones interrupted gently. Blood wards of that nature require, well, a blood connection. Unless you have some previously undisclosed relation to the Potter family. Xenophilius shook his head. Not that I'm aware of. The Lovegoods have always been a rather small family line, and we've typically married into less conventional wizarding families. Then alternative protection would need to be arranged, Zones concluded. Though I must say, the bond itself appears to offer considerable magical protection. Healer Stillwater noted in her preliminary report that it's already neutralizing a lingering dark magical signature in Mr. Potter's scar. Harry's hand went automatically to his forehead. Will the scar ever go away? He asked. Curse scars are generally permanent, Zones replied, his tone gentler. But if the bond is indeed cleansing the dark magic within it, the appearance may fade somewhat over time. Luna's voice sounded in Harry's mind, private and reassuring. I like your scar. It's like a map of lightning. But I understand if you don't want to be reminded of that night. Harry wasn't sure how he felt about his scar anymore. For years, it had been simply a part of him, one the Dursleys disliked and he therefore kept hidden. Now he knew it was the result of a murdered attempt on his life, a permanent reminder of his parents' murder and his own bizarre survival. So what's next? Xenophilius asked, bringing the conversation back to practical matters. How do we proceed with the guardianship petition? I've taken the liberty of preparing the initial paperwork, Zones said, reaching into his briefcase and withdrawing a thick parchment document. Given the extraordinary circumstances, I believe we can expedite the process. With Healer Stillwater's medical recommendation already filed, we have strong grounds for emergency temporary guardianship. He spread the document on the table, pointing to various sections with his color-changing quill. You'll need to sign here, Mr. Lovegood, affirming your willingness to assume magical guardianship responsibilities. Mr. Potter, as you're the subject of the petition and magically significant despite your age, your signature is required here, indicating your consent to the arrangement. Harry stared at the official-looking document, a strange mix of emotions swirling within him. Less than 48 hours ago, he had been just Harry, the unwanted nephew sleeping in a cupboard. Now he was signing magical legal documents about guardianship and soul bonds. It's a lot of change at once, Luna acknowledged, picking up on his emotional turmoil. But it's good change, I think. Harry nodded slightly, both to Luna's mental comment and to himself. She was right, overwhelming as it all was, these changes were undeniably positive. He reached for the quill Zones offered him. I just sign here, he confirmed, pointing to the indicated line. Yes, that's right. Just your full legal name. Harry carefully wrote Harry James Potter on the line, the unfamiliar quill splattering slightly as he finished the final R. As soon as he lifted the quill, the ink glowed golden for a moment before settling back to normal. Excellent, Zones said, watching as Xenophilius added his own signature to the document. I'll file this with the department this afternoon. Given the circumstances and Healer Stillwater's recommendation, I anticipate approval within 24 hours. And the Dursleys? Harry asked quietly. Will someone tell them? Official notification will be sent, Zones confirmed. Though I understand they were already aware that the bond might necessitate changes to your living arrangements. Harry nodded, remembering Uncle Vernon's grudging agreement to the one-week trial. They won't be happy, he said. But they also won't miss me much. An uncomfortable silence followed this frank assessment. Finally, Xenophilius cleared his throat. Harry will have a proper home here for as long as he needs one, he said firmly. Bond or no bond? Zones nodded approvingly. That's exactly the sort of commitment the department will be looking for. Now, there is one other matter we should discuss, Albus Dumbledore. You believe he'll object to the new arrangements? Xenophilius asked. I believe he'll take an interest, Zones replied carefully. He has been unusually involved in Mr. Potter's placement from the beginning, despite having no official guardianship standing. As chief warlock of the Wisengamot and headmaster of Hogwarts, he wields considerable influence. It would be prudent to prepare for his involvement. Harry frowned. This Dumbledore person kept being mentioned, yet Harry had never met him. Why would he care where I live, he asked. If he's not my guardian, why would it matter to him? Zones and Xenophilius exchanged glances that Harry couldn't quite interpret. Albus Dumbledore has taken a special interest in your welfare since your parents' deaths, Zones explained diplomatically. He was instrumental in the defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald decades ago and has been a leading figure in the opposition to you-know-who. Your survival and you-know-who's subsequent disappearance are matters of great significance to him. So I'm, what? A project? A weapon? Harry felt a flare of indignation, which was mirrored by a sudden gust of wind through the open kitchen window. Papers fluttered, and a cup teetered on the edge of the table before Luna steadied it. "Careful, Harry," she murmured aloud. "Your magic is responding again." Harry took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "Sorry," he said. "It's just. I don't like the idea of people making plans about me without me knowing." "A perfectly reasonable position," Zones agreed, readjusting his now purple spectacles. "And one I believe will be strengthened by the bond. The Ravenclaw connection gives you a magical standing that even someone of Dumbledore's influence must respect. Soul bonds are among the most ancient and respected forms of magic, particularly ones associated with the Hogwarts founders." This was somewhat reassuring, though Harry still felt unsettled by the idea of this unknown but apparently powerful wizard having plans for him. "We'll face him together if we need to," Luna's voice whispered in his mind. "The bond makes us stronger." Zones continued the discussion, outlining next steps in the guardianship process and other legal considerations they should be aware of. By the time he departed, via flew, like healer Stillwater before him, Harry's head was spinning with legal terms and wizarding protocols. Well, Xenophilius said once they were alone again, that was quite productive. "I believe we're on the right track, Harry. By this time tomorrow, you should officially be under my guardianship, at least temporarily." "Thank you," Harry said, the words feeling inadequate for the magnitude of what Xenophilius was doing for him. "For everything. Taking me in, helping with all this legal stuff. I don't know how I'll ever repay you." Xenophilius waved away his thanks. "No repayment necessary, my boy. Luna's happiness is payment enough, and I've never seen her so content as she's been since you arrived." His expression grew more serious. "Besides, I suspect the bond between you two is just the beginning of something much larger. The Ravenclaw legacy has chosen you both for a reason. Our role now is to ensure you have the support and guidance to grow into whatever that legacy requires." The rest of the day passed in a blur of new experiences. Luna showed Harry the roof garden, a magical space at the very top of the tower where plants that required moonlight rather than sunlight grew in perpetual twilight beneath an enchanted sky. They spent time in Xenophilius's library, where Luna began Harry's education in basic wizarding concepts and history, explaining everything from Quidditch, a sport played on flying broomsticks that sounded both terrifying and exhilarating, to the 4 houses of Hogwarts. "Most of my family has been in Ravenclaw," she explained. "It's the house of wisdom and learning. But I think you might be a Gryffindor like your parents, they value courage and chivalry." "How are students sorted?" Harry asked, leafing through Hogwarts, a history, which Luna had pulled from her father's shelves. "The Sorting Hat decides," Luna replied. "It's a magical artifact created by the founders. It looks into your mind and places you where you'll fit best. But that's not for another 3 years. We don't start Hogwarts until we're 11. 3 years, Harry repeated. It seemed both very far away and alarmingly soon. Will the bond be okay when we're at Hogwarts? What if we're sorted into different houses?" Luna considered this. "The bond will be much more stable by then. And even if we're in different houses, we'll still see each other in classes and at meals. Plus, we'll always have this." She tapped her temple, indicating their mental connection. That evening, after a dinner of surprisingly delicious vegetable stew, Xenophilius, it turned out, was quite a capable cook. Harry found himself sitting with Luna in the small garden behind the tower, watching the sun set over the distant hills. "Do you think it will always be this easy?" he asked quietly. "Talking in our minds, I mean. It feels so natural already." Luna tilted her head, considering. "I think it will get easier in some ways and more complex in others. The stories say that bonded pairs eventually developed the ability to share knowledge and even magical abilities, but that required practice and discipline. I'd like to try, Harry said. To develop whatever this bond can do. It's the most amazing thing that's ever happened to me. Luna smiled, her silver eyes reflecting the fading sunlight. It's the most amazing thing that's happened to me too, since. She didn't need to finish the sentence. Since her mother died. Do you think your mum would have been happy about the bond? Harry asked gently. Luna nodded without hesitation. Oh yes. She always told me the Ravenclaw legacy would find me when the time was right. I think she would have been ecstatic to see the bond activate. She might have wanted to study us, though, she added with a small giggle. She was very scientific about magic. I wish I knew what my parents would have thought, Harry said, a familiar hollow feeling opening up inside him at the thought of his unknown mother and father. Luna was quiet for a moment, then reached for his hand, the now familiar blue shimmer illuminating their joined fingers in the growing twilight. I think, she said slowly, that if they loved you, which everyone says they did very much, they would be happy you found a connection like this. Something special that's just yours. Harry squeezed her hand gently, finding comfort in both the physical touch and the warm presence of her mind against his own. I think you're right, he said. As the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, Harry Potter felt, for perhaps the first time in his life, that he had found where he belonged. Chapter 2, Mind's entwined morning light filtered through Harry's window, painting golden patterns across the bedroom floor. For the third morning in a row, he woke feeling rested and safe, sensations so novel they still surprised him. He stretched luxuriously in the comfortable bed, a smile forming as Luna's familiar presence brushed against his consciousness. Good morning, her voice chimed in his mind. Daddy's making pancakes with dirigible plum syrup. They make your thoughts float. Harry's smile widened. Literally float. You'll see, came the enigmatic reply, tinged with amusement. Harry dressed quickly in clothes Xenophilius had transfigured for him yesterday, simple but comfortable items that actually fit, unlike Dudley's massive hand-me-downs. He was still getting used to wearing clothes that weren't 4 sizes too large. As he descended the spiral staircase to the kitchen, delicious smells wafted upward. Xenophilius stood at the stove, humming a tune Harry didn't recognize while flipping pancakes that shimmered with an iridescent purple sheen. Ah, Harry! Perfect timing. Xenophilius beamed, his silver hair tied back with what appeared to be a shoelace. The dirigible plum syrup is at its optimum potency this morning. Something about the barometric pressure, I suspect. Luna sat at the table, her protuberant eyes following a small object that appeared to be floating about 6 inches above her head, a thought made visible, Harry realized with amazement. It really does make your thoughts float, he said, watching the small, glowing bubble of light bobbing gently in the air. Just the light ones, Luna clarified. The heavy thoughts stay put, which is probably for the best. Nobody wants to see those floating around during breakfast. Xenophilius placed a stack of pancakes in front of Harry. 2 tablespoons of syrup is sufficient for a first-timer, he advised, passing a small pitcher of luminescent purple liquid. Too much and you'll be sending thoughts everywhere until lunchtime. Harry carefully poured the recommended amount, watching as the syrup soaked into his pancakes, leaving behind a sparkling residue. He took a cautious bite. The flavor was extraordinary, sweet and tangy with an effervescent quality that seemed to fizz pleasantly all the way down to his stomach. Almost immediately, he felt an unusual lightness in his mind, as though his thoughts were becoming buoyant. A small, glowing bubble detached itself from somewhere near his temple and floated upward, hovering at eye level. Oh, that's a nice one, Luna commented, studying Harry's thought bubble with interest. It's remembering the first time you saw magic. Look how it shimmers at the edges. Harry stared at the bubble in fascination. It was indeed replaying the moment Luna had touched his scar at the fair, though without sound, like a silent film projected into the air. Can you see what's in it? He asked, amazed. Luna nodded. Not in detail, but I can sense the general shape of it. It's probably because of our bond. Daddy can't see the contents of my thought bubbles, just that they exist. Fascinating development, Xenophilius commented, joining them at the table with his own stack of pancakes. The bond seems to be enhancing standard magical effects where you two are concerned. Most interesting. Harry watched his thought bubble slowly dissipate, leaving behind a faint trace of blue light. Is this normal wizarding breakfast food? Xenophilius laughed, a warm, genuine sound. Hardly. Dirigible plum syrup is a Lovegood specialty. Most wizarding families stick to more conventional fare, though, conventional, by wizarding standards might still surprise you. Luna created another thought bubble, this one deliberately it seemed, as she concentrated briefly before it appeared. This bubble drifted toward Harry and hovered before him, showing a rapid succession of wizarding foods, pastries that changed flavor with each bite, ice cream that never melted, candies that made you levitate. We can try them all, her voice promised in his mind. There's a whole world of magic to taste. The casual telepathic communication was becoming easier by the hour. Harry found he could direct specific thoughts to Luna with barely any effort now, like an internal conversation running parallel to external events. That reminds me, Xenophilius said, consulting a peculiar watch with planets instead of numbers, we should visit Diagon Alley today. The temporary guardianship papers were approved last night, remarkably quickly, I might add, so we're now officially authorized to obtain proper wizarding supplies for Harry. Harry's pancake-laden fork froze halfway to his mouth. Diagon Alley. We're going shopping. Indeed. You'll need proper wizarding clothes, basic educational materials, and perhaps a beginner's wand for controlled practice. Ollivander doesn't typically sell to pre-Hogwarts children, but given your unique circumstances, I believe we can make an exception. A wand? Harry whispered, a bubble of excitement forming, both metaphorically and literally, as another thought bubble separated from his head, this one filled with golden sparks. The Department of Magical Education has granted special dispensation, Xenophilius explained, looking pleased. The bond-related magic you'll need to practice falls under educational exceptions to the underage restrictions. Quite remarkable how quickly the bureaucracy can move when sufficiently motivated by an ancient magical phenomenon. Harry could hardly contain his excitement. In just a few days, his world had expanded beyond anything he could have imagined. From a cupboard under the stairs to magical shopping expeditions and his own wand. It's brilliant, isn't it? Luna's voice whispered in his mind, warm with shared happiness. Watching you discover everything is like seeing it all for the first time again. After breakfast, Xenophilius provided Harry with a cloak, a bit large, but it will suffice until we get you fitted properly, and led them to the fireplace. Today they would travel by Floo, which Harry viewed with some trepidation after seeing Healer Stillwater's departure. Just speak very clearly, Xenophilius instructed, holding out a pot of glittering green powder. Keep your elbows tucked in, eyes closed, and don't panic. The sensation can be a bit disorienting for first-timers. I'll go first, Luna volunteered. Then you can follow me, Harry. Just focus on my mind when you're traveling, and it will help anchor you. She took a pinch of powder, stepped into the fireplace, threw down the powder with a confident gesture, and called, Diagon Alley, in a clear voice. Green flames engulfed her, and she vanished. Harry felt a momentary spike of anxiety as she disappeared, followed by a reassuring pulse through their connection. I'm here. It's your turn now. Taking a deep breath, Harry followed Luna's example. The moment the green flames engulfed him, he felt himself being sucked into what seemed like a giant vacuum. He spun wildly through a rush of emerald fire, glimpsing occasional flashes of other fireplaces. True to her word, Luna's mental presence remained steady, a beacon guiding him through the chaotic journey. Just when he thought he might be sick from the spinning, he was suddenly ejected into a large, bustling pub. He stumbled forward, his glasses askew, and would have fallen if Luna hadn't caught his arm. Well done, she said brightly. Most people fall over completely their first time. Harry straightened his glasses and looked around. They were in a dimly lit establishment filled with oddly dressed people drinking from peculiar glasses and mugs. A few glanced their way, but most seemed absorbed in their own conversations. "The leaky cauldron," Luna explained. "It's the gateway to Diagon Alley." A moment later, Xenophilius emerged from the fireplace with considerably more grace than Harry had managed. "Excellent, we've all arrived in one piece. This way, children." He led them through the pub to a small, walled courtyard containing nothing but a trash bin and a few weeds. Before Harry could ask why they'd come to such an unremarkable spot, Xenophilius pulled out his wand and tapped a specific brick in the wall. The brick quivered, then wriggled, then a small hole appeared in its center. The hole grew wider and higher until they faced an archway large enough to walk through, opening onto a cobbled street that twisted and turned out of sight. "Welcome," Xenophilius said with a flourish, "to Diagon Alley." Harry's jaw dropped. The street beyond the archway bustled with activity, witches and wizards in robes of every color imaginable, shops selling everything from cauldrons to owls to broomsticks. Signs advertised dragon liver at 17 sickles an ounce, self-stirring cauldrons, and books that could apparently read themselves aloud. "It's amazing," he breathed, stepping through the archway. The moment he passed into Diagon Alley proper, he felt a subtle change in the air, a humming energy that seemed to resonate with something inside him. "That's concentrated magic," Luna explained, picking up on his sensation. "There's so much of it here that sensitive people can feel it." "Our first stop should be Gringotts," Xenophilius decided, guiding them into the flow of shoppers. "That's our wizarding bank, run by goblins, quite fascinating creatures if a bit brusque in their business dealings." "But I don't have any money," Harry protested, suddenly self-conscious. Xenophilius gave him a curious look. "Harry, you're the last of the Potter line. Your family was quite well established. Did no one ever explain your inheritance to you?" Harry shook his head, bewildered. "The Dursleys always said my parents left me nothing, that they were unemployed and lived off the state." A flash of something hard and angry crossed Xenophilius's normally serene features. "Another fiction, I'm afraid. The Potters were a wealthy old wizarding family. You have a substantial vault at Gringotts that's been held in trust until you come of age, with provisions for your educational expenses." This revelation left Harry reeling. Not only had he been a wizard all along, but he wasn't destitute as the Dursleys had always implied. The thought that his parents had provided for him, had planned for his future even if they couldn't be part of it, created a lump in his throat. "It's a lot to take in," Luna's voice whispered gently. "Finding out your whole life story is different from what you were told." Harry nodded, grateful for her understanding. As they walked, he tried to absorb everything around him, the strange, wonderful sights of Diagon Alley. Apothecaries with barrels of bat spleens and eels' eyes outside their doors. Shops selling telescopes, silver instruments, and what appeared to be actual flying broomsticks. "Quality Quidditch supplies," Luna said, following his gaze to a shop where a cluster of young wizards pressed their noses against the window. "They're looking at the new Clean Sweep 7. It's supposed to be very fast, though Daddy says the stability charms are questionable." "Quidditch is the sport on broomsticks, right?" Harry asked, recalling their conversation from yesterday. Luna nodded. "It's very popular. I'm not particularly interested in it myself. The snitch is actually a cleverly disguised blibbering humdinger, you know, and I think capturing magical creatures for sport is rather cruel." Harry wasn't entirely sure what a blibbering humdinger was, but he nodded anyway, finding Luna's perspective charmingly unique. Gringotts turned out to be an imposing white marble building that towered over the surrounding shops. A pair of goblins in scarlet and gold uniforms flanked the burnished bronze doors. Harry tried not to stare as they passed, but it was difficult. He'd never seen creatures like these before, with their clever faces, pointed beards, and long fingers. Proper goblin etiquette is minimal eye contact, direct speech, and no time-wasting pleasantries, Xenophilius murmured as they entered a vast marble hall. "They value efficiency above all else in business dealings." Harry nodded, feeling slightly overwhelmed as they approached a long counter where dozens of goblins sat on high stools, weighing coins, examining jewels, and scratching in ledgers. Xenophilius approached one of the unoccupied goblins with confident strides. "Good morning. We need to access Harry Potter's trust vault and confirm his account status." The goblin peered down at them with dark, intelligent eyes. "And does Mr. Potter have his key?" Harry began, having no idea what the goblin meant. "We're requesting a replacement key," Xenophilius interjected smoothly. "Mr. Potter has recently come under my guardianship due to a magical bond circumstance, and his previous guardians did not provide his vault key." The goblin's eyes narrowed slightly. "A blood verification will be required." "Of course," Xenophilius agreed. The goblin produced a small, ornate silver dagger and a piece of parchment with an official-looking seal. 3 drops of blood on the verification parchment, Mr. Potter." Harry hesitated only briefly before extending his hand. The goblin made a quick, precise cut on his fingertip, barely painful at all, and directed the resulting blood drops onto the parchment. The moment the 3rd drop hit, the parchment glowed golden, and words began to appear in elegant script. "Identity confirmed, Harry James Potter, heir to the noble house of Potter," the goblin announced, seeming satisfied. "A new vault key will be issued. Regarding guardianship, our records indicate a change in magical guardianship registered with the ministry as of yesterday evening. Xenophilius Lovegood is now recognized as the magical guardian of Harry James Potter." "That's correct," Xenophilius confirmed. "Very well. I shall summon account manager Gornick. Please wait." The goblin departed through a small door behind the counter. Luna, who had been quietly observing the exchange, took Harry's still bleeding hand in hers. To Harry's surprise, the small cut sealed itself immediately upon her touch, leaving only a faint trace of their now familiar blue light. "The bond seems to have healing properties," she observed, her mental voice curious. "That's not mentioned in the historical accounts Daddy's read to me." Before Harry could respond, another goblin approached, older looking than the first, with spectacles perched on his long, hooked nose. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Lovegood," he acknowledged with a curt nod. "I am Gornick, manager of the Potter accounts. Please follow me." They were led to a private office off the main hall, a richly appointed room with walls lined with ledgers and curious metal instruments. Gornick settled behind an ornate desk and fixed Harry with a penetrating stare. "The Potter accounts have been in dormant management status since your parents' passing," he explained, producing a thick folder from a drawer. "Only the educational trust has been accessible, and no withdrawals have been recorded since the initial account establishment." Harry frowned. "No withdrawals? But I thought," he stopped, realizing the implication. If no money had been withdrawn, that meant the Dursleys had never accessed his funds, despite claiming they were burdened by the cost of raising him. "The main family vault will remain sealed until you reach magical majority at 17, Gornick continued. "However, the educational trust is substantial and available for appropriate expenses. As your new magical guardian, Mr. Lovegood may authorize withdrawals for your benefit." Xenophilius nodded. "We'll need to make a withdrawal today for immediate expenses, clothing, books, basic magical supplies." "Of course." Gornick produced a new golden key and handed it to Xenophilius. "This key accesses the trust vault. The enchantments have been updated to recognize both your authority and Mr. Potter's blood signature." After signing several official-looking documents, they were escorted to a small cart that transported them deep into the caverns beneath Gringotts. The wild ride through the underground tunnels would have been terrifying if not for Luna's steady presence beside Harry, her hand occasionally brushing against his when the cart took particularly sharp turns. Harry's trust vault, number 687, contained more gold, silver, and bronze coins than he could have imagined. Mounds of galleons, sickles, and nuts gleamed in the lamplight. "This is, all mine?" he asked, voice barely above a whisper. "Indeed," Xenophilius confirmed. "And just the educational portion, at that." The main Potter vault will contain family heirlooms, investments, and additional funds. Harry filled a small pouch with coins, still struggling to process the fact that he had gone from having nothing to apparently being wealthy in the span of a few days. As they returned to the surface, Luna's voice whispered in his mind. The money doesn't change who you are, Harry. Just what you can do. It was exactly what he needed to hear. Their shopping expedition began at Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions, where Harry was fitted for his first proper wizarding clothes. The seamstress, a squat, smiling witch dressed all in mauve, fussed over him while enchanted measuring tapes took his dimensions. Growing children need expandable charms, she declared, pinning up the hem of a set of everyday robes. These will adjust up to 3 inches in height and 2 in width before needing alteration. Harry, standing on a footstool while magical needles stitched his new clothes around him, caught glimpses of Luna through the fitting room mirror. She was examining a display of colorful dress robes with dreamy interest, occasionally holding one up against herself before shaking her head and moving to the next. The blue one suits you, he sent, watching her hold up a shimmering robe the color of a summer sky. She turned, surprise and pleasure crossing her face. You think so? Most people say I should wear more subdued colors. It matches your eyes when you're happy, Harry replied, then felt his cheeks warm at the observation. Luna beamed and immediately asked Madame Malkin to add the blue robes to their purchases. After being outfitted with everyday robes, cloaks for various weather conditions, and standard wizarding attire, they moved on to Flourish and Blot's bookshop. Here, Xenophilius guided Harry through selecting educational texts appropriate for magical children his age. The standard first-year Hogwarts texts would be too advanced without proper foundation, he explained, pulling volumes from different sections. These introductory books will provide the necessary groundwork, magical theory, basic potion ingredients, fundamental charms concepts. Harry ran his fingers along the spines of books with fascinating titles, Magic Made Simple, A Child's First Steps, Magical Plants and Where They Grow, Elementary Potions for Young Brewers. Each one represented knowledge he'd never imagined having access to. Luna, meanwhile, had wandered to a section devoted to obscure magical creatures, where she was deeply engrossed in a tome almost as large as she was. Look, Harry, she called mentally, projecting an image of an illustrated page showing what appeared to be a cross between a horse and an eagle. It's a hippogriff. They're very proud creatures, you have to bow to them before approaching. Harry was discovering that Luna had an encyclopedic knowledge of magical creatures, both commonly accepted and those that most considered imaginary. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and he found himself gravitating toward the creature books himself. Excellent choice, Xenophilius approved when Harry added Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them to their growing collection. Newt Scamander is somewhat conventional in his classifications, but it's a solid foundation. Their final stop, and the one Harry had been most anticipating, was Ollivander's wand shop. The narrow, shabby storefront with peeling gold letters proclaiming Ollivander's, makers of fine wands since 382 BC, had an air of ancient mystery about it. A bell tinkled softly as they entered the dusty shop. Harry felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up, the air seemed charged with secret magic. Good afternoon, said a soft voice. Harry jumped, and even Luna looked momentarily startled. An old man stood before them, his wide, pale eyes shining like moons through the gloom of the shop. Ah, Mr. Lovegood, the man said, his gaze shifting to Xenophilius. Cherry and phoenix feather, 11 inches, rather flexible. How is it serving you? Perfectly well, thank you, Mr. Ollivander, Xenophilius replied. We're here on rather unusual business today. Indeed? Ollivander's silvery eyes moved to Luna. Miss Lovegood, I presume. Not quite time for your wand yet, I think. Another 3 years or so. Then his gaze settled on Harry, and his expression changed subtly. And Harry Potter. I've been expecting you, though not quite so soon. Harry shifted uncomfortably under the wandmaker's intense scrutiny. Special circumstances necessitate early wand selection, Xenophilius explained. We have ministry approval. He produced an official-looking document, which Ollivander barely glanced at before nodding. Yes, yes, the Soul Bond. News travels quickly in certain circles. His eyes flicked between Harry and Luna. The Ravenclaw Bond, if I'm not mistaken. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Harry and Luna exchanged surprised glances, both mentally and physically. They hadn't expected the wandmaker to know about their connection. You've encountered such bonds before? Xenophilius asked, suddenly alert. Not directly, no. The last activation predates even my considerable lifetime. But wand lore intersects with all branches of magic, Mr. Lovegood. Soul bonds influence wand selection in profound ways. Ollivander turned back to Harry. Now then, Mr. Potter. Let me see. A measuring tape with silver markings emerged from his pocket and began measuring Harry of its own accord, arm length, wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and round his head. As it worked, Ollivander moved among the shelves, pulling down narrow boxes. Every Ollivander wand has a core of powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter. We use unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and the heartstrings of dragons. No two Ollivander wands are the same, just as no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are quite the same. And of course, you will never get such good results with another wizard's wand. The measuring tape, which was now measuring between Harry's nostrils, suddenly crumpled to the floor as Ollivander turned with an armful of wand boxes. That will do, he said. Right then, Mr. Potter. Try this one. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Harry took the wand and, feeling slightly foolish, waved it around a bit. Nothing happened, and Ollivander immediately snatched it back. Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy. Harry had barely raised this one when it too was taken back. No, no, here, ebony and unicorn hair, 8.5 inches, springy. Wand after wand was tried, with the pile of rejected ones growing steadily larger. Far from being discouraged, Ollivander seemed to become more excited with each failure. Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match somewhere. As Harry tried the latest wand, hornbeam and dragon heartstring, he became aware of an unusual sensation through his bond with Luna. She was staring intently at a dusty shelf in the far corner of the shop, her head tilted as if listening to something. Harry, her voice whispered in his mind. There's something over there. I can feel it calling to you. Ollivander, following Luna's gaze, went very still. Curious, he murmured. Very curious. He moved slowly to the shelf Luna was watching and carefully withdrew a box that looked older than the others, covered in a fine layer of dust. I wonder. He said softly, opening the box to reveal a wand of warm, reddish-brown wood. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. An unusual combination. The moment the wandmaker held it out, Harry felt a sudden warmth in his fingers. Taking the wand, he felt an immediate surge of power, like the moment Luna had touched his scar, but more focused, more controlled. He raised the wand and brought it swishing down through the dusty air. A stream of blue and bronze sparks shot from the end like fireworks, casting dancing spots of light on the walls. Luna gasped softly, her hand rising to her chest. I can feel it too, she sent. It's like an echo of your magic. Ollivander's reaction was even more surprising. Curious, most curious, he muttered, his pale eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that was almost unsettling. What's curious? Harry asked, still marveling at the perfect rightness of the wand in his hand. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar. Harry felt as though the temperature in the room had suddenly dropped. You mean Voldemort's wand? This is related to Voldemort's wand? Ollivander flinched slightly at the name. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. I think we must expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great. An uncomfortable silence followed this pronouncement, broken only when Luna stepped forward and placed her hand over Harry's on the wand. The moment she touched it, the connection between them flared brilliantly, and a shower of blue and bronze sparks erupted from the wand tip, far more spectacular than before. Ollivander's eyes widened. Extraordinary, he breathed. The bond is already influencing your magic. Miss Lovegood, when the time comes for your own wand, I suspect we shall see unprecedented compatibility. As they left the shop, Harry could still feel the wand's warmth against his palm, like a living thing eager to connect with him. The revelation about its relation to Voldemort's wand troubled him, but Luna's steady presence in his mind provided ballast against these darker thoughts. It doesn't define you, she assured him. The wand chose you for who you are, not because of any connection to him. Her confidence helped, though Harry couldn't quite shake the sense that there was more to learn about the connections between himself and the wizard who had murdered his parents. The rest of their Diagon Alley expedition passed in a whirl of fascinating discoveries. They visited the magical menagerie, where creatures of every description chattered, slithered, and fluttered in cages and tanks. They stopped at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, where Harry discovered ice cream that changed flavors with each lick and occasionally let out musical chimes. By late afternoon, laden with packages, shrunk and lightened by Xenophilius's expert charm work, they were ready to return to the Lovegood home. The day had been exhausting but exhilarating, Harry's first true immersion in wizarding culture, guided by the two people who were rapidly becoming his new family. Just as they were heading back toward the leaky cauldron, however, a tall figure in midnight blue robes stepped into their path. Harry looked up to see an elderly wizard with a long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, and penetrating blue eyes that seemed to twinkle with their own light. Xenophilius, my dear fellow, the man said pleasantly. What a fortunate coincidence to encounter you here. Xenophilius stiffened almost imperceptibly. Albus, he acknowledged with a nod that was polite but reserved. I wouldn't have expected to find the Hogwarts headmaster shopping on a weekday. Oh, I find Diagon Alley refreshing at any time, the old wizard replied, his gaze moving to the children. And this must be your charming daughter, Luna. Hello, Luna said, her usual dreamy tone tinged with uncharacteristic caution. And Harry Potter, the wizard continued, studying Harry with those twinkling blue eyes. It's been some years since I saw you last, my boy. Not since the night I left you with your aunt and uncle, in fact. Harry felt a jolt of recognition. You're Professor Dumbledore, he said. This was the man who had placed him with the Dursleys, who had never checked on his welfare, who had apparently sealed his parents' wills. Indeed I am, Dumbledore confirmed with a gentle smile. And I find myself most intrigued by recent developments. Perhaps we might find a quiet spot for a brief chat. Xenophilius placed a protective hand on Harry's shoulder. We've had quite a full day of shopping, Albus. The children are tired, and we have many purchases to organize at home. Of course, Dumbledore conceded smoothly. Far be it from me to intrude on family time. Perhaps I might call on you tomorrow. There are certain matters regarding Harry's situation that would benefit from discussion. Harry felt Luna's mind brush against his own, concern flickering through their connection. He doesn't seem very happy about you being with us, she observed. No, Harry agreed. And I'm not sure I'm happy about him making decisions about me without asking first. Xenophilius was silent for a moment, clearly weighing their options. Tomorrow afternoon would be acceptable, he finally said. Shall we say 3 o'clock? That will give the children time to settle their morning lessons. Lessons already? Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. How commendable. Yes, 3 o'clock will be perfectly suitable. Until tomorrow, then. With a polite nod to each of them, he continued on his way, his blue robes swishing around his tall form. The moment he was out of earshot, Xenophilius guided them quickly toward the leaky cauldron. "We should return home promptly," he said, his normally dreamy voice unusually focused. "There are preparations to make before tomorrow's conversation." "He's not happy I'm staying with you, is he?" Harry asked as they hurried along. Xenophilius sighed. "Albus Dumbledore is a great wizard with equally great plans. I suspect your unexpected relocation has disrupted some of those plans. The bond between you and Luna is something he could not have foreseen. But why does he care so much?" Harry persisted. "He left me with the Dursleys and never checked how they were treating me." "That," Xenophilius said grimly, "is precisely one of the questions I intend to ask tomorrow." Back at the Lovegood Tower, Harry's new possessions were arranged in his room, transforming the previously sparse space into something that felt truly his own. Clothes hung in the wardrobe, books lined the shelves, and his wand, his own, personal connection to magic, rested in a special holder Xenophilius had conjured for his bedside table. After dinner, the three of them gathered in what Xenophilius called the practice room, a circular space on the second floor with cushions scattered across the floor and walls lined with protective enchantments. "Now that you have your wand, we should begin some basic magical exercises," Xenophilius explained. "Nothing complex yet, just simple focus and control techniques that will help you manage the bond's energy." Harry held his wand reverently, still marveling at the way it seemed to hum with potential when he gripped it. "Will Luna be practicing too?" he asked. "In a manner of speaking," Xenophilius replied. "Though without her own wand yet, she'll be focusing more on the mental aspects. The bond gives you unique opportunities to learn together." He instructed them to sit cross-legged on cushions, facing each other, their knees almost touching. "The first exercise is simple awareness," he said, settling on his own cushion nearby. "Harry, hold your wand loosely in your dominant hand. Luna, place your hand nearby but not touching. Focus on your breathing and try to sense the magical connection between you." Harry and Luna followed his instructions, concentrating on the now familiar sensation of their mental link. Almost immediately, Harry could feel it responding, strengthening, clarifying, like a radio signal coming into perfect tune. "I can see your magic," Luna's voice whispered in his mind. "It looks like green fire with golden edges." Harry couldn't precisely see Luna's magic, but he could sense it, a silvery blue presence that complemented his own energy. As they sat there, breathing in unison, he became aware of tendrils of magic stretching between them, pulsing gently with each breath. "Very good," Xenophilius murmured, observing them with keen interest. "Now, Harry, I want you to imagine drawing a small amount of magic up through your body and into your wand, not pushing or forcing, just guiding it like water flowing through a channel." Harry closed his eyes, visualizing his magic as Luna described it, green fire with golden edges. He imagined a small stream of it traveling up from his center, along his arm, and into the wand he held. To his amazement, he felt the wand grow warm in response, vibrating slightly against his palm. "Excellent," Xenophilius encouraged. "Now, Luna, see if you can sense what Harry is doing and mirror it within your own magical core." Luna's brow furrowed slightly in concentration. After a moment, Harry felt a curious doubling sensation, as though his magical exercise was being echoed or amplified. The wand's vibration intensified, and a faint blue glow began to emanate from its tip. "Remarkable," Xenophilius breathed. "The bond is already facilitating magical synchronization. This level of compatibility typically takes bonded pairs months or even years to achieve." The glow from Harry's wand grew stronger, casting blue-tinged light across their faces. It wasn't directed toward any specific spell or purpose, just pure magical potential manifesting in its most basic form. "Now for the challenging part," Xenophilius continued after they'd maintained the glow for several minutes. "I want you to gradually release the magic, letting it dissipate safely rather than cutting it off abruptly." This proved trickier than the initial exercise. As Harry attempted to ease back the flow of magic, it seemed to resist, surging unpredictably. The wand's glow fluctuated, occasionally flaring brightly before dimming again. "Let me help," Luna suggested through their connection. "We need to do it together." Harry wasn't entirely sure what she meant, but he opened himself to her guidance. He felt a gentle pressure in his mind, not intrusive, but supportive, like a hand steadying his own. Together, they slowly reduced the flow of magic until the wand's glow faded completely, leaving the room dimmer than before. "Splendid!" Xenophilius clapped his hands together. "That was extremely well controlled for a first attempt. The bond clearly enhances your magical coordination." Harry lowered his wand, feeling oddly invigorated rather than drained by the exercise. "That was brilliant," he said, grinning at Luna. "I could feel you helping me." "It's like having 4 hands instead of 2, she replied, her silver eyes bright with excitement. "I think we could do much more complex magic together once we practice." Xenophilius nodded thoughtfully. The historical accounts of bonded pairs suggest exactly that, magical feats that would be impossible for individuals. "But we must proceed cautiously. Your cores are still developing, and overtaxing them could cause setbacks." They continued practicing simple exercises for another hour, lighting the wand tip intentionally this time with a basic lumos spell, levitating small objects, and focusing on maintaining calm mental states even while channeling magic. By the end, Harry felt pleasantly tired but deeply satisfied. For the first time, he was actively participating in magic rather than having it happen accidentally around him. As they prepared for bed later that evening, Harry found himself dwelling on the upcoming meeting with Dumbledore. The brief encounter in Diagon Alley had left him with mixed feelings. The headmaster had seemed kindly enough, yet there was something calculating in those twinkling blue eyes that made Harry uneasy. "He's very powerful," Luna's voice commented as Harry brushed his teeth. They'd discovered they could maintain their mental connection throughout the tower, though it grew somewhat fainter with distance. "Daddy says he's the greatest wizard alive." "Then why did he leave me with people who hated magic?" Harry questioned, rinsing his brush. "And never check on me?" "I don't know," Luna admitted. "But we'll find out tomorrow. Daddy won't let him take you away from us." The simple confidence in her mental voice was reassuring. Harry finished his bedtime routine and settled into his bed, which felt more like his own now with his new possessions arranged around the room. "Good night, Luna," he sent, already feeling sleep tugging at his consciousness. "Good night, Harry," came the reply, warm and comforting across their connection. "Dream of magic." And he did. Morning brought a new routine, breakfast followed by what Xenophilius called foundational studies. Harry discovered that wizarding education before Hogwarts varied widely depending on the family. Some children attended small primary schools in magical communities, others were taught by private tutors, and many, like Luna, received their early education at home. "The basics are quite similar to Muggle primary education," Xenophilius explained as he set up books on the kitchen table. "Reading, writing, arithmetic, though we also include fundamental magical theory, wizarding history and culture, and practical household skills." Harry found himself thoroughly enjoying these lessons. Luna was already advanced in many subjects, having been taught by both her parents from an early age, but she never made Harry feel inadequate for the gaps in his knowledge. Instead, they developed a system where she would mentally share concepts she already understood, giving Harry a framework to build upon with his own learning. By lunchtime, Harry had mastered the basic theory behind simple charms, memorized the major events of the Goblin Rebellion of 1612, with Luna's mental assistance, and successfully identified 15 common potion ingredients from Xenophilius's garden. "You're a remarkably quick study," Xenophilius observed as they ate sandwiches in the sunny kitchen. "The bond seems to facilitate accelerated learning when you work together." Harry felt a warm glow of pride. No one had ever called him a quick study before. At his Muggle school, he deliberately underperformed to avoid outshining Dudley and facing the Dursleys' displeasure. "It's easier to learn when someone actually wants to teach you," he said simply. A shadow crossed Xenophilius's face. "Yes, I imagine it would be. He glanced at the unusual clock on the wall, which showed positions like, time to harvest dirigible plums, and, unexpected visitors imminent, rather than normal hours. Speaking of teaching, we should prepare for Dumbledore's arrival. He'll be here in approximately 2 hours. What should we expect? Harry asked, suddenly nervous again. Dumbledore will be polite, kind even, Xenophilius said thoughtfully. But he will have an agenda. He always does. He may try to convince us that you should return to your relatives, citing the blood protection your mother's sacrifice created. I don't want to go back, Harry said immediately, a surge of anxiety causing the dishes on the table to rattle slightly. He took a deep breath, using the calming techniques they'd practiced the night before, and the rattling subsided. Good control, Xenophilius praised. And you won't have to return if you don't wish to. The bond gives us legal standing to maintain your placement here, at least until it stabilizes fully. But Dumbledore can be persuasive. We won't let him persuade us, Luna said with uncharacteristic firmness. Harry belongs with us now. Her certainty was both touching and stabilizing. Harry felt the familiar warmth of their connection strengthening his resolve. After lunch, they moved to the practice room again for more focused magical exercises, partly to prepare for Dumbledore's visit by ensuring their magic was under control, and partly to demonstrate their progress if the headmaster asked for evidence of the bond's educational benefits. Today's exercises built on yesterday's foundations, with Harry practicing more specific wand movements while Luna provided mental guidance and magical support through their bond. They discovered that when Luna placed her hand on Harry's wand arm, the spells he cast were significantly more powerful and precise. The physical connection enhances the magical one, Xenophilius observed. Fascinating. In a few years, when Luna has her own wand, you might be able to cast synchronized spells of considerable complexity. By the time the unusual clock chimed, distinguished visitor approaching, Harry felt reasonably prepared for the coming meeting. He and Luna had changed into some of the new clothes purchased in Diagon Alley, nothing formal, but neat and properly fitted, unlike the baggy cast-offs he'd worn at the Dursleys. Xenophilius had just finished arranging tea and biscuits in the sitting area when a polite knock sounded at the door. The eagle knocker, which typically posed riddles to visitors, remained conspicuously silent. Even the door recognizes his authority, Xenophilius murmured, straightening his robes before going to answer. Albus Dumbledore seemed to fill the tower entrance with his presence, not physically, though he was tall, but magically. Harry felt the air around them shift subtly, as though molecules were rearranging themselves to accommodate the headmaster's powerful aura. Xenophilius, how kind of you to receive me, Dumbledore said pleasantly, stepping inside. Today he wore robes of deep purple embroidered with silver stars that actually twinkled when he moved. And Harry, Luna, a pleasure to see you both in a more comfortable setting than yesterday's chance encounter. They exchanged polite greetings as Xenophilius ushered Dumbledore to a seat near the fireplace. The headmaster accepted a cup of tea with thanks, adding an alarming amount of sugar before taking an appreciative sip. Delightful, he pronounced. Ceylon with a hint of, is that dirigible plum blossom I detect? Indeed, Xenophilius confirmed. Luna's mother developed the blend. It promotes clarity of thought. Most appropriate, then, for our discussion. Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled, but Harry noticed they were sharply observant beneath the genial exterior. I must confess, news of young Harry's changed circumstances came as quite a surprise. I imagine it would, Xenophilius replied evenly. Though perhaps not as surprising as it was for Harry to learn he was a wizard, given that his relatives had evidently told him nothing of his heritage. A flicker of something, discomfort, perhaps, crossed Dumbledore's face. I had thought it best for Harry to grow up away from the fame and attention his name would bring in our world. Perhaps I miscalculated the Dursleys' willingness to properly prepare him. Miscalculated, Harry repeated, unable to keep the edge from his voice. They kept me in a cupboard under the stairs. They told me my parents died in a car crash. They called me a freak whenever anything strange happened around me. Was that all just a miscalculation? Luna's hand found his under the table, her touch helping to steady his rising emotions before they could trigger another burst of accidental magic. Through their bond, he felt her calm support, not dampening his justifiable anger, but helping him channel it productively. Dumbledore had the grace to look troubled. "I had no idea your situation was so difficult, Harry. The protective measures I established required you to call your aunt's house home, but I never intended for your life there to be unhappy." "Yet you never checked," Xenophilius pointed out mildly. "Not once in 7 years, according to Harry." "There were monitoring charms," Dumbledore said, setting down his teacup carefully. "Designed to alert me to any magical threat. They reported no dangers." "They wouldn't, would they?" Xenophilius's voice remained calm, but Harry could hear the underlying steel. Monitoring charms tuned to magical threats wouldn't detect neglect, emotional abuse, or misinformation about Harry's heritage. Rather a significant oversight, wouldn't you say? The air between the two men seemed to thicken with tension. Harry glanced at Luna, who was watching the exchange with unusual intensity, her dreamy demeanor temporarily set aside. He didn't expect Daddy to challenge him, she observed privately. "Most people don't." Dumbledore sighed, suddenly looking older. "You make a fair point, Xenophilius. Perhaps in my focus on the greater dangers facing Harry, I overlooked the immediate concerns of his daily welfare. For that, Harry, I must apologize." The apology seemed sincere, though Harry wasn't quite ready to accept it fully. "Why did you put me there in the first place?" he asked instead. "Didn't my parents say who should take care of me if they died?" "Your parents named Sirius Black as your guardian in their will," Dumbledore said carefully. "However, circumstances following their deaths made that impossible." "What circumstances?" Harry pressed, feeling Luna's encouragement through their bond. A shadow passed over Dumbledore's face. "That is a conversation for when you're somewhat older, I think. Suffice to say that your safety became my primary concern, and the blood protection offered by your mother's sacrifice could only be maintained through residence with her blood relative, your aunt. I don't feel very protected when my uncle locks me in a cupboard without food," Harry said quietly. Dumbledore winced visibly. "I understand your resentment, Harry, and it is justified. However, the protection I speak of is against a far greater threat, the dark wizard who gave you that scar and those who served him. Some of whom remain at large and would still seek to harm you, given the opportunity." "Which brings us to the present situation," Xenophilius interjected. "Harry has now formed a soul bond with Luna, an ancient magical connection that requires them to remain in proximity as it develops. This creates a new security consideration." "Indeed it does," Dumbledore agreed, his eyes moving between the children with keen interest. "The Ravenclaw bond is extraordinarily rare. I've only encountered references to it in the most obscure historical texts. That it should activate between two children so young is unprecedented." "You know about the bond?" Harry asked, surprised. "I make it my business to know about most rare magical phenomena, Harry," Dumbledore replied with a small smile. "Though I confess I know less about this particular bond than I would like. Its effects and requirements aren't well documented." "We've consulted with healer Stillwater at St. Mungo's," Xenophilius said. "She's confirmed that separation would be detrimental to both children's magical development at this stage. Hence the guardianship transfer that was approved by the ministry." "Yes, that was expeditious," Dumbledore remarked, a hint of something like annoyance briefly visible before his genial expression returned. "Ordinarily such matters would come before the Wisengamot, where I might have offered some insight." "He's upset he wasn't consulted," Luna's voice whispered in Harry's mind. "He's used to directing things." "The Department of Magical Children's Welfare deemed it an emergency case due to the bond's requirements," Xenophilius explained smoothly. "Standard procedure for magical phenomena affecting minors." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "And the blood protection at the Dursley residence? Have you considered how to address its absence?" "We've begun implementing alternative protections," Xenophilius replied. The tower already has considerable magical defenses, and we're consulting with experts on additional measures. Plus, the bond itself appears to offer a form of protection. How so? Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, genuine curiosity evident in his expression. Xenophilius glanced at Luna, who nodded. "Show him, Harry," she said softly. Harry hesitated only briefly before brushing his hair aside to fully reveal his lightning scar. "Healer Stillwater discovered that the bond is neutralizing dark magic in my scar," he explained. She could see it when she examined us, a green thread being contained by the blue bond magic. Dumbledore's eyes widened fractionally, the first truly surprised reaction they'd seen from him. "May I?" he asked, raising his hand toward Harry's forehead. Harry nodded cautiously. When Dumbledore's fingertips lightly touched his scar, he felt nothing like the explosive reaction that had occurred when Luna touched it. Just a mild tingling as the old wizard's magic gently probed the mark. "Extraordinary," Dumbledore murmured, withdrawing his hand. "The dark signature has indeed been altered, contained and gradually being neutralized. This is unexpected." "He's genuinely surprised," Luna confirmed through their link. Whatever he expected from the bond, it wasn't this. "Does that change things?" Harry asked. "About me staying here?" Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, those penetrating blue eyes seemingly looking beyond his surface thoughts. "It changes certain calculations," he admitted finally. "The bond's protective effect may indeed compensate for the absence of the blood wards, at least in some respects." "Then you won't try to send me back to the Dursleys?" Harry pressed, needing explicit confirmation. "I believe the current arrangement may be permitted to continue," Dumbledore conceded. "With certain additional protective measures that I would be happy to help implement. And," he added, looking at Xenophilius, "with regular updates on the bond's development and its effects on both children." Xenophilius nodded slowly. "That seems reasonable, provided the children's privacy and autonomy are respected." "They are not research subjects, Albus." "Of course not," Dumbledore agreed smoothly. "My interest is purely in their well-being and proper magical development. Which reminds me," he reached into a pocket of his voluminous robes and withdrew a small, leather-bound book. "This might prove useful in your studies. It's one of the few historical accounts of the Ravenclaw bond's previous manifestations." He handed the book to Luna, who accepted it with wide-eyed interest. "Thank you," she said, her fingers tracing the faded blue emblem on its cover, an eagle with wings outstretched. "The bond's educational potential is particularly fascinating," Dumbledore continued. "The ability to share knowledge and magical aptitude could greatly accelerate your learning. I would be most interested to see how this develops as you approach Hogwarts age." The conversation continued for another hour, covering practical matters of Harry's education, security arrangements for the Lovegood property, and the legal implications of the guardian transfer. Throughout, Harry was aware of subtle currents beneath the polite exchange, Dumbledore clearly used to directing events, Xenophilius gently but firmly establishing boundaries, and both men navigating around core issues neither seemed willing to address directly. When Dumbledore finally took his leave, promising to return in a month to check on their progress, Harry felt mentally exhausted from the tension of maintaining composure throughout the long discussion. "Well," Xenophilius said after the headmaster had departed via the Flu network, "that went rather better than I anticipated." "He didn't try very hard to make me go back," Harry noted, puzzled by this. "I thought he would insist on the blood protection." "The bond's effect on your scar surprised him," Luna said, opening the book Dumbledore had given them. "I think it made him reconsider his plans." Xenophilius nodded thoughtfully. "Albus Dumbledore is many things, brilliant, powerful, well-intentioned, but he's also accustomed to being the one with all the information, the one making the plans. The bond represents an unexpected variable, something outside his calculations." "Is that good or bad?" Harry asked. "Both, perhaps," Xenophilius replied. "It means he'll be watching more closely, trying to understand how this new development fits into whatever larger picture he's focusing on." But it also means he recognizes a magical authority greater than his own, the ancient magic of the bond itself. Luna had begun flipping through the book, her expression growing increasingly excited. "Harry, look at this," she exclaimed, pointing to an illustrated page. "It shows what happened with the last bonded pair. They could share sensory experiences. The witch could see through the wizard's eyes even when they were in different locations." Harry peered at the illustration, which showed two figures with a glowing connection between their heads. "Do you think we'll be able to do that?" "I don't see why not," Luna replied. "We're already sharing thoughts. Sensory sharing would be the next logical development." "Which brings us to an important point," Xenophilius said, settling back at the table. "Now that Dumbledore has, at least tentatively, accepted the new arrangements, we should develop a more structured approach to your bond training. The book he provided might offer valuable insights." For the remainder of the afternoon, they pored over the historical account, which documented the experiences of Claudius Chambers and Eleonora Selwyn, who had activated the Ravenclaw bond in 1692 at the ages of 23 and 21 respectively. The book detailed their initial confusion, the gradual development of their shared abilities, and eventually their groundbreaking magical innovations. "They created new forms of protective enchantments," Luna noted, reading ahead. "Wards that could identify specific magical signatures and adapt to different types of threats." "And look at this," Harry added, pointing to another page. "They could combine their magic to heal injuries that would normally require multiple specialized healers." By evening, they had compiled a list of potential abilities the bond might eventually grant them, along with a tentative training schedule to develop these capabilities systematically. Xenophilius was particularly interested in the book's mention of enhanced magical perception, the ability to actually see magical energy and structures. "That could be revolutionary," he mused. "Imagine being able to visually analyze complex enchantments, to see how they're constructed rather than having to deconstruct them through trial and error." As Harry prepared for bed that night, his mind was buzzing with possibilities. The conversation with Dumbledore had been tense but ultimately productive. The headmaster had conceded, reluctantly, perhaps, that Harry could remain with the Lovegoods. And the book he'd provided, whatever his motives for sharing it, offered valuable insights into the bond's potential. "It's a lot to process, isn't it?" Luna's voice whispered as Harry changed into his pajamas. "Yes," he agreed. "A week ago I didn't even know magic existed. Now I'm part of some ancient magical bond with abilities even Dumbledore doesn't fully understand." "Are you scared?" she asked, her mental voice gentle and non-judgmental. Harry considered the question seriously. "Not of the bond," he decided. "That feels right, somehow. But I am worried about all the things I don't know yet, about my parents, about Voldemort, about why Dumbledore seems to have plans for me." "We'll figure it out together," Luna assured him. "That's what the bond means, neither of us has to face things alone anymore." The simple truth of that statement settled over Harry like a warm blanket. Whatever lay ahead, training, challenges, or confrontations with powerful wizards who had their own agendas, he wouldn't be facing it alone. Not ever again. "Good night, Luna," he sent, feeling sleep beginning to claim him despite his active mind. "Good night, Harry. Dream of eagles." The next 3 weeks established a new rhythm to Harry's life. Mornings were devoted to academic studies, magical theory, history, herbology, and the fundamentals of potion making, along with continuing education in mathematics and language that would be necessary regardless of magical ability. Afternoons focused on practical exercises to develop their bond and Harry's basic magical skills. Each day brought new discoveries about their connection. They found they could maintain their mental link at increasingly greater distances, from opposite ends of the tower to eventually being able to communicate clearly when Luna was at the stream and Harry remained in the house. They also began experimenting with more complex forms of mental sharing. It started with emotions, Luna deliberately projecting specific feelings for Harry to identify, then Harry doing the same in return. From there, they progressed to simple sensory impressions. Focus on what you're tasting, Xenophilius instructed one afternoon, having prepared a test with different foods. Luna, try to receive the sensation rather than just Harry's thoughts about it. Luna sat with her eyes closed while Harry sampled a piece of chocolate. He concentrated on the rich, sweet flavor, trying to project the actual sensation rather than just thinking chocolate at her. It's creamy, Luna said slowly. Sweet but with a slight bitterness underneath. It's melting, chocolate. You're eating chocolate. Her eyes flew open, wide with excitement. I could really taste it, Harry. Not just understand that you were tasting it, but actually experience the flavor myself. This breakthrough led to increasingly sophisticated sensory sharing exercises. They discovered that visual sharing was particularly challenging. The brain processed too much visual information to transfer completely, but they could manage to share focused glimpses, like zooming a camera in on specific details. Xenophilius documented their progress meticulously, creating a research journal that tracked the bond's development. This will be invaluable for future reference, he explained. Both for yourselves as the bond continues to evolve, and potentially for others if the bond should activate again in future generations. As their abilities grew, so did their confidence. Harry found himself standing taller, speaking more assertively, and taking genuine pride in his accomplishments. The nervous, self-effacing boy from the cupboard under the stairs was gradually giving way to a young wizard who understood his own worth. Luna, too, seemed to blossom through their connection. Her natural dreamy detachment remained, but it was now balanced by a more grounded awareness when circumstances required it. Through Harry, she gained a practical perspective that complemented her intuitive nature. By the end of the third week, they had mastered basic sensory sharing, could maintain their mental connection at distances up to half a mile, and had begun experimenting with shared magical casting, where Luna would guide Harry's magic through their bond, allowing for more precise spell execution than either could achieve alone. It was during one such practice session that an unexpected visitor arrived. They were in the garden, working on a modified version of the levitation charm. Luna stood behind Harry, her hand on his shoulder, mentally guiding his magical flow as he attempted to levitate multiple objects simultaneously, a challenge typically beyond the capabilities of a beginning wizard. Steady, Xenophilius encouraged from where he observed nearby. Luna, try to even out the energy distribution through the link. Harry, maintain focus on all three targets equally. Harry concentrated fiercely, his wand moving in a careful pattern as 3 river stones rose shakily from the ground. Through the bond, he could feel Luna adjusting his magical output, balancing the flow between the targets. Slowly, the stones stabilized, hovering about 3 feet off the ground in a perfect triangle formation. Excellent! Xenophilius exclaimed. Now, try to rotate the formation while maintaining elevation. Just as Harry began the delicate adjustment, a loud crack split the air. The stones dropped immediately as his concentration broke, narrowly missing his foot. A tall, severe-looking witch in emerald green robes stood at the garden gate, her black hair pulled into a tight bun and a distinctly disapproving expression on her face. Beside her was a nervous-looking wizard clutching a clipboard. "Mr. Lovegood," the witch said crisply. "I see reports of underage magic in this area were not exaggerated." Xenophilius stepped forward, positioning himself slightly in front of the children. "Professor McGonagall," he greeted her with a polite nod. "And Mr. Hodgkins," the wizard supplied. "Terence Hodgkins, improper use of magic office. We've detected consistent magical activity from an underage wizard at this location over the past 3 weeks. Monitoring charms identified the magic as coming from." He consulted his clipboard. "Harry Potter, age 8. "Yes, that would be accurate," Xenophilius confirmed calmly. "Harry has been practicing controlled magical exercises under my supervision, as permitted by the special educational dispensation granted by the Department of Magical Education." McGonagall's eyebrows rose sharply. "Special dispensation? For a child of 8? On what grounds?" "Perhaps we might discuss this inside," Xenophilius suggested, gesturing toward the house. It's rather a complex situation. The visitors followed them into the tower kitchen, where Xenophilius offered tea that McGonagall declined with a brisk shake of her head. "I prefer to address the matter at hand directly," she said. Albus mentioned he had visited regarding a change in Mr. Potter's living arrangements, but he was uncharacteristically vague about the details. "Now I find the boy performing magic that should be well beyond his years, apparently with official permission. An explanation would be appreciated." Harry and Luna exchanged glances, both physical and mental. "That's Professor McGonagall from Hogwarts," Luna explained silently. "She's the deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor House." "The situation is indeed unusual," Xenophilius acknowledged, producing the official dispensation document from a folder. "Harry and Luna have formed a soul bond, specifically, the Ancient Ravenclaw bond that historically manifests between those connected to Rowena's lineage and individuals with compatible magical signatures." McGonagall's stern expression faltered slightly, genuine surprise breaking through her professional demeanor. "The Ravenclaw bond? But that hasn't been documented in centuries." "Not since 1692, Luna confirmed. Claudius Chambers and Eleonora Selwyn were the last confirmed pair." McGonagall studied Luna with new interest. "You're a Ravenclaw descendant through your mother's line, I take it?" Luna nodded. "The bond activated when I touched Harry's scar at a fair. There was quite a lot of blue light." "I see." McGonagall turned to the ministry official, who was scribbling rapidly on his clipboard. "Mr. Hodgkins, soul bonds fall under special magical classifications that supersede standard underage restrictions. If the Department of Magical Education has already granted dispensation." "Yes, it appears to be in order," Hodgkins confirmed, examining the document Xenophilius had provided. "Signed by Director Marchbanks herself. Quite unusual, but technically within protocol for exceptional magical circumstances. Would you care for a demonstration of the bond's effects?" Xenophilius offered. "It might help clarify why controlled practice is necessary." McGonagall hesitated, then nodded. "That would be informative." Harry and Luna moved to stand together in the center of the kitchen. Without needing verbal coordination, Luna placed her hand on Harry's wand arm, and they initiated the now familiar connection enhancement. Blue light shimmered around their joined forms as Harry raised his wand. "Wingardium Leviosa," he incanted clearly, making the precise movement they'd been practicing. The teapot, cups, sugar bowl, and milk jug all rose simultaneously from the table, arranging themselves in a perfectly synchronized orbit before settling back down without so much as a rattle. McGonagall's eyes widened. That's an EWT level control," she said faintly. "Multiple object levitation with independent movement patterns is typically mastered in 6th or 7th year, if at all. The bond enhances their combined magical capability," Xenophilius explained. "Luna provides intuitive guidance and magical stability, while Harry executes the actual spellwork. Neither could achieve this alone at their age, but together." He shrugged eloquently. "Quite extraordinary," McGonagall murmured, her academic interest clearly piqued. "And you say this activated spontaneously? No ritual or preparation?" "Completely spontaneous," Xenophilius confirmed. "Healer Stillwater from St. Mungo's has been monitoring their development. She believes the bond was waiting, in a sense, for the right combination of magical signatures to align." The conversation continued for some time, with McGonagall asking increasingly technical questions about the bond's manifestations and Hodgkins occasionally interjecting with regulatory clarifications. Eventually, both seemed satisfied that the magical activity was both authorized and properly supervised. "I shall report back to the Improper Use of Magic Office that the matter has been investigated and found to be in compliance with special dispensation protocols," Hodgkins announced, making a final note on his clipboard. "Though I would recommend registering any particularly powerful magical exercises in advance to avoid future visits." "A sensible precaution," Xenophilius agreed. "We'll be sure to file the appropriate notifications." As the ministry official prepared to depart via the Floo network, McGonagall lingered, her gaze returning to Harry and Luna with scholarly interest. "I would be most interested in observing your educational progress periodically," she said. "If Mr. Lovegood has no objection. As deputy headmistress, I should be prepared for any special considerations that might be necessary when you eventually attend Hogwarts." "We would welcome your input," Xenophilius replied. "Your expertise in transfiguration might be particularly valuable as their studies advance in that direction." After the visitors departed, Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "Are we in trouble?" he asked. Xenophilius chuckled. "Quite the opposite. We've just gained another ally in the educational establishment, and a particularly influential one at that." Minerva McGonagall is not easily impressed, yet she clearly was by your demonstration. She was surprised Dumbledore hadn't told her everything, Luna observed. She's used to being in his confidence. Indeed, Xenophilius agreed, looking thoughtful. Which suggests Albus is playing his cards particularly close to his chest regarding your bond. Interesting. That evening, as they reviewed the historical account Dumbledore had provided, Harry found himself lingering on passages that described the previous bonded pair's experiences integrating into wizarding society. Claudius and Eleonora had faced significant curiosity, some admiration, but also wariness and occasional suspicion due to their unique abilities. "Do you think people will be afraid of us?" he asked Luna as they sat in the tower's small library. She considered the question with her characteristic thoughtfulness. "Some might be," she admitted. "People often fear what they don't understand. But others will be fascinated and supportive." Professor McGonagall seemed more intrigued than frightened. "I don't want to be treated like a specimen," Harry said, giving voice to a concern that had been growing as their abilities developed. "First, the boy who lived, now part of this rare magical bond. I just wanted to be normal." Luna tilted her head, studying him with those protuberant silver eyes. "Normal is rather overrated," she said seriously. "And quite subjective. To a blibbering humdinger, we'd both be extraordinarily abnormal regardless of any bond." Harry couldn't help laughing at her perspective. "Fair point. I guess I just mean I don't want to be stared at or whispered about all the time." "That might be unavoidable," Luna acknowledged. "But we'll face it together. And really, being extraordinary isn't so bad when you have company." Her simple acceptance of their unusual situation was comforting. Through their bond, Harry could sense her genuine lack of concern about others' opinions, a quality he admired and hoped might eventually rub off on him. The next breakthrough in their bond development came unexpectedly, during what had begun as a routine practice session. They were working on extending the range of their mental communication, with Luna positioned at the far edge of the property while Harry remained in the tower's practice room. "Can you still hear me clearly?" Harry sent, focusing on projecting his thoughts across the distance. "Yes, though it's taking more effort than yesterday," Luna replied, her mental voice slightly fainter than usual. "Let me try something," Harry suggested. "I'm going to focus on strengthening the connection specifically, rather than just sending thoughts." He closed his eyes, visualizing their bond as a glowing blue thread stretching between them. In his mind, he imagined the thread growing thicker, stronger, more vibrant with energy. To his surprise, he could actually feel something responding to his visualization. The connection seemed to pulse and expand. "Oh!" Luna's exclamation came suddenly much clearer. "That's different. What did you do?" "I just imagined our connection getting stronger, and it listened," Harry explained, surprised by his own success. "Let me try too," Luna suggested. Harry felt her contribution immediately. Where his strengthening had made the connection more robust, Luna's influence made it more efficient, somehow. Less energy needed to maintain the same clarity. "This is brilliant," he sent excitedly. "Let's see what else we can." His thought cut off abruptly as he was suddenly no longer in the practice room. His perspective had shifted entirely. He was looking at the Lovegood property from the hillside, seeing the distinctive tower from the outside. He could feel grass beneath his, no, Luna's, feet, could smell the wildflowers around her, could even taste the lingonberry tart she'd eaten at lunch, the flavor still faintly present in her mouth. Harry? Luna's voice came from everywhere and nowhere at once. Are you in my head? I think I am, he replied, astonished. I can see everything you see, feel what you feel. This must be the sensory sharing the book mentioned. Luna's excitement bubbled through their connection. Try moving my hand. Harry focused on Luna's right hand, attempting to raise it as he would his own. Nothing happened. I can experience what you do, but I can't control your body, he reported. Which is probably for the best, actually. Hold on, let me try something, Luna sent. A moment later, Harry felt a strange doubling of perception. He was still experiencing everything through Luna's senses, but he was also suddenly aware of his own body back in the practice room, as if Luna had established a return connection from her end. I can feel you too. She sent, amazed. You're sitting cross-legged, and your right foot is falling asleep. Your glasses are slipping down your nose a bit. This is incredible, Harry marveled. We're in each other's heads completely. They maintained the dual connection for several minutes, exploring the strange sensation of being in two places simultaneously. Eventually, the effort became tiring, and they naturally eased back into their separate perceptions. When Luna returned to the tower, they immediately reported the development to Xenophilius, who was both excited and concerned by the rapid progression of their abilities. Full sensory sharing typically took previous bonded pairs months or years to develop, he noted, making detailed entries in his research journal. That you've achieved it in weeks suggests the bond is exceptionally strong, perhaps due to your young ages, with more malleable magical cores. Is that dangerous? Harry asked, remembering Healer Stillwater's cautions about overtaxing their developing magic. Not inherently, Xenophilius replied, but it does suggest we should be even more methodical in your training. Rapid development without proper control could lead to unintended consequences. I think it's time we scheduled another visit with Healer Stillwater. The healer arrived the following day, having responded promptly to Xenophilius's owl describing their breakthrough. She performed a thorough examination of both children and their bond, using diagnostic spells even more complex than those she'd employed during their first meeting. The bond has indeed strengthened significantly, she confirmed, studying the blue web of light now visible between them. Its structure is more complex, with secondary and tertiary connections I didn't observe initially. And the dark energy in Mr. Potter's scar has been further contained, I'd estimate it's approximately 30% neutralized already. Is the sensory sharing development cause for concern? Xenophilius asked. Not in itself, Stillwater replied, canceling her diagnostic spell with a wave of her wand. But the accelerated timeline does warrant additional monitoring. I'd like to see them weekly rather than monthly for the next phase of development. She provided them with new exercises designed specifically to help control the sensory sharing, techniques to initiate and terminate the connection cleanly, methods to filter overwhelming sensory input, and practices to maintain distinct self-awareness even during deep sharing. The greatest risk at this stage isn't magical strain but identity blurring, she explained. With such complete access to each other's perceptions, you must take care to maintain healthy boundaries. Your minds are separate for good reason, even with this remarkable connection between them. This warning resonated with Harry, who had already noticed small ways Luna's perspectives were influencing his own, a new appreciation for the abstract patterns in clouds, an increased awareness of the small creatures inhabiting the Lovegood garden, even occasional moments of using Luna's more whimsical phrases in his own thoughts. I've noticed it too, Luna acknowledged when he shared this observation. I've started thinking more directly about things, less circuitously. And I've caught myself adjusting my hair when it falls in my face, which I never bothered with before. They worked diligently on the boundary maintenance exercises Healer Stillwater had prescribed, learning to appreciate their connection while still honoring their distinct individuality. It required a delicate balance, embracing the bond without becoming lost in it. As June turned to July, Harry's birthday approached, an occasion that had never been particularly celebrated at the Dursleys. When he mentioned offhandedly that he'd be turning 9 on July 31st, Luna and Xenophilius exchanged looks of such exaggerated innocence that Harry immediately grew suspicious. "They're planning something for your birthday," Luna's voice confirmed in his mind. "But I'm not telling what, so don't try to peek into my thoughts." "I wouldn't," Harry promised aloud, though he was touched by the very idea that his birthday would be acknowledged, let alone celebrated. The morning of July 31st, Harry awoke to the smell of baking and the sound of quiet movement downstairs. He dressed quickly and headed down the spiral staircase, only to find the kitchen transformed. Streamers in Gryffindor red and gold, a nod to his parents' house at Hogwarts, Luna had explained, hung from the ceiling. A banner proclaiming, "Happy 9th Birthday Harry," stretched across one wall, the letters periodically rearranging themselves to spell out different birthday wishes. "Happy birthday!" Luna and Xenophilius chorused as he entered. On the table sat a cake shaped like a golden snitch, the small, flying ball used in Quidditch that Harry had learned about in their lessons, complete with delicate sugared wings that actually fluttered occasionally. Beside it was a small pile of wrapped presents. "You didn't have to," Harry began, overcome by the effort they'd clearly put into the celebration. "Of course we did," Luna interrupted matter-of-factly. "Birthdays should be properly acknowledged. It's traditional." Harry felt a suspicious prickling behind his eyes as he took in the scene. Through their bond, Luna tactfully pretended not to notice his emotional response, instead projecting excitement about the presents awaiting him. Breakfast was a festive affair, with dirigible plum pancakes followed by the presentation of gifts. From Xenophilius, Harry received his own subscription to the Quibbler, a beginner's potions kit, for supervised use only, he cautioned, and a self-updating model of the solar system for his bedroom. Luna's gift was handmade, a journal bound in blue leather with Harry's initials embossed in bronze. "It's paired with mine," she explained, showing an identical journal with her own initials. "Whatever you write in yours appears in mine, and vice versa. I thought it might be useful for when we want to communicate but not distract each other with full mental sharing." "It's perfect," Harry said sincerely, running his fingers over the fine craftsmanship. "Did you make this yourself?" Luna nodded, pleased by his reaction. "Daddy helped with the enchantments, but I did the binding and the connection spells." As the day progressed, Harry was surprised by additional visitors. Healer Stillwater arrived with a book on magical healing techniques, appropriate for beginners, with proper supervision, and even Professor McGonagall made a brief appearance, bringing a tin of ginger newts, which turned out to be biscuits shaped like small lizards that wriggled until bitten, and a beginner's guide to transfiguration theory. "Most unusual circumstances call for unusual exceptions to my normal schedule," she explained primly when Harry expressed surprise at her visit. "Besides, I find myself quite interested in your progress. The demonstration you provided during my last visit was most impressive." The day's greatest surprise came in the late afternoon, when the fireplace flared green and Albus Dumbledore stepped through, bearing a small package wrapped in paper that twinkled like the night sky. "I hope I'm not intruding," he said pleasantly. "But I couldn't let such an occasion pass without offering my congratulations and a small token." Harry accepted the package somewhat warily, still not entirely comfortable with the headmaster despite their relatively peaceful meeting the previous month. Carefully unwrapping it, he found a small silver instrument, delicate and complicated, with tiny rotating parts. "It's a pocket sneakoscope," Dumbledore explained. "A basic dark detector. It spins and lights up when someone untrustworthy is near. A practical gift, I thought, given your particular history and circumstances." "Thank you, sir," Harry said, genuinely appreciative of the thoughtful, useful nature of the gift despite his lingering reservations about the giver. "I must say, you seem to be thriving in your new home," Dumbledore observed, accepting a slice of birthday cake from Xenophilius. "Quite a change from when I saw you in Diagon Alley." Harry nodded. "It's been brilliant. I'm learning so much, and the bond keeps, well, doing new things, I suppose." "Indeed?" Dumbledore's blue eyes sharpened with interest. What sort of new things, if I might inquire? Harry glanced at Xenophilius, who gave a subtle nod of permission. We can share sensory experiences now, he explained. I can see through Luna's eyes, and she through mine. Feel what the other feels. Remarkable, Dumbledore murmured. Such development typically takes much longer to manifest. Your bond must be exceptionally strong. Healer Stillwater says their young age is likely a factor, Xenophilius added. More adaptable magical cores, less rigid mental frameworks. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. A sound theory. I would be most interested in her complete assessment, if you wouldn't mind sharing it. We can provide a summary of the non-personal aspects, Xenophilius agreed cautiously. Some details remain private, of course, as they concern the children's individual development. A flicker of something, frustration, perhaps, crossed Dumbledore's face before his genial smile returned. Of course, of course. I wouldn't dream of intruding on their privacy. My interest is purely academic and, naturally, concerned with their eventual transition to Hogwarts. The conversation shifted to lighter topics as cake was consumed and the adults exchanged pleasantries. Harry noticed that while Dumbledore maintained his kindly demeanor, his gaze frequently returned to Harry and Luna, studying their interactions with keen assessment hidden behind twinkling eyes. He's trying to figure out how to fit us into his plans, Luna observed silently. Whatever those might be. Should we be worried? Harry asked through their link. Not worried, exactly. Just aware. Daddy says Dumbledore always has reasons for what he does, even if he rarely shares them completely. The birthday celebration continued until early evening, concluding with a walk to the stream where Luna introduced Harry to the concept of making wishes on skipping stones, much more reliable than candles, which are notoriously prone to wish distortion due to wax vapor interference. As Harry prepared for bed that night, tired but happier than he could ever remember being on a birthday, Luna's voice whispered in his mind. Good birthday. The best, he replied sincerely. I've never had a proper one before. We'll make sure you have many more, she promised. Next year we could invite other children too, the Weasleys live just over the hill, and they have twins your age. The casual assumption that he would still be there, still part of their family a year from now, filled Harry with quiet joy. For the first time in his life, he had a home that felt permanent, people who wanted him not out of obligation but genuine affection. Good night, Harry, Luna sent as he drifted toward sleep. Happy birthday. Good night, Luna. And thank you, for everything. August brought increasingly warm days spent practicing outdoors, exploring the countryside around the Lovegood home, and advancing their studies. Their bond continued to develop, with sensory sharing becoming more refined and controlled. They discovered they could selectively share specific senses, just vision, for example, without the accompanying other sensations, which proved useful during their exploratory walks. Look through my eyes, Luna would send when spotting something interesting on a high branch or beneath a rock. Can you see the bowtruckle? It's perfectly camouflaged against the bark. Harry would slip into partial sensory sharing, seeing through Luna's perspective while maintaining his own physical awareness. Often, Luna could perceive magical creatures that remained invisible to Harry's untrained eye, and sharing her vision helped him develop his own ability to spot such beings. Their magical practices advanced as well. Under Xenophilius's supervision, Harry mastered several basic charms and began working on simple transfigurations, always enhanced by Luna's guidance through their bond. They discovered that when casting together, they could achieve effects that combined their magical strengths, Harry's raw power with Luna's intuitive understanding of magical patterns. Professor McGonagall visited twice more during August, bringing increasingly advanced materials and observing their progress with growing interest. During her last visit, she witnessed them transform a teacup not just into a mouse, a standard first-year transfiguration, but into a mouse with fur that changed color based on nearby sounds. Sympathetic transfiguration with responsive enchantment properties, she noted, unable to completely hide her astonishment. That's beyond OWL level work. Most adult wizards couldn't manage the complexity. It was Luna's idea, Harry explained. She thought it would be more interesting if the mouse could react to its environment. And Harry provided the power needed to make the colors shift properly, Luna added. I could visualize it, but the magical energy requirement was too high for me alone. McGonagall adjusted her spectacles, studying them with renewed intensity. You're developing a remarkably complementary magical approach. It will be challenging to incorporate into standard Hogwarts curriculum when the time comes. We've been considering that, Xenophilia said. The historical accounts suggest previous bonded pairs required individualized educational programs, at least for certain subjects. Indeed. McGonagall pursed her lips thoughtfully. I shall begin drafting proposals well in advance of your enrollment. 2 years may seem ample time, but educational reforms at Hogwarts tend to move at a glacial pace, particularly when exceptions to standard practices are involved. As summer began to wane, a letter arrived from the Dursleys, the first communication since Harry had left with the Lovegoods nearly 3 months earlier. The envelope, addressed simply to the boy with the Lovegoods address, contained a brief, typed note. We have been informed by an official-looking person that you will not be returning due to your condition, which we assume is more of your abnormality. Vernon says good riddance. Your things from the cupboard have been disposed of as abandoned property. Do not contact us unless absolutely necessary. Petunia Dursley. Harry read the note twice, surprised by how little emotion it provoked. The Dursleys' rejection, once his greatest fear, now seemed almost irrelevant. In just 3 months, his understanding of family had been completely transformed by the Lovegoods' genuine care and acceptance. Are you all right? Xenophilius asked, noting Harry's contemplative expression as he set the letter aside. Fine, actually, Harry replied honestly. I thought I might be sad or angry, but I'm mostly just relieved. Luna, who had been silent during this exchange, placed her hand over his. Through their bond, Harry felt her quiet support, not pity, just acceptance and understanding of the complex emotions such a dismissive note might trigger. Family is who loves you, she said simply. Not who happens to share your blood. Harry nodded, squeezing her hand gratefully. I know that now. That evening, as they sat in the garden watching the sunset paint the sky in vibrant oranges and pinks, Harry found himself reflecting on how dramatically his life had changed in such a short time. From a neglected child in a cupboard to a young wizard with a magical bond, a proper home, and people who genuinely cared for him. What are you thinking about? Luna asked aloud, though she could likely sense the general shape of his thoughts through their connection. Everything, I guess, he answered. How different things are now. How much I've learned. How much there still is to learn. Luna nodded, her silvery eyes reflecting the sunset's glow. The bond is just the beginning, I think. There's something bigger happening, I can feel it sometimes, like ripples spreading outward from what happened when we connected. Bigger how? Harry asked, intrigued by her perception. Luna often sensed patterns and connections that others missed. She tilted her head, considering. It's like when you drop a stone in water, and the ripples interact with the shore and bounce back, creating new patterns. Our bond is changing things beyond just us. I'm not sure how exactly, but I can feel it. Harry thought about Dumbledore's carefully hidden surprise during their meetings, McGonagall's growing interest in their development, and the way both powerful adults seemed to be recalculating some larger equation to account for this unexpected variable. I think you're right, he said slowly. And I think some people are starting to notice those ripples. Luna nodded, unconcerned. That's all right. Ripples are supposed to spread. That's what makes them ripples. Her simple acceptance of these larger implications was reassuring. Whatever changes their bond might be setting in motion, whatever plans it might be disrupting or new possibilities it might be creating, they would face those developments together. As the first stars appeared in the deepening twilight, Harry felt a profound sense of rightness settle over him. The bond hummed contentedly between them, a living connection that had fundamentally altered both their lives for the better. Whatever challenges lay ahead, adapting to Hogwarts, managing their developing abilities, navigating the interest of powerful figures in the wizarding world, they would approach them as a united pair. In just a few months, Harry Potter had gone from having nothing to having everything that truly mattered, a home, a family, and a connection that defied ordinary understanding. The lightning and the moon had united, just as the ancient words had foretold, and the wisdom's heir was beginning to reclaim her right, not alone, but with her bonded partner beside her. Together, they watched the stars emerge, two young minds entwined by an ancient magic, ready to face whatever the future might hold. Chapter 3, Ravens Rising. Winter settled over the Lovegood Tower, transforming the wild garden into a glittering landscape of frost and snow. Inside, the warmth of magical fires kept the circular rooms cozy as Harry and Luna bent over a complex diagram spread across the kitchen table. Nearly 6 months had passed since Harry's birthday, and the evidence of those months was visible in both children. Harry had grown an inch taller, his perpetually messy hair now falling past his ears, while Luna's silver blonde locks were fashioned in an intricate braid adorned with what appeared to be miniature silver bells. "If we modify the incantation emphasis here," Harry said, pointing to a section of the elaborate runic pattern they designed, "the shield should respond more quickly to projectile spells." Luna tilted her head, her customary dreamy expression replaced by focused concentration. "Yes, but we'd lose stability on the outer edges. What if instead we reinforced this sequence?" Her finger traced a different section of the pattern. The ancient Norse protection runes naturally complement the Celtic defense matrix. Through their bond, Harry could feel the shape of Luna's thinking, not just her words but the underlying magical intuition that informed her suggestion. He closed his eyes briefly, visualizing the modified shield as it would manifest. "I see what you mean," he sent through their connection. It would create a more balanced resistance without sacrificing reaction time. Their mental communication had become so natural that they often slipped between spoken and unspoken exchanges without conscious thought. After nearly a year of constant practice, their bond had developed far beyond anyone's expectations. Sensory sharing was now effortless. They could see through each other's eyes, hear through each other's ears, or even share taste and touch sensations with barely a thought. "That looks promising," Xenophilius commented, looking up from his writing desk where he'd been composing the latest edition of the Quibbler. "Though perhaps better suited to stationary protection than mobile defense." Harry nodded, making a note in the margin of their diagram. His handwriting had improved considerably under Luna's influence. Her naturally elegant script had gradually affected his own through their bond, just as his methodical approach to problem-solving had influenced her occasionally scattered thought patterns. "It's meant for fixed location shielding," he explained. "Like for a doorway or window, something you'd want to maintain even when you're not actively focusing on it." "Very practical," Xenophilius approved. "Especially given recent developments." The recent developments he referred to were the increasing number of curious visitors who had found reasons to call at the Lovegood home over the past few months. News of the Ravenclaw bond had spread through certain circles of the wizarding community, drawing scholars, ministry officials, and occasionally less reputable figures with an interest in rare magical phenomena. Most visitors were harmless, genuinely interested in academic aspects of the bond or concerned with the children's educational progress. Professor McGonagall had become a regular guest, bringing increasingly advanced materials and monitoring their magical development with keen interest. Healer Stillwater visited monthly to assess the bond's physical manifestations and ensure their magical cores were handling the accelerated development. But there had been others, a tight-lipped wizard from the Department of Mysteries who asked uncomfortable questions about the bond's influence on prophecy interpretation, historian with suspiciously detailed knowledge of Harry's encounter with Voldemort, and most concerning, a silver-haired aristocrat with a snake-headed cane who had appeared uninvited one autumn afternoon, claiming a scholarly interest in ancient magical bonds. Lucius Malfoy, Xenophilius had explained after politely but firmly sending the man away without allowing him past the garden gate. A man of considerable influence and questionable allegiances during the last war. His sudden interest in your bond is noteworthy. Since then, they had intensified their study of protective magic, developing shields and wards that leveraged their unique connection. The diagram before them now represented their most ambitious project yet, a modified shield charm that would draw on both their magical signatures simultaneously, creating a defense that could theoretically repel even extremely powerful attacks. As they continued refining their design, a soft chime sounded throughout the tower, the early warning system they'd installed to alert them of approaching visitors. Xenophilius moved to a peculiar brass device mounted near the window, which resembled a telescope crossed with a weather vane. "Two visitors approaching from the south path," he reported, peering through the eyepiece. "One appears to be, Albus. And he's accompanied by someone I don't recognize, a rather severe-looking gentleman in formal robes." Harry and Luna exchanged glances, both physical and mental. Dumbledore's visits had become less frequent but more purposeful in recent months. His initial surprise at their rapid progress had given way to a carefully veiled calculation that Harry found increasingly transparent through their bond-enhanced perception. "He's bringing someone new," Luna observed silently. "That's different. Should we be concerned?" Harry returned, already mentally reviewing their recent defensive practice routines. Alert, but not worried, Luna decided after a moment's consideration. "Daddy doesn't seem alarmed." Indeed, Xenophilius was calmly tidying away some of their more sensitive research materials, replacing them with more innocuous study materials. "Perhaps you could put on a kettle, Harry. I believe this may be a somewhat extended conversation." By the time Dumbledore's distinctive knock sounded at the door, they had transformed the scene from advanced magical research to a typical afternoon study session. Harry pretended to be reading Intermediate Transfiguration, while Luna sketched what appeared to be a crumplehorn snorkack in her notebook. "Xenophilius, how delightful to find you at home," Dumbledore greeted as he entered, his purple robes embroidered with silver constellations that actually twinkled in the firelight. "And Harry, Luna, continuing your studies, I see. Most commendable." The stranger who followed Dumbledore was tall and thin with salt and pepper hair cropped close to his skull. His robes were charcoal gray with subtle silver piping, formal but understated, suggesting a position of authority that didn't require ostentation. "This is Saul Croaker," Dumbledore introduced. "A colleague from the Department of Mysteries with a particular expertise in magical bonds and their historical significance." "An unspeakable," Xenophilius noted, his normally dreamy expression slightly sharper. "This is an official visit, then?" "Partially," Croaker acknowledged, his voice surprisingly gentle despite his severe appearance. "Though I come as much in a personal scholarly capacity as an official one. The Ravenclaw bond hasn't manifested in centuries, its reappearance represents a significant magical event." Harry maintained a neutral expression, but through their bond, he and Luna were already analyzing the situation. Unspeakables were the Ministry's most secretive researchers, dealing with the deepest mysteries of magic. Having one specifically interested in their bond suggested implications beyond what they'd previously understood. "He knows something specific," Luna sent. Something Dumbledore needed his expertise to confirm. "Let's find out what," Harry replied, rising to help Xenophilius with the tea service, a deliberate move that placed him in a better position to observe both visitors. As they settled around the table with steaming cups, Croaker studied the children with undisguised fascination. "Remarkable," he murmured. "The resonance is clearly visible to those trained to perceive such things. A true soul-level connection. You can see our bond?" Luna asked, her genuine curiosity rising to the surface. Croaker nodded. "Not in the way healer Stillwater might with diagnostic spells, but yes, those of us who work with the deeper aspects of magic develop a certain sensitivity. Your connection manifests as a distinctive harmonic pattern in the ambient magical field, quite beautiful, actually. Mr. Croaker has been studying historical records of previous magical bonds," Dumbledore explained, adding an alarming number of sugar cubes to his tea. "Including some materials not generally accessible outside the Department of Mysteries." "And what has prompted this specific interest in Harry and Luna's connection?" Xenophilius inquired, his tone conversational but with an underlying protectiveness Harry had come to recognize. Croaker and Dumbledore exchanged a glance that contained volumes of unspoken communication, though nothing like the clear mental exchange Harry and Luna shared. "We've uncovered what appears to be a prophecy specifically related to the Ravenclaw bond," Croaker finally said. "One that predates even Rowena Ravenclaw herself, referring to the lightning and the moon uniting to restore lost wisdom." Harry felt a jolt of surprise, mirrored instantly through the bond by Luna's similar reaction. The phrase was eerily familiar, the same words that had echoed in Harry's mind the moment Luna had first touched his scar: "When lightning and moon unite, wisdom's heir shall reclaim her right." "You've heard it before," Croaker observed, missing nothing despite their attempt at neutrality. "Something similar," Harry admitted carefully. "When the bond first activated." This admission caused visible excitement in both visitors, though Dumbledore contained his reaction better than Croaker, whose eyes widened perceptibly. "The prophecy manifested during the bond activation?" "That's extraordinarily significant," the unspeakable said, leaning forward. "Could you share the exact wording you experienced?" Harry glanced at Xenophilius, who gave a slight nod of permission. "When lightning and moon unite, wisdom's heir shall reclaim her right," he recited. "That's all I remember clearly. There were images too, a woman with a diadem, an eagle, a tower by a lake." "The exact phrasing from the Atlantean scrolls," Croaker breathed, looking at Dumbledore with newfound intensity. "That confirms it, Albus." "Confirms what, precisely?" Xenophilius asked, setting down his teacup with deliberate care. Dumbledore sighed, suddenly appearing every one of his considerable years. "That this bond activation is not merely a rare magical occurrence but a foretold event of potentially great significance. The prophecy continues beyond what Harry heard, speaking of ancient knowledge restored and the fractured soul made whole again." Luna's hand found Harry's under the table, their fingers intertwining as both processed this revelation. Through their connection, Harry felt her mind working rapidly, connecting disparate pieces of information they'd gathered over months of study. "The diadem," she sent. "Ravenclaw's lost diadem that enhances wisdom. That must be part of what's meant by reclaiming her right. But what's the fractured soul?" Harry wondered back. "And why did I only hear part of the prophecy?" Their silent exchange took mere seconds, unnoticed by the adults who continued their discussion. "The department has been monitoring unusual magical manifestations since certain events in 1981, Croaker was explaining, his careful phrasing obviously referring to Voldemort's downfall. "The bond's activation registered as a significant spike in ancient magic, drawing our attention to prophecies that might relate to such an event." "And now you've confirmed the connection," Xenophilius noted. "What does that mean for Harry and Luna? What are the Ministry's intentions regarding two children who happen to be fulfilling an ancient prophecy?" The protective edge in his voice was unmistakable now. Since becoming Harry's guardian, Xenophilius had grown increasingly assertive when dealing with authority figures who showed too keen an interest in the children. "The Ministry as a whole remains unaware of the prophecy's specifics," Dumbledore assured him. "Only those of us in this room, plus 2 sealed record-keepers in the Department of Mysteries, know the connection between the children and the foretelling. And we intend to keep it that way," Croaker added firmly. "My interest is purely in understanding, not exploitation. These children are clearly instrumental in something of magical importance, but that doesn't make them tools to be used, a distinction some of my colleagues might not appreciate." Harry studied the unspeakable carefully, reaching out through the bond to access Luna's exceptional ability to read people's intentions. Through her perception, he sensed genuine concern in Croaker, tinged with academic fascination but fundamentally benign. "So why tell us at all?" Harry asked, speaking up for the first time. "If you want to keep it secret, why reveal the prophecy to us now?" Dumbledore's blue eyes met his with unexpected directness. "Because, Harry, you and Miss Lovegood have the right to understand the forces surrounding your bond. And because certain indicators suggest events may be accelerating toward whatever outcome the prophecy foretells." "What indicators?" Luna asked, her normally dreamy voice focused and clear. Magical disturbances at several sites connected to Rowena Ravenclaw, Croaker explained. Subtle changes in ley line energies around Hogwarts, particularly the Ravenclaw Tower. And most concerning, evidence of someone else searching for information about the bond and its historical manifestations. Lucius Malfoy, Harry guessed, remembering the aristocrat's unwelcome visit. Among others, Dumbledore confirmed. There appears to be renewed interest in Ravenclaw artifacts, particularly among those who once followed Lord Voldemort. Croaker flinched slightly at the name, but continued, "We believe they may have access to partial information about the prophecy, enough to recognize its potential importance but not enough to understand its true meaning." "Which is?" Xenophilius prompted. "That," Dumbledore said with a small smile, "is what we hoped you might help us determine. You've been studying the bond directly for nearly a year now. Your observations, combined with the historical records Mr. Croaker has access to, might provide a clearer picture of what's unfolding." An hour later, after the adults had moved to Xenophilius's study to compare research notes, Harry and Luna retreated to the garden despite the winter chill. A warming charm Xenophilius had cast on their cloaks kept them comfortable as they sat on a stone bench, processing the revelations. "A prophecy," Harry said aloud, watching his breath form clouds in the cold air. As if being the boy who lived wasn't enough. "Prophecies aren't destiny," Luna replied thoughtfully. "They're more like possibilities with momentum. Daddy's written about this. They show what could happen if certain patterns continue, but they don't force outcomes." Harry nodded, finding comfort in her perspective. "Still, it explains why so many people have been interested in our bond. If they believe we're fulfilling some ancient prediction, they want to either help it along or prevent it, depending on what they think the outcome will be." Luna finished his thought. Through their bond, she projected calm reassurance. "But they're all working with incomplete information, even Dumbledore and Mr. Croaker. Because we're the only ones who actually experience the bond," Harry realized. "Everyone else is just observing from outside." Luna smiled, the small bells in her braid tinkling softly as she nodded. "Exactly. Which means we have an advantage. We know how the bond feels, how it's changing us, what it's showing us." Over the past months, their connection had indeed shown them remarkable things. Beyond the sensory sharing and enhanced magical capabilities, they'd begun experiencing what Luna called knowledge echoes, moments when information seemed to flow into their minds from some external source, accompanied by the now familiar blue-bronze light of their bond. These echoes often contained fragments of advanced magical theory, historical details neither had been taught, or intuitive understanding of complex magical processes. Healer Stillwater theorized they might be accessing knowledge embedded within the bond itself, perhaps even wisdom preserved by Rowena Ravenclaw specifically for her bonded descendants. "Do you think the diadem is really part of this?" Harry asked, returning to their earlier mental exchange. "The lost diadem that's mentioned in Hogwarts, a history?" "It would make sense," Luna replied. Ravenclaw's diadem was said to enhance the wisdom of the wearer. If the prophecy talks about wisdom's heir reclaiming her right, that could mean finding the diadem that was stolen from the Ravenclaw line. Harry considered this. But it's been missing for centuries. How would we even begin to look for it? "Perhaps we don't need to look," Luna suggested, her expression taking on the distant quality that often preceded one of her most insightful moments. "Perhaps the bond itself will guide us when the time is right. After all, the prophecy says, when lightning and moon unite, that's already happened. The rest may unfold naturally if we continue developing our connection." Her perspective made sense, as it often did when she approached problems from her unique angle. Harry felt some of his anxiety ease. Whatever this prophecy meant, they would face it together, step by step, rather than rushing headlong towards some predetermined fate. As snowflakes began to fall gently around them, Harry extended his senses through their bond, sharing Luna's perception of the winter scene. Through her eyes, the ordinary snowfall became magical in new ways, each flake carrying its own pattern of energy, the whole garden humming with the quiet magic of nature in winter's embrace. "It's beautiful the way you see it," he sent, appreciating how her perspective transformed the familiar landscape. "Everything is more beautiful when it's shared," she replied simply. 2 weeks after Dumbledore and Croaker's visit, Harry and Luna sat cross-legged in the practice room, facing each other with their eyes closed. Between them lay a small wooden box containing various objects hidden from view, a challenge Professor McGonagall had set during her last visit to test the practical applications of their sensory sharing. "Remember," Xenophilius reminded from where he observed, "the goal is to identify the objects without looking, touching, or using prior knowledge. Only through your bond." Harry nodded, taking a deep breath as he extended his awareness toward Luna. Their mental connection hummed with familiar energy as he established the link. "Ready?" he sent. "Ready," Luna confirmed. "I'll reach in first, and you try to feel what I feel." She extended her hand into the box, keeping her eyes firmly closed. As her fingers touched something inside, Harry focused on receiving the sensory input through their bond. He felt the cool smoothness of glass, curved in a distinctive shape. "A vial," he said aloud. "Crystal, not ordinary glass. It contains something liquid that moves sluggishly." "Correct," Xenophilius confirmed, making a note in his research journal. "Luna, please select another object." They continued the exercise, with Luna physically touching objects while Harry identified them solely through their bond. After successfully identifying 5 items, they switched roles, with Harry selecting objects and Luna describing them. "Metal," she said confidently as Harry's fingers closed around something small and intricate. "Warm from your touch, with tiny gears inside. It's making a faint ticking sound too quiet for ordinary hearing." "A pocket watch." "Excellent," Xenophilius praised. Now for the more challenging portion, concurrent casting while maintaining sensory sharing. This had become the focus of their recent practice, performing different magical tasks simultaneously while keeping their bond fully active. Xenophilius placed 2 different objects before each child, a feather for Harry and a wooden cup for Luna. "Harry will levitate while Luna transforms," he instructed. "Maintain awareness of both spells through your connection." Harry raised his wand, focusing on the levitation charm while simultaneously opening his mind to Luna's transfiguration attempt. The dual awareness was initially disorienting, like trying to read 2 books at once, but they'd been practicing this skill diligently. "Wingardium Leviosa," he incanted clearly, just as Luna murmured her own spell to transform the wooden cup into a glass one. The feather rose smoothly under Harry's direction, while through their bond, he perceived Luna's magic reshaping the cup's material properties. The strange doubled perception was becoming more manageable with practice, less like interference and more like complementary layers of awareness. "Now, switch control," Xenophilius directed. Without dropping the feather or reversing the transfiguration. This was the truly challenging part. Maintaining both spells while exchanging control required precise coordination through their bond. Harry focused on transferring his levitation spell to Luna's guidance while simultaneously taking over maintenance of her transfiguration. For a breathless moment, both spells wavered, the feather dipping slightly, the glass cup shimmering as if it might revert to wood, but then their magic realigned. Luna now controlled the hovering feather through their bond, while Harry maintained the transformed cup. "Remarkable improvement," Xenophilius noted, beaming with pride. "You're achieving magical handoffs that most adult partners couldn't manage even with years of practice." The unique nature of their bond made such feats possible. Unlike ordinary magical cooperation, where wizards had to coordinate through external cues, Harry and Luna could directly share magical intent and execution through their connection. Healer Stillwater had described it as having 2 cores functioning as one system while maintaining individual control centers, a technical explanation for something that felt increasingly natural to them. After completing their practice session, they moved to the kitchen for lunch. Xenophilius was preparing sandwiches when a silvery shape swooped through the window, a spectral cat that resolved itself into a clearly defined tabby with distinctive markings around its eyes. A Patronus, Xenophilius identified, setting down the bread knife. From Minerva McGonagall. The silvery cat spoke in Professor McGonagall's crisp voice. Unexpected situation requires immediate discussion. Arriving via flu in 20 minutes if convenient. Send reply. Xenophilius quickly conjured his own Patronus, a large hare that bounded around the kitchen once before settling before him. We are home and will expect you. All well here. The hare nodded once before leaping away, dissolving into silvery mist as it passed through the wall. That sounds urgent, Harry observed, helping Luna set the table. Professor McGonagall usually schedules visits well in advance. Indeed. Xenophilius looked thoughtful as he finished preparing lunch. We'd best eat quickly. Whatever brings Minerva here unannounced is unlikely to be a casual matter. They had just finished their meal when the fireplace flared green and Professor McGonagall stepped through, looking uncharacteristically flustered. Her normally immaculate bun had several loose strands, and she carried a large, ancient-looking book clutched protectively against her chest. Thank you for receiving me on such short notice, she said, brushing ash from her emerald robes. I've made a discovery that couldn't wait for our regular meeting. Of course, Minerva, Xenophilius said, guiding her to a chair. Tea. You seem rather agitated. Tea would be welcome, thank you. She set the book carefully on the table, keeping one hand protectively on its worn leather cover. I was researching educational precedents for bonded students, preparation for when Harry and Luna eventually attend Hogwarts, when I came across this in a section of the Hogwarts library not accessed in decades. She opened the book to a marked page, revealing text in a flowing script that appeared to be written in multiple languages interchangeably, Latin phrases interspersed with what Harry recognized as ancient runes and other symbols he couldn't identify. It's a headmaster's journal from the early 15th century, McGonagall explained. Specifically, the personal records of Headmaster Everard Fawley, who witnessed the activation of the Ravenclaw bond during his tenure. Luna leaned forward, her protuberant eyes wide with interest. Another activation not in the official records? Precisely. McGonagall looked impressed by Luna's quick understanding. The historical accounts list only 3 confirmed activations, the last in 1692. But according to Fawley's private journal, there was another in 1418 that was deliberately kept secret due to concerning circumstances. What circumstances? Harry asked, feeling a familiar prickle of unease. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. The bonded pair, a 5th-year Ravenclaw girl and a 3rd-year Gryffindor boy, became targets for a dark wizard seeking to harness their connection for his own purposes. Specifically, he believed their combined magical signature could unlock something hidden by Ravenclaw herself. Harry and Luna exchanged glances, their bond humming with shared concern. This sounded uncomfortably similar to their own situation. The journal isn't entirely clear about the details, McGonagall continued, but it appears the dark wizard believed the bonded pair could lead him to Ravenclaw's diadem, which was already lost by that time. He attempted to compel their cooperation through various means. The professor's careful phrasing suggested something too unpleasant to state directly to children, but Harry could fill in the blanks. He threatened them, he surmised. Or worse. McGonagall nodded grimly. Eventually, the headmaster and other professors managed to protect the students, but the incident was deliberately obscured in official records to prevent future attempts to exploit bonded pairs. Fawley writes here, she indicated a passage of densely written text, that he feared the knowledge of how the bond could interact with certain ancient artifacts might tempt others down dark paths. And you believe this historical incident may have relevance to our current situation, Xenophilius stated rather than asked, his normally dreamy expression unusually focused. I do, McGonagall confirmed. Especially in light of recent interest in Harry and Luna from certain quarters. She didn't need to name Lucius Malfoy or the other former Death Eaters who had made discreet inquiries about the bond in recent months. Luna had been studying the open journal, her head tilted at an angle that Harry recognized as her deep-thinking pose. There's something else here, she said suddenly, pointing to a small symbol drawn in the margin of one page, a triangle containing a circle with a line through it. This appears multiple times throughout the text, always next to passages about protecting the bonded pair. McGonagall looked startled. I hadn't noticed that. My ancient runes are somewhat rusty for the more obscure symbols. It's not a rune, Luna said with quiet certainty. It's a family mark. I've seen it before in one of Mummy's old books, the sign of the Peverell family. This pronouncement created a moment of stunned silence. Even Xenophilius looked surprised by his daughter's identification. The Peverells? McGonagall repeated. But they were, that is to say, their connection to Ravenclaw isn't documented in any genealogy I'm aware of. Not directly to Ravenclaw, Luna agreed, but to the artifacts associated with the founders. Mummy was researching it before. She paused, a flicker of old grief passing through the bond before she continued. Before her accident. She believed certain powerful magical objects had connections across the founding families of Hogwarts. Harry placed his hand over Luna's, providing silent support through their connection as she referenced her mother's death. Over the past year, they'd both become more comfortable sharing such vulnerable moments, their bond providing a unique form of empathy that went beyond words. This adds another layer to consider, Xenophilius said after a thoughtful pause. If the Ravenclaw bond has historically been targeted by those seeking founder artifacts, and if those artifacts have connections to other ancient magical lineages like the Peverells, then the current interest in Harry and Luna may be about more than just their unusual magical abilities, McGonagall finished. It could be about access to something hidden centuries ago. The implication settled over the kitchen like a physical weight. Harry felt a familiar determination rising within him, the same resolve that had helped him adapt to the wizarding world and embrace his bond with Luna. So what do we do? He asked practically. Hide away and hope no one finds us. Or try to understand what's really happening. Knowledge is our best defense, Luna said firmly, her dreamy demeanor giving way to unusual clarity. If someone wants to use our bond to find something, we should find it first. McGonagall looked simultaneously alarmed and impressed by this declaration. That could be extremely dangerous, Miss Lovegood. We don't know exactly what's being sought or what protections might surround it. We know it's likely connected to Ravenclaw's diadem, Luna countered. And we have advantages others don't, our bond gives us insights and abilities unique to us. Through their connection, Harry could follow Luna's reasoning, not just her words but the intuitive leaps her mind was making. The bond wouldn't exist if we weren't meant to use it, her thoughts whispered. The prophecy talks about reclaiming, not just finding. Luna has a point, Harry said, supporting her perspective. If this connection between us exists for a reason, hiding from that reason won't make us safer. It just leaves us unprepared. McGonagall looked to Xenophilius, clearly expecting him to exercise parental caution. To her visible surprise, he nodded slowly in agreement with the children. They're not wrong, Minerva, he said. In my experience, prophecies and ancient magic don't simply disappear when ignored. They find their way to fulfillment, one way or another. Better to approach this deliberately and with preparation than to be caught unaware. The professor's lips thinned to a tight line, but after a moment she sighed. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Between Mr. Potter's Gryffindor tendencies and Miss Lovegood's Ravenclaw curiosity, caution was perhaps too much to hope for. We will be cautious, Harry assured her. Just not paralyzed by fear. A fine distinction that many adults struggle to maintain, McGonagall noted dryly. Very well. If you're determined to investigate this connection, I can at least help ensure you do so with proper historical context. She tapped the ancient journal. With Xenophilius's permission, I'd like to leave this with you for study. It contains detailed observations of how the previous bonded pair's abilities developed, information that might help you anticipate your own progress. That would be most welcome, Xenophilius agreed. We've been piecing together historical accounts from various sources, but first-hand observations from someone who worked directly with a bonded pair would be invaluable. I must insist on certain precautions, however, McGonagall added firmly. This journal doesn't leave the house. No discussions of its contents with anyone outside this room without prior consultation. And any significant discoveries are to be shared with me immediately so appropriate safety measures can be implemented. Agreed, Xenophilius said before the children could respond. Those are reasonable conditions. The rest of McGonagall's visit was spent discussing the journal's translation. Parts were in medieval Latin and ancient runes that would require careful interpretation, and establishing a more frequent schedule of meetings to monitor their progress. By the time she departed, late afternoon shadows were stretching across the garden. Well, Xenophilius said once they were alone again, it seems the universe is determined to keep things interesting for you too. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Harry couldn't help a small smile at this typically understated assessment. Luna's matching expression suggested she found it equally characteristic of her father's perspective. Should we start on the journal tonight? Harry asked, eyeing the ancient tome with both excitement and trepidation. I think we've had enough revelations for one day, Xenophilius decided. The journal has waited 6 centuries, it can wait until morning. For now, I believe our regular evening walk would provide a good opportunity to process what we've learned. The evening walk had become a tradition over the past months, a time when the 3 of them would explore the countryside around the tower, observing magical flora and fauna while discussing the day's events in a more relaxed setting. Tonight, with a fresh dusting of snow creating a pristine landscape, the familiar routine offered welcome normalcy after McGonagall's unsettling revelations. As they followed a path through the woods behind the tower, Harry found himself appreciating the simple beauty of their surroundings, bare trees etched against the twilight sky, the crunch of snow beneath their boots, occasional rustling that betrayed the presence of small magical creatures watching from hidden places. Are you worried? Luna's voice whispered in his mind, her gloved hand finding his as they walked a few paces behind Xenophilius. Not exactly worried, Harry replied thoughtfully. More, aware that things are bigger than we initially understood. But that's been true from the beginning, hasn't it? Luna nodded, both physically and in her mental response. It has. From the moment I touched your scar, we've been part of something larger than just ourselves. I think we're finally starting to see the edges of whatever that larger thing is. Her perspective, as usual, helped frame the situation in a way that felt manageable rather than overwhelming. Throughout their time together, Luna had consistently provided this grounding influence, not by minimizing challenges, but by placing them within a context that made them approachable. Look there, Xenophilius called softly, pointing toward a small clearing ahead. Frost sprites. Harry and Luna paused, following his gesture to where tiny, luminous figures danced among the snow-covered bushes. No larger than dragonflies, the sprites glowed with a soft blue-white light, leaving shimmering trails as they moved in complex patterns across the snow. They only appear during the winter solstice period, Xenophilius explained quietly as they watched. Legend says they're weaving spells of renewal into the sleeping earth, preparing it for spring's eventual return. Through their bond, Harry shared Luna's enhanced perception, seeing not just the sprites themselves but the delicate traces of magic they left behind, intricate patterns of energy that slowly sank into the ground beneath the snow. It was breathtakingly beautiful and a vivid reminder of how much wonder existed in the magical world they were still discovering. Everything has a season, Luna murmured, her voice barely above a whisper to avoid disturbing the sprites. Even ancient prophecies and forgotten magic. Perhaps this is simply the time for the Ravenclaw bond to reawaken, after its long winter sleep. Harry squeezed her hand gently, finding wisdom in her observation. Whatever challenges lay ahead, dark wizards, historical mysteries, or prophetic obligations, they would face them as they had faced everything since that fateful day at the fair, together, step by step, season by season. The ancient journal proved both fascinating and frustrating. While parts were written in relatively straightforward medieval English, others shifted into Latin, various runic systems, and occasionally what appeared to be a personal code the headmaster had developed. Xenophilius, with his background in obscure magical texts from his Quibbler research, could translate portions, but other sections required reference materials and occasionally consultation with Professor McGonagall via enchanted parchment. Headmaster Folly was clearly concerned about unauthorized access to his observations, Xenophilius noted as they worked through a particularly challenging passage one morning in late January. This section appears to deliberately mix languages mid-sentence to confuse casual readers. Despite the difficulties, they gradually assembled a clearer picture of the 1418 bond manifestation. The bonded pair, identified only as RS and EG in the journal, had developed abilities remarkably similar to Harry and Luna's, though their progression had been somewhat slower, perhaps due to their older ages when the bond activated. "Listen to this," Luna said, reading from a section they'd recently decoded. The pair's ability to perceive magical structures invisible to others continues to develop. Today they correctly identified the enchantment patterns in the Great Hall ceiling without prior knowledge of its construction. When questioned, RS stated she does not see the spells so much as their echoes and intentions, a curious distinction that suggests their perception operates on a deeper magical level than conventional detection methods. Harry nodded with recognition. "That's like what we experience with the knowledge echoes, seeing the purpose behind the magic rather than just its surface manifestation." They had been experiencing these echoes with increasing frequency, moments when information or understanding would flow into their minds through the bond, accompanied by the distinctive blue-bronze light. Sometimes the knowledge was theoretical, like complex spell theory far beyond their years, other times practical, such as suddenly understanding how to adjust a potion recipe for greater efficacy. Most intriguing were the historical insights that occasionally surfaced, fragments of memories that seemed to come from Ravenclaw herself or perhaps earlier bonded pairs. These echoes often centered around locations or objects of significance to Ravenclaw's legacy. "Here's something important," Xenophilius said, carefully turning a page marked with the peveril symbol they'd identified. "The nature of that which is sought becomes clearer. Not merely the diadem itself but what it contains, a portion of wisdom deliberately separated and preserved. The Dark One believes this fragment, if obtained, could grant power beyond ordinary comprehension." "A portion of wisdom deliberately separated," Harry repeated slowly. "Does that mean the diadem contains knowledge that was physically removed from Ravenclaw herself?" "It's possible," Xenophilius replied thoughtfully. "There are ancient magical practices for externally storing memories or knowledge, Pensieves being the most well-known modern example. Ravenclaw might have developed a more sophisticated version, perhaps embedding specific wisdom directly into the diadem." Luna had gone very still, her eyes unfocused in the way that often preceded her most insightful connections. Through their bond, Harry could feel her mind racing, connecting seemingly disparate pieces of information into a coherent pattern. "Not just knowledge," she said finally. "A portion of herself. Her wisdom, yes, but also her essence." She looked at her father, unusual urgency in her voice. "Daddy, remember Mummy's research on soul magic? The theories about how the founders might have preserved aspects of themselves in their signature artifacts." Xenophilius's expression changed subtly, a flash of old pain quickly replaced by scholarly focus. "Pandora did have some unconventional theories along those lines, though they were never published. She believed certain powerful magical objects might contain more than just enchantments, that they could house aspects of their creators' magical identities. Like living portraits, but more complete," Luna explained to Harry through their connection. "Not just memories or personality impressions, but actual fragments of magical essence that remain active across centuries." The implications were both fascinating and slightly unsettling. So the diadem might contain not just knowledge Ravenclaw collected, but an actual piece of her consciousness. Her magic. "It would explain why it's been so persistently sought after," Xenophilius acknowledged. "And why its recovery features in prophecies related to the bond. If the diadem contains a fragment of Ravenclaw herself, who better to reclaim it than her descendant and a magically compatible partner? Wisdom's heir shall reclaim her right, Luna quoted softly. Not just the physical object, but the piece of Rowena it contains. This revelation cast the prophecy in an entirely new light. What had seemed like a quest for a powerful magical artifact now appeared to be something far more personal, the retrieval of something that rightfully belonged to Ravenclaw's bloodline, a fragment of the founder herself waiting to be reunited with her descendants. "There's something else," Harry said, remembering a detail from Croaker and Dumbledore's visit. The full prophecy mentioned the fractured soul made whole again. If the diadem contains a piece of Ravenclaw's essence, could that be what it's referring to? The three exchanged looks as this possibility settled over them. It made an unsettling kind of sense. If Ravenclaw had somehow separated a portion of her magical essence and stored it in the diadem, its recovery could indeed represent making something whole again. "This is beyond ordinary magical theory," Xenophilius said after a thoughtful pause. "Into realms that border on the esoteric and, frankly, the potentially dangerous. Soul magic has always been considered a gray area at best. But if that's what the bond is meant to help accomplish," Luna began. "Then we need to understand it properly," Xenophilius finished firmly. "With all appropriate caution and research. This isn't something to rush into based on partial information." Harry agreed completely. While the prospect of fulfilling their bond's apparent purpose was exciting, anything involving soul fragments and ancient founders' magic clearly warranted thorough investigation before action. "The journal might contain more specific information," he suggested. "We've only translated about half so far." They returned to the painstaking work of decoding Headmaster Folly's writings, now with a clearer sense of what they were looking for. The afternoon passed in concentrated study, with brief breaks for tea and to rest their eyes from the strain of interpreting the ancient text. As evening approached, they had made significant progress, uncovering additional details about how the previous bonded pair had used their connection to perceive magical imprints left by Ravenclaw herself. According to Folly's observations, the pair could detect traces of the founder's magical signature in locations where she had performed significant spells, even centuries later. "This could be crucial," Xenophilius noted. "If the bond allows you to track Ravenclaw's magical signature, it might eventually lead to the diadem's location. Assuming it's still intact and retains her original magic," Harry pointed out practically. "The historical accounts suggest the founder's artifacts were created to endure," Xenophilius replied. "And if it contains a portion of Ravenclaw's essence as we're theorizing, that would make it particularly resilient." Luna had moved to the window, watching the last light fade from the winter sky. "We should try," she said suddenly, turning back to them with uncharacteristic decisiveness. "To sense Ravenclaw's magic, I mean. If the previous pair could do it, we should be able to as well." "Where would we start?" Harry asked, intrigued by the suggestion. "We can't exactly visit Hogwarts on a whim to check Ravenclaw Tower." "We don't need to," Luna replied. "We have something with her magical signature right here." She crossed to a cabinet near the fireplace and carefully removed a small box Xenophilius kept locked with a special charm. After her father nodded permission, she opened it to reveal a tarnished silver brooch shaped like an eagle in flight. "This belonged to Mummy," she explained, carrying it back to the table. "It's been in her family for generations, not made by Ravenclaw herself, but by her daughter Helena and passed down through the female line. Mummy confirmed it still carries traces of Ravenclaw's teaching magic, as Helena created it while studying under her mother." Harry leaned closer, studying the brooch with new interest. Though ancient and somewhat worn, the craftsmanship was evident in the detailed feathers and the eagle's proud expression. More importantly, he could feel something emanating from it, a subtle resonance that seemed to call to the bond energy he shared with Luna. "I can sense something," he said quietly. "It's faint, but definitely there." "So can I," Luna agreed. "More strongly than before we activated the bond. It's like a signature, or a magical fingerprint." Xenophilius watched them with scholarly interest. The journal mentions a specific technique the previous pair developed for amplifying their perception of founder magic. It involved synchronized magical focus while in physical contact with an item connected to the founder in question. Harry and Luna exchanged glances, both physical and mental. They had practiced various forms of synchronized magic over the past months, developing a fluid coordination that made such exercises increasingly natural. "We could try it," Harry suggested. "Right now, I mean. We've done similar focusing techniques." Xenophilius considered this, then nodded cautiously. "Under controlled conditions, a preliminary attempt seems reasonable. Let me prepare the space properly first." He spent several minutes arranging protective wards around the kitchen table, nothing that would interfere with their bond magic but safeguards to contain any unexpected magical discharge. Once satisfied with the preparations, he placed the silver brooch in the center of the table and instructed Harry and Luna to sit on opposite sides. "Place your hands on either side of the brooch without touching it initially," he directed. "Establish your mental connection first, then gradually extend your magical awareness toward the object. If you sense any resistance or discomfort, withdraw immediately." Harry and Luna positioned themselves as instructed, their fingers spread a few inches from the tarnished eagle. Through their bond, they synchronized their breathing and magical rhythms, a practice that had become second nature after months of training. "Ready?" Harry sent, feeling their energies align. "Ready," Luna confirmed, her mental presence steady and focused. Together, they extended their awareness toward the brooch, allowing the familiar blue-bronze energy of their bond to flow between them and around the ancient silver piece. At first, nothing happened beyond a subtle warming of the air between their hands. Then, gradually, Harry began to perceive something emanating from the brooch, a distinctive magical signature unlike any he'd encountered before. It felt ancient and complex, layered with intentions and purpose that had been woven into the metal centuries ago. "Do you see it?" Luna asked, her mental voice tinged with wonder. "Yes," Harry replied, mesmerized by the patterns becoming visible to his magical perception. "It's like music made visible, or mathematics given color." Through their bond, they shared and enhanced each other's perception, creating a feedback loop that strengthened their ability to detect the subtle magic preserved in the brooch. The signature gradually resolved into a recognizable pattern, a complex, elegant weave of energy that conveyed both power and precision. "This is her teaching magic," Luna realized. "The pattern a master creates when guiding a student's hand. Look how it flows from guidance to independence and back again." Harry could indeed see what Luna meant. The magical signature contained a rhythm of support and withdrawal, challenge and affirmation, all preserved in the very structure of the enchantments Helena Ravenclaw had woven under her mother's tutelage. As their perception deepened, something unexpected happened. The blue-bronze light of their bond began to physically manifest around their hands and the brooch, creating a shimmering dome of energy that pulsed in time with their synchronized heartbeats. Within this dome, the brooch itself began to glow with a soft silver light. "Remarkable," Xenophilius murmured from where he observed. "The bond is resonating with the Ravenclaw magic." The resonance grew stronger, and suddenly both children gasped as a surge of information flowed through their connection, not just perception of the magic but knowledge about its creation. They could see Helena bending over the silver, her mother's hands occasionally guiding hers, could hear fragments of instruction in an archaic form of English, could feel the pride and affection that had infused the teaching moment. More surprising, they caught glimpses of other objects created with similar magic, a delicate bronze-scale model of the solar system, a mirror framed with eagles and stars, and most vividly, a slender tiara set with sapphires and a central oval gemstone. The diadem, Luna recognized instantly. "We're seeing it through the connection between Helena's magic and her mother's creations." The vision was brief but crystal clear, the diadem resting on a velvet cushion in what appeared to be a private study filled with scrolls and astronomical instruments. The room overlooked mountains from a high vantage point, suggesting a tower or castle perched on elevated terrain. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the vision faded. The glowing dome of energy dissipated, leaving only a lingering warmth around their hands and the brooch, which now looked noticeably less tarnished than before. "What happened?" Xenophilius asked, moving forward as both children sat back, slightly dazed from the intense magical experience. "You both went completely still for nearly a minute. We saw." Harry began, then looked to Luna, unsure how to adequately describe what they'd experienced. "We saw the diadem," Luna said simply. "Through Helena's connection to it. And the place where it was kept, Ravenclaw's private study." Xenophilius's eyebrows rose sharply. "You received an actual vision. That's significantly more than mere magical perception." "It wasn't exactly a vision," Harry tried to explain. "More like, accessing a memory preserved in the magic itself. We could see Helena creating the brooch under Ravenclaw's guidance, and then other things they made together, including the diadem. The connection was strongest with the diadem," Luna added. "Almost like it was reaching back to us through the brooch's magic." Xenophilius looked both excited and concerned. "This goes beyond what Folly's journal described. The previous pair could detect Ravenclaw's magical signature, but not access memories or visions embedded within it. The bond is stronger in us," Luna said with simple certainty. "Maybe because I'm a direct descendant and we connected so young, before our magic was fully formed." Harry nodded in agreement. Throughout their time together, every expert who had examined their bond, from Healer Stillwater to Professor McGonagall to Mr. Croaker, had noted its unusual intensity and rapid development compared to historical accounts. "Did you see any indication of the diadem's current location?" Xenophilius asked, carefully returning the now gleaming brooch to its box. Both children shook their heads. "Just where it was originally kept," Harry said. "In Ravenclaw's study, overlooking mountains." "Probably at Hogwarts," Luna suggested. "The view looked like it could be from one of the towers toward the Highlands." Xenophilius nodded thoughtfully. "A logical starting point, though historical accounts indicate the diadem disappeared from Hogwarts during Ravenclaw's lifetime. Helena allegedly stole it and fled. Why would she steal her mother's diadem?" Harry asked, puzzled by this detail he vaguely remembered from Hogwarts, a history. "Envy," according to the legend, Xenophilius replied. "Helena wished to make herself wiser than her mother. She fled to Albania, where she hid the diadem. Eventually, she was tracked down by a man who loved her, the Baron who later became Slytherin's ghost, but when she refused to return with him, he killed her in a rage, then took his own life out of remorse." "That's terrible," Harry said softly. Luna nodded, her expression solemn. "And Helena became the Grey Lady, Ravenclaw's ghost. She still haunts the castle, according to Daddy's stories." This information created a thoughtful silence. If Helena Ravenclaw, now the Grey Lady, had stolen and hidden the diadem, and if that diadem contained a fragment of Rowena Ravenclaw's essence as they now suspected, the prophecy about Wisdom's heir reclaiming her right took on yet another layer of meaning. "Do you think Helena knew?" Harry asked after a moment. "About what the diadem really contained, I mean." "That's an excellent question," Xenophilius acknowledged. "And one we may eventually need to ask her directly, assuming she's willing to discuss a theft and betrayal that's haunted her for 1,000 years. The prospect of confronting a millennium-old ghost about her greatest regret wasn't particularly appealing, but Harry filed the possibility away for future consideration. For now, they had made significant progress. Confirming their ability to detect and interpret Ravenclaw's magical signature was an important step forward. "We should document today's experience thoroughly," Xenophilius suggested, already retrieving his research journal. "And perhaps share a carefully edited version with Professor McGonagall. She may have insights about Hogwarts' historical architecture that could help identify the study you glimpsed." As they worked on recording the details of their experiment, Harry felt a growing sense that they were moving closer to understanding their bond's true purpose. The pieces were starting to align: the prophecy, the diadem containing a fragment of Ravenclaw's essence, their ability to perceive her magical signature, and the historical pattern of bonded pairs being sought by those with darker intentions. "We're getting closer to whatever we're meant to do," he sent to Luna as they prepared for bed that night. "I can feel it." "Yes," she agreed, her mental voice thoughtful. "But I think we're still missing something important, something about the fractured soul part of the prophecy. It feels like there's another layer we haven't uncovered yet." Harry knew better than to dismiss Luna's intuitions. Throughout their time together, her unconventional perspective had often revealed truths others overlooked. "We'll figure it out," he assured her. "One step at a time, like always." Her answering warmth through their bond was all the response needed, a wordless affirmation of their shared commitment to face whatever challenges their unique connection might bring. February brought heavy snows that temporarily isolated the Lovegood Tower from visitors, giving them uninterrupted time to continue their research and practice. They made steady progress translating the remainder of Headmaster Folly's journal, uncovering additional details about how the previous bonded pair had developed their abilities and eventually helped thwart the Dark Wizard who sought to exploit their connection. The Dark One was defeated, Xenophilius read from a newly translated passage, not through direct confrontation but by cleverness. The bonded pair created a false trail leading to a duplicate diadem containing subtle but devastating curses. When the Dark One attempted to access its power, the curses activated, binding his magic permanently. A trap, Harry noted with appreciation. They used his own greed against him. Ravenclaw solutions typically involve outsmarting rather than outfighting opponents, Luna commented, adding another page to their growing collection of translated material. Though the journal suggests the pair could have confronted him directly if necessary. Their combined magical power was formidable. They had continued experimenting with Helena's brooch, gradually refining their ability to detect and interpret Ravenclaw's magical signature. Each session brought clearer glimpses of the memories preserved within the ancient magic, mostly scenes of Helena's education under her mother's guidance, but occasionally flashes of the diadem itself being crafted and enchanted. These glimpses provided tantalizing hints about the diadem's true nature. They had seen Rowena Ravenclaw performing complex rituals over the tiara, channeling aspects of her knowledge and magical ability into the central gemstone through spells that involved both blood and tears, powerful magical components for transferring essence. It wasn't a Horcrux, Luna had explained when Harry asked if the process resembled the dark magic they'd read about in their expanding magical education. Those require murder and splitting one's soul through violence. This was a willing gift, Rowena preserving her wisdom for future generations through sacrifice rather than destruction. By mid-February, they had developed a tentative theory. Ravenclaw had created the diadem to preserve essential aspects of her magical knowledge and intuition, possibly when she sensed her death approaching. The bond between descendants and compatible partners was designed to help locate and properly utilize this preserved wisdom when it was needed most. But needed for what? Harry wondered aloud one evening as they reviewed their findings. Why create such an elaborate system of preservation and recovery spanning centuries? The founders lived in troubled times, Xenophilius reminded him. They built Hogwarts as a sanctuary for magical education when witches and wizards were increasingly persecuted. Perhaps Ravenclaw foresaw greater threats in the future that would require her specific knowledge to counter. This explanation made sense, though it left open the question of what specific knowledge Ravenclaw might have possessed that was so vital it needed preservation beyond ordinary written records or magical portraits. Their research was interrupted in late February when the protective wards around the Lovegood property triggered an alert. Someone was attempting to magically survey the tower from the nearby hills. Xenophilius's security enchantments had deflected the scrying attempt, but the incident was concerning. Someone's getting bolder, he noted, checking the ward anchors to ensure they remained intact. This wasn't a casual inquiry but a directed magical reconnaissance. Could you tell who? Harry asked, helping reinforce the protective charms around the property's perimeter. Xenophilius shook his head. The magical signature was deliberately obscured, a technique typically used by those with something to hide. But the approach bears similarities to known Death Eater methods from the last war. The timing was suspicious. They had recently shared some of their discoveries about the Ravenclaw bond with Professor McGonagall, who had in turn consulted discreetly with Dumbledore. While both were trustworthy, any widening of the circle who knew about their research created potential vulnerabilities. We should accelerate our preparations, Xenophilius decided after consulting with Healer Stillwater and Mr. Croker via secure communication methods. The interest in your bond is clearly intensifying, and I prefer you both be ready to handle confrontation if it becomes unavoidable. This led to a more intense training regimen focused on defensive magic and quick coordination through their bond. Harry and Luna already worked together seamlessly in controlled practice conditions, but they needed to develop reflexive responses that would function under pressure. Xenophilius enlisted the help of an old friend, a retired Auror named Alistair Griffin who specialized in defensive magic and had once worked with magical partnerships in the field. Griffin, a gruff, weathered wizard with a prosthetic left hand, was sworn to secrecy about the bond's specific nature but provided invaluable training in coordinated defensive techniques. Magic is about intent and execution, he barked during their first session in early March, pacing the practice room with a distinctive uneven gait. But coordinated magic adds timing and synchronization. You two have a natural advantage with your connection, but you still need structure and discipline to maximize it. Under Griffin's exacting guidance, they developed a system of shared magical responses, predetermined patterns they could trigger through their bond with minimal communication. Harry typically provided the power and primary spell execution, while Luna handled the fine control and complementary effects, but they learned to reverse roles instantly if circumstances required. Never become predictable, Griffin advised, throwing controlled but challenging hexes and jinxes for them to defend against. The moment your opponent recognizes a pattern, they'll exploit it. Keep them guessing about which of you is doing what. By late March, their defensive capabilities had advanced considerably. They could maintain a shared shield that adapted to different types of magical attacks, coordinate offensive and defensive spells simultaneously, and most impressively, channel magic through each other in a continuous loop that amplified its effectiveness. "I've never seen anything quite like it," Griffin admitted after a particularly successful session where they had perfectly countered his multi-layered attack sequence. "It's not just that you're coordinating well, plenty of trained Auror partners can do that. It's that your magic itself seems to blend at the edges, creating effects that shouldn't be possible with two separate casters." This observation aligned with what healer Stillwater had noted in her most recent examination. Their magical signatures were developing complementary patterns, like two distinct melodies harmonizing into a single, more complex composition. While their individual cores remained separate, the bond created a shared space where their magic could intermingle and enhance itself. April brought warmer weather and the first signs of spring to the countryside around the Lovegood Tower. With the improving conditions came increased activity in their research as well, particularly after Professor McGonagall provided an unexpected breakthrough during her Easter visit. "I believe I've identified the study from your vision," she announced, spreading architectural drawings across the kitchen table. "These are from the Hogwarts Historical Archives, original plans for Ravenclaw Tower with Rowena's own annotations." The drawings showed the tower's construction in remarkable detail, including a private study situated at the highest level, with windows facing the highlands to the north and west. "The room no longer exists in this form," McGonagall explained. It was restructured in the 16th century to accommodate an expanded Ravenclaw common room. "But the location matches your description precisely. So the diadem was originally kept there," Harry said, studying the plans with interest. "But according to legend, Helena stole it and fled to Albania." "Indeed." McGonagall's expression was thoughtful as she traced the tower's outline with one finger. "However, there's an interesting detail in these annotations. Rowena apparently created a hidden chamber adjacent to her study, a space known only to her, accessible through enchantments keyed to her magical signature." Luna leaned forward, her protuberant eyes widening with interest. "A secret room not on the official plans? That could be significant." "My thoughts exactly," McGonagall agreed. "Particularly since the Grey Lady, Helena Ravenclaw, has always been notably evasive about certain areas of the tower. As head of Gryffindor, I don't often interact with Ravenclaw's ghost, but my colleagues report she actively avoids the section where this chamber would have been located." This revelation sparked intense discussion. If Rowena had created a secret chamber unknown even to her daughter, it might contain additional information about the diadem or perhaps other preserved aspects of her magic that could help them understand their bond's purpose. "We need to explore that chamber," Luna said with uncharacteristic directness. "If it's keyed to Ravenclaw's magical signature, our bond might allow us access where others have failed." That would require visiting Hogwarts, Xenophilius pointed out. Something we've been purposely avoiding to maintain a lower profile. The school will be mostly empty during the summer holiday, McGonagall suggested. I could arrange a discreet visit under the guise of early preparation for your eventual enrollment. As deputy headmistress, I have authority to conduct preliminary assessments of students with special educational requirements. The prospect of visiting Hogwarts, the legendary school they had read so much about but never seen, was exciting, but Harry recognized the potential risks. What about the increased interest in our bond, he asked. If someone's watching us, wouldn't a trip to Hogwarts be obvious? A valid concern, McGonagall acknowledged. However, with proper precautions, we could minimize exposure. Travel via secure flow connection directly to my office, timing the visit when most staff are away, and limiting knowledge of your presence to myself and perhaps the headmaster. After careful deliberation, they agreed to plan a visit for late July, after the school year ended but before preparations for the new term began in earnest. This would give them several months to continue developing their abilities and researching the chamber's potential significance. The decision made, they turned their attention back to translating the final sections of Headmaster Folly's journal, which contained his conclusions about the Ravenclaw bond's ultimate purpose. The bond serves not merely as a finder of lost artifacts, Xenophilius read from the newly decoded passage, but as a bridge between times, a means by which Ravenclaw's wisdom might directly address threats unforeseen in her lifetime but anticipated in her extraordinary foresight. The bonded pair are not simply retrievers but vessels, prepared to receive and utilize knowledge preserved beyond ordinary methods of transmission. Vessels, Harry repeated thoughtfully. That suggests the diadem doesn't just contain information we're supposed to find, but knowledge we're meant to absorb, somehow. Luna nodded slowly. Through our bond. The diadem contains a fragment of Ravenclaw's essence, and our connection creates a pathway for that essence to flow into the present time, where it's needed. The implications were both awe-inspiring and slightly intimidating. They weren't just searching for a historically significant artifact, they were potentially preparing to channel the preserved consciousness of one of the greatest witches in history. That would explain why the bond develops the abilities it does, Xenophilius noted. The sensory sharing, the knowledge echoes, the ability to perceive magical signatures, all preparing you to properly receive whatever Ravenclaw preserved in the diadem. As April turned to May, they intensified both their defensive training with Griffin and their experimental work with Helena's brooch. The latter became increasingly important as they refined their ability to detect and interact with Ravenclaw's magical signature, knowing this skill would be crucial to accessing her hidden chamber at Hogwarts. During one particularly productive session with the brooch, they managed to sustain their connection to the embedded memories long enough to witness a significant moment, Rowena Ravenclaw placing the finished diadem on her own head for the first time, her expression transforming from concentration to transcendent understanding as the artifact activated. It's more than knowledge, Luna observed through their bond as they shared the vision. Look at her face, it's like she's connecting to something beyond herself, something universal. Harry could indeed see what Luna meant. Ravenclaw's expression suggested not just enhanced intelligence but a profound connection to something larger, as if the diadem allowed her to perceive patterns and truths normally hidden from human consciousness. The vision shifted then, showing Ravenclaw removing the diadem and carefully placing it on a specially designed stand. As she did so, she spoke words they could hear with surprising clarity: when darkness fractures what should remain whole, find the scattered pieces and restore the pattern. What was 7 must be 1 again. The message ended abruptly as the vision faded, leaving Harry and Luna staring at each other across the now ordinary brooch. 7 pieces, Harry said aloud, breaking the stunned silence that followed. That must relate to the fractured soul mentioned in the prophecy. Luna nodded, her expression unusually grave. Something that should be whole was broken into 7 parts. And we're supposed to restore it. Xenophilius, who had been observing their session, quickly documented the vision and Ravenclaw's exact words. This is the most specific guidance we've received yet, he noted. Though its meaning remains cryptic. 7 is a magically powerful number, Luna said thoughtfully. It appears in many fundamental magical structures and rituals. And darkness fractures suggest something broken by dark magic, Harry added. Perhaps related to why Ravenclaw created the diadem and bond in the first place, to counter some specific dark threat she foresaw. They spent hours discussing possible interpretations, consulting various magical texts from Xenophilius's extensive library. The phrase, "What was 7 must be 1 again," appeared in several ancient magical traditions, often relating to concepts of magical wholeness and balance. In Celtic ritual magic, the sevenfold path represents complete magical development, Xenophilius explained, paging through a worn tome of historical magical practices. Breaking such a pattern would create fundamental magical instability. Could it be referring to the Hogwarts founders? Harry suggested. There were 4 founders, not 7, but maybe with their primary artifacts. That's close, Luna said suddenly, her eyes widening with that distinctive look of intuitive connection. Not just the founders themselves, but what they represented, the complete magical whole. Wisdom, courage, loyalty, and ambition, the 4 pillars of balanced magic. Plus 3 fundamental magical elements that bind them together. What 3 elements? Harry asked, intrigued by her theory. Mind, body, and spirit, she replied without hesitation. The 3 components of complete magical being that transcend house divisions. Together, they form the 7-part whole of magical harmony. Xenophilius looked impressed by his daughter's insight. That aligns with several ancient magical traditions, including those Rowena Ravenclaw was known to study. The concept of magical septiformity, 7-part harmony, appears in her few surviving writings. This theory provided a framework for understanding Ravenclaw's cryptic message, though many questions remained. What exactly had been fractured? How were they supposed to restore it? And what role did the diadem play in this restoration? As May progressed into June, their preparations for the Hogwarts visit intensified. Professor McGonagall provided detailed floor plans of the restructured Ravenclaw Tower, allowing them to study the area where Rowena's secret chamber might be located. They practiced techniques for detecting hidden magical doorways and discreetly bypassing standard protection spells. Defensive training with Griffin continued 3 times weekly, with scenarios increasingly focused on real-world applications rather than controlled exercises. The retired Auror pushed them to maintain their bond under stress, often creating deliberately distracting or alarming situations to test their focus. Your enemies won't give you ideal conditions, he reminded them after a particularly challenging session involving sensory disorientation hexes. They'll try to break your concentration, separate you, or overwhelm you with multiple threats simultaneously. You need to maintain your connection even when everything else is chaos. By late June, their abilities had reached new levels of refinement. They could now maintain their mental bond under extreme duress, including pain, disorientation, or magical interference, share magical energy in precise amounts to balance their individual cores during prolonged casting, detect and analyze complex magical signatures with increasing accuracy and detail, cast complementary spells that interacted in ways that should theoretically be impossible, shield each other from both physical and magical attacks through their connection. Most remarkably, they had begun developing what Griffin called predictive synchronization, anticipating each other's magical needs and responses before conscious thought. This manifested as seamless transitions between offensive and defensive magic, with power and control flowing between them in perfect harmony. Whatever you two are preparing for, Griffin said during their final training session before the planned Hogwarts visit, you're as ready as I can make you. Just remember, no matter how advanced your magic or how strong your connection, awareness and caution remain your best protections. The scheduled visit to Hogwarts was set for July 25th, a date chosen for its minimal activity at the castle and auspicious magical alignment, being 3 days before the lunar conjunction Luna deemed favorable for discovering hidden spaces. Professor McGonagall had arranged everything meticulously, securing Dumbledore's approval for a preliminary educational assessment and ensuring most staff would be away on various summer activities. As the date approached, however, events took an unexpected turn. On the evening of July 20th, as they were finalizing preparations for their visit, the tower's wards triggered a full alert, not merely detection of surveillance but actual magical probing of their defenses. Xenophilius immediately activated additional protection layers, sending a silent alarm to both Griffin and McGonagall through prearranged channels. "Someone's testing our boundaries," he reported grimly, monitoring the ward diagram that had appeared in the center of the kitchen table. "Multiple contact points, coordinated approach. This isn't casual interest." Harry and Luna moved smoothly into the defensive positions they'd practiced countless times, their bond humming with alert but controlled energy. Through their connection, they extended their magical awareness beyond the tower's walls, trying to detect the intruder's locations and intentions. 3 separate magical signatures, Luna noted, her mental voice calm despite the tension. 2 approaching from the south path, 1 circling from the west. Concealment charms and silencing spells active on all 3. "Definitely not friendly visitors," Harry agreed, already drawing his wand. Though still not of official Hogwarts age, their special dispensation allowed defensive magic in clear situations of potential threat. Xenophilius had moved to a cabinet near the fireplace, retrieving several small objects that glowed with contained magical energy. "Perimeter defenses activated," he announced, placing the objects at strategic points around the kitchen. "These will buy us time to implement a more comprehensive response." The comprehensive response had been planned months ago, when they first recognized the increasing interest in their bond might eventually lead to direct confrontation. Unlike the Folly Journal's bonded pair, who had created a trap for their pursuer, Harry and Luna had worked with Xenophilius to develop something more sophisticated, a layered defense system that would reveal their opponent's intentions before determining the appropriate countermeasures. The first layer was already in place, enhanced wards that not only blocked intrusion but gathered information about those attempting to breach them. Through special enchantments Croaker had discreetly provided, these wards identified magical signatures and compared them against known databases of dark wizards. "Confirmation coming through," Xenophilius reported, studying the glowing ward diagram. 2 signatures match former Death Eaters, Mulciber and Travers. The third is unfamiliar but using similar spell patterns. This wasn't entirely unexpected. Their research had indicated that those who had followed Voldemort might have particular interest in founder artifacts and ancient magic. Still, direct confrontation was a significant escalation from the previous surveillance attempts. "They're testing for weak points," Xenophilius continued, watching the diagram's shifting patterns. "Standard siege approach, identify vulnerabilities before committing to full breach." "How long will the outer wards hold?" Harry asked, mentally reviewing their defensive options. "Against coordinated attack from experienced dark wizards. Perhaps 30 minutes, Xenophilius estimated. "We need to implement the contingency plan." The contingency plan referred to their emergency response if the tower was directly threatened, a carefully orchestrated sequence that would secure their research, notify allies, and potentially evacuate if necessary. They had drilled it repeatedly, each knowing their specific responsibilities. Luna moved immediately to their research materials, using a spell sequence they developed to shrink and secure the most sensitive documents into a specially enchanted container. Harry began activating the second layer of defenses, runic patterns embedded in the tower's structure that would selectively target hostile magic while allowing friendly forces to approach. Xenophilius, meanwhile, sent additional alerts through secure channels to their most trusted contacts, McGonagall, Griffin, Croaker, and as a final measure, Dumbledore himself. The messages contained coded information about the nature of the threat and their planned response. "Defensive perimeter established," Harry reported, completing the runic activation sequence. The walls of the tower briefly glowed with blue-bronze light, the same colors as their bond, before returning to normal appearance while maintaining their enhanced protection. "Research secured," Luna added, slipping the enchanted container into a pouch around her neck. "All sensitive materials contained and protected." Xenophilius nodded approval at their efficient execution. "Excellent. Now he was interrupted by a sharp crackling sound as the outer wards absorbed a direct magical attack. The ward diagram flared red in several places, indicating significant pressure on their defenses. "They're getting impatient," Xenophilius observed grimly. "Moving to direct assault rather than continued probing." Through their bond, Harry and Luna extended their perceptions again, assessing the attackers' positions and spell choices. The information flowed both ways, each enhancing the other's magical sensitivity until they could clearly detect the distinctive signatures of dark magic being used against the wards. "Powerful cutting curses on the south boundary," Harry noted. "They're trying to slice through the ward anchors rather than overpower them directly. And the one on the west is using some kind of corrosive spell on the secondary layer," Luna added. "It's eating through the protective matrix like acid." This intelligence allowed Xenophilius to target his countermeasures more effectively, reinforcing specific sections of their defenses rather than trying to strengthen everything equally. It was a sophisticated approach that maximized their limited resources against more numerous opponents. "We need to consider our exit strategy," Xenophilius said after several minutes of this magical siege. "The wards are holding for now, but they're adapting their approach faster than anticipated. Their planned escape route, via secure fluke connection to McGonagall's office at Hogwarts, required maintaining control of the kitchen fireplace. Alternatively, they had an emergency port key prepared, though using it would mean temporarily separating from their research materials since the port key was calibrated only for living passengers." Before they could decide, green flames erupted in the fireplace, not an attack, but an incoming fluke connection. A moment later, Alastair Griffin stepped through, wand already drawn and eyes quickly assessing the situation. "3 on the perimeter, you said," he confirmed, moving to the ward diagram with professional efficiency. "Ah, I see their positions. Classic triangulation approach. The wards are holding but degrading faster than expected," Xenophilius explained. "We were just discussing evacuation options." Griffin shook his head. "Risky to evacuate with them so close to breaking through. They could intercept a flue departure or disrupt a port key activation. Better to strengthen our position and wait for additional support. McGonagall was contacting Auror Command when I left. This changed their calculus considerably. If official Auror reinforcements were coming, holding their position made more sense than risking exposure during evacuation. We should move to the practice room," Harry suggested. "Better defensive layout, fewer windows, and the enhanced shields we installed last month." Griffin nodded approval. "Good tactical thinking. I'll cover your movement and join you once I've set a few surprises for our visitors." As Harry, Luna, and Xenophilius quickly relocated to the more defensible practice room one level up, Griffin began placing small objects at strategic points around the kitchen, magical traps that would activate if unauthorized persons breached the outer defenses. The practice room had been deliberately designed with potential confrontation in mind. Its circular layout provided no corners for enemies to exploit, and the walls were inscribed with protective runes that Harry and Luna had enhanced with their bond magic. Most importantly, it contained the focal point for their most powerful shared defense, a runic circle in the center of the floor that amplified coordinated spellwork. "Take your positions," Xenophilius directed as Griffin joined them, sealing the door with additional protective charms. Defensive Formation Alpha. They moved into a practiced arrangement, Luna and Harry at opposite points of the runic circle, Xenophilius and Griffin flanking them to provide additional coverage. Through their bond, Harry could feel Luna's focused calm, her magic aligning perfectly with his as they prepared to activate their shared defenses if necessary. "Outer wards failing," Griffin reported, his enhanced magical perception, a skill developed during years as an Auror, allowing him to monitor the defenses from within. "South quadrant compromised. They'll be inside the perimeter in less than 2 minutes. Activate interior countermeasures," Xenophilius instructed. Griffin waved his wand in a complex pattern, triggering the traps he'd placed downstairs. Immediately, sounds of magical discharge echoed from below, followed by shouts of surprise and anger. "That'll slow them down," Griffin said with grim satisfaction. "But not stop them. Be ready." Harry and Luna exchanged glances across the runic circle, then simultaneously raised their wands and began the incantation they practiced extensively, a modified shield charm that drew on both their magical signatures to create a defense specifically attuned to their bond energy. Protego nexum, they intoned together, their voices blending perfectly as blue-bronze light flowed from their wands into the runic circle. The light spread outward, climbing the walls and ceiling until the entire room was encased in a shimmering protective dome. Perfect synchronization, Luna sent, her mental voice steady and focused. "Let's hope it's enough," Harry replied, maintaining his concentration on the shield. They didn't have to wait long to test its effectiveness. Less than a minute later, heavy footsteps pounded up the spiral staircase, followed by a barrage of spells against the practice room door. The magical attack splashed harmlessly against their enhanced protections, causing the shield to briefly flare brighter but hold firm. "Lovegood," a harsh voice called from outside. "We know you're in there with Potter and the girl. Come out now and no one needs to be hurt." Xenophilius exchanged glances with Griffin, who shook his head slightly, a silent warning not to engage with the intruders. Breaking down the door, another voice muttered, followed by a guttural incantation none of them recognized. A sickly purple light seeped around the door frame, causing the wood to blacken and crack. "Dark magic," Griffin muttered. "Corrosive curse designed for breaking magical barriers. Nasty business." Harry and Luna responded without needing instruction, adjusting their shield's composition through their bond to specifically counter the corrosive effect. The purple light receded where it contacted their blue-bronze protection, creating a visible battle of magical energies at the deteriorating door. "They're stronger than they should be," Xenophilius observed with concern. "That level of dark magic requires considerable power and experience." The standoff continued for several tense minutes, with the intruders trying increasingly powerful spells against their defenses. Each attack was met with adaptive shielding from Harry and Luna, their bond allowing them to respond instantly to changing threats without verbal coordination. Just as the door began to give way despite their efforts, new sounds came from below, multiple apparition cracks followed by authoritative voices shouting official warnings. "Horrors," Griffin confirmed, a smile breaking through his tense expression. "Right on time." The assault on their door ceased immediately, replaced by sounds of conflict from the lower levels as the intruders apparently engaged with the newly arrived authorities. Spellfire and shouts echoed up the stairwell, indicating an intense but brief battle. After what seemed an eternity but was likely only a few minutes, a familiar voice called up to them. "Griffin? Lovegood? All clear down here. 3 in custody." Griffin approached the door cautiously, performing detection spells before responding. "Confirmed friendlies," he announced to the others. "Horror squad led by Kingsley Shacklebolt, he's solid." They maintained their defensive shield as Griffin carefully unsealed the door. A tall, dark-skinned wizard in aura robes stood on the other side, his wand held ready but not pointed directly at them. "Situation secured," he reported in a deep, calming voice. 3 dark wizards apprehended with minimal damage to the premises. "Are there injuries to report?" "We're unharmed," Xenophilius confirmed, signaling Harry and Luna to gradually lower their shield. "Thank you for the prompt response." "Thank Professor McGonagall," Shacklebolt replied. Her alert went directly to head Auror Scrimgeour with high-priority classification. Good thing too, these weren't ordinary troublemakers. He gestured for them to follow him downstairs, where 2 other Aurors were securing 3 bound figures with magical restraints. Harry recognized Lucius Malfoy among the captured intruders, his normally immaculate appearance disheveled from the conflict. Malfoy, Xenophilius noted with a mixture of surprise and confirmation. "So he was more directly involved than we thought." "Found him directing the other 2 from a position of relative safety," Shacklebolt said disapprovingly. "Typical." Claims he was investigating suspicious magical activity in his capacity as a school governor. His companions are being less creative with their excuses. The other 2 captives indeed looked less composed, one sporting a bloody nose and singed robes, the other completely unconscious, apparently from one of Griffin's traps. We'll need statements from all of you, Shacklebolt continued, but that can wait until we've secured the scene completely and transported these three to the ministry holding cells. As the Aurors completed their work, Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore arrived via apparition, having been updated on the situation. McGonagall immediately checked on Harry and Luna's well-being, while Dumbledore engaged in a quiet but intense conversation with Shacklebolt. The timing of this attack is concerning, McGonagall said once assured they were unharmed. Just days before your planned visit to Hogwarts. I fear our preparations may have been compromised somehow. Or they realize time was running out to prevent whatever they believe you're trying to accomplish, Dumbledore suggested, joining their conversation. The arrest of Mr. Malfoy and his associates will undoubtedly complicate matters politically, but it also confirms our suspicions about renewed interest in founder artifacts among certain circles. The next few hours passed in a blur of official statements, evidence collection, and security reinforcement. Additional Aurors arrived to establish a protective perimeter around the tower while magical law enforcement experts documented the dark magic used against their defenses. By late evening, the immediate crisis had passed. The intruders were securely held at the ministry awaiting formal charges, and enhanced wards, personally reinforced by Dumbledore, protected the tower from further attempts. The planned visit to Hogwarts will need to be accelerated, Dumbledore announced as they gathered in the kitchen for a much-needed cup of tea after the Aurors departed. Tonight's events make it clear that others are actively seeking what you're researching. We can't risk further delays. Tonight? Xenophilius questioned, looking concerned. After everything they've just experienced. Tomorrow morning, McGonagall suggested as a compromise. Early, before the ministry fully processes what happened here. Once the arrests become widely known, there will be increased scrutiny of everyone involved, including Harry and Luna. Harry and Luna exchanged glances, both physical and mental. Despite the evening's stress and danger, they felt remarkably prepared. Months of training and research had built not just their magical capabilities but their confidence in facing challenges together. Are you ready for this? Harry asked through their bond. Finding Ravenclaw's chamber, possibly the diadem itself. Yes, Luna replied without hesitation, her mental voice clear and certain. It's what we've been preparing for all along. Tonight just confirmed how important it is. Harry nodded, turning back to the adults. We'll be ready tomorrow morning, he said with quiet determination. Whatever we're meant to find at Hogwarts, it's clearly better that we find it before someone like Malfoy does. Dumbledore regarded him with those penetrating blue eyes, something like approval flickering in their depths. Well said, Harry. The bond between you and Miss Lovegood has clearly fostered wisdom beyond your years. Not wisdom, Luna corrected gently. Just clarity about what matters most. Protecting knowledge that was meant to help, not harm. As plans were finalized for their accelerated visit to Hogwarts, Harry reflected on how dramatically his life had changed since that day at the fair nearly 2 years ago. From an unwanted child in a cupboard to a young wizard with extraordinary magical abilities, trusted allies, and a purpose that transcended ordinary childhood concerns. Whatever awaited them at Hogwarts, whether Ravenclaw's hidden chamber, the lost diadem, or answers about the fractured soul mentioned in the prophecy, they would face it together. The bond that had begun with a simple touch had prepared them for this moment, developing abilities and understanding they would never have achieved separately. As midnight approached and the adults continued discussing security arrangements, Harry felt Luna's consciousness gently brush against his, sharing wordless reassurance and determination. The ravens were rising, just as the chapter title of their unfolding story suggested, ascending to meet their destiny with open eyes and united hearts. Hogwarts Castle emerged from the morning mist like something from a dream, towering stone walls, countless windows glinting in the early sunlight and spires reaching toward the clouds. Harry and Luna stood transfixed at the edge of the lake, having arrived via a secure portkey that bypassed the usual entrance procedures. It's even more magical than I imagined, Harry whispered, absorbing the castle's immense presence. Through their bond, he could feel Luna's similar awe, though tinged with something else, a curious sense of recognition, as if she were returning to a place she'd known before. "The bond recognizes it," she explained, sensing his awareness of her reaction. "Ravenclaw's magic is everywhere here, in the very stones." Professor McGonagall, who had met them at the arrival point, allowed them a moment to appreciate the view before gently urging them forward. "We should proceed to the castle while the grounds remain empty," she reminded them. "Hagrid and Filch are the only staff currently in residence, and both have been given tasks that will keep them occupied elsewhere this morning." They followed her along the path toward the main entrance, Xenophilius walking alongside them while Dumbledore had gone ahead to ensure their route to Ravenclaw Tower remained clear. The events of the previous evening had necessitated this heightened secrecy. With Lucius Malfoy's arrest likely to create political complications, they needed to complete their exploration before outside interference became possible. As they passed through the massive oak doors into the entrance hall, Harry and Luna both gasped at the castle's interior grandeur: soaring ceilings, moving staircases, portraits that whispered and pointed as they passed. "This way," McGonagall directed, leading them toward a particularly impressive staircase. "Ravenclaw Tower is in the castle's western quarter. The headmaster is meeting us at the entrance to the common room." The journey through Hogwarts felt almost dreamlike, with each corridor and staircase revealing new wonders. Suits of armor that turned their helmets as they passed, windows depicting magical scenes that changed depending on the angle of view, and everywhere the palpable sense of centuries of accumulated magic. For Harry and Luna, however, the experience went beyond mere visual appreciation. Through their bond-enhanced perception, they could detect layers of magic that ordinary visitors would miss: protection spells woven into the walls, guidance enchantments embedded in the floors, and most distinctly, the unique magical signatures of the founders themselves incorporated into the castle's very structure. "Ravenclaw's magic is strongest here," Luna noted as they ascended a spiral staircase in the western wing. "But I can feel the others too: Gryffindor's bold protections, Hufflepuff's nurturing enchantments, even Slytherin's subtle wards. They're balanced," Harry observed with sudden insight. "Each complementing the others to create something stronger than any could alone." This observation resonated deeply with their recent discoveries about magical septiformity, the seven-part harmony that Ravenclaw had referenced in her message about restoring what was fractured. The founders had created Hogwarts as a unified magical entity where different types of magic worked in harmony rather than opposition. They reached the entrance to Ravenclaw Tower, where Dumbledore awaited them beside a door with no handle or keyhole, just a bronze knocker in the shape of an eagle, similar to the one on the Lovegood's door, though considerably larger and more elaborate. "Ravenclaw's entrance has always required the demonstration of wisdom rather than mere password knowledge," Dumbledore explained as they approached. "The eagle will pose a riddle that must be answered correctly to gain admission." As if on cue, the eagle's beak opened and a musical voice emerged: "I am the beginning of eternity, the end of time and space, the beginning of every end, and the end of every place. What am I?" Before any of the adults could respond, Luna answered calmly, "The letter E. The eagle nodded once. "Well reasoned," it acknowledged as the door swung open. "Most impressive, Miss Lovegood," Dumbledore said with an approving smile. "That particular riddle has stumped many a first-year Ravenclaw." They entered the Ravenclaw common room, a wide, circular space with graceful arched windows offering spectacular views of the surrounding mountains. Bookcases lined the walls, interspersed with displays of interesting magical artifacts. The domed ceiling was painted with stars that subtly shifted positions, mirroring the actual night sky's movements. "It feels like home," Luna said softly, her silver eyes wide as she absorbed the room's details. Through their bond, Harry could feel her genuine sense of belonging, a recognition of a space designed for minds that approached the world as she did, with curiosity and appreciation for knowledge in all its forms. "According to the historical plans," McGonagall said, consulting a parchment she withdrew from her robes, "Rowena's private study was located directly above this level, where the seventh-year dormitories now stand. The hidden chamber, if it exists, would be accessible from somewhere in that vicinity. The question becomes how to locate an entrance designed to respond only to Ravenclaw's magical signature," Dumbledore added, his blue eyes twinkling with scholarly interest. A challenge even for experienced magical archaeologists, which makes your unique bond particularly valuable in this instance. Harry and Luna exchanged glances, both physical and mental. They had prepared extensively for this moment, practicing with Helena's brooch until they could reliably detect and interact with traces of Ravenclaw's magic. Now they would put those skills to the ultimate test. We should start by establishing a baseline, Harry suggested, recalling their practiced methodology. Luna, if you can sense Ravenclaw's magic throughout the tower, we need to identify where it's most concentrated or distinctive. Luna nodded, closing her eyes to focus her perception. Harry did the same, extending his awareness through their bond to enhance her natural sensitivity to magical signatures. Together, they created a shared magical perception that could detect nuances invisible to ordinary magical senses. There, Luna identified after several moments of concentrated effort. Above us, but not directly over the common room, offset toward the northwest corner. They opened their eyes simultaneously, both looking toward the same section of ceiling where a particularly elaborate constellation pattern was painted among the stars. That area feels different, Harry explained to the watching adults. The magic there has a signature, I suppose you'd call it. Similar to what we detected in Helena's brooch, but much stronger. Ravenclaw's personal touch, Xenophilius theorized. Areas of the castle where she invested particular attention or purpose would retain more of her distinctive magical imprint. How do we access it? McGonagall asked practically. The seventh-year girls' dormitory occupies that space now, though it's empty for the summer holiday. Let's examine it directly, Dumbledore suggested. Sometimes proximity reveals what distance obscures. They proceeded up another spiral staircase to the dormitory level, entering a large circular room with 5 four-poster beds arranged around the perimeter. The ceiling here continued the astronomical theme from below, though with more detailed constellations and what appeared to be magical representations of planetary movements. The moment they entered, Harry and Luna felt a distinct shift in the magical atmosphere, a subtle pressure that seemed to evaluate their presence. Through their bond, they shared the sensation of being gently but thoroughly examined by the room's ambient magic. It's recognizing us, Luna sent, her mental voice tinged with wonder. Or more specifically, recognizing our bond. She moved purposefully toward the northwestern section of the room, where a large wardrobe stood against the wall beneath the most elaborate section of the celestial ceiling painting. Harry followed, their steps naturally synchronizing as they approached what they both sensed was a significant magical nexus. There's something behind this wardrobe, Luna said aloud for the adults' benefit. Not physically behind it, but magically adjacent, if that makes sense. Dumbledore nodded, watching them with keen interest. Magical spaces often exist in dimensional proximity rather than physical contiguity. What appears solid from our perspective may be merely a boundary from another. Harry placed his hand on the wardrobe's wooden surface, extending his magical perception through the physical material. Luna did the same, their fingers nearly touching as they probed the magical boundary they both sensed. It's waiting for something, Harry observed through their connection. A key or trigger of some kind. Not a key, Luna corrected gently. Recognition. It needs to confirm we're connected to Ravenclaw as the bond suggests. Understanding dawned simultaneously for both of them. Just as Helena's brooch had responded to their combined magical perception, this hidden entrance would likely acknowledge the specific resonance of their bond with Ravenclaw's magical signature. Without needing to discuss their approach, they shifted their hands until their fingers intertwined, purposefully activating the visible manifestation of their bond. Blue bronze light shimmered around their joined hands, casting distinctive patterns across the wardrobe's wooden surface. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The constellations on the ceiling above began to move, not their usual subtle shift but a deliberate realignment, forming new patterns that spiraled toward the center of the room. The wardrobe itself seemed to shimmer, its solid form becoming translucent and then transparent, revealing a stone archway behind it that certainly hadn't existed in normal physical space moments before. Extraordinary, McGonagall breathed, watching the transformation with wide eyes. A dimensional fold concealed within the castle's architecture for centuries. The archway was elegant in its simplicity, smooth stone carved with ravens in flight around its curve, with a small representation of Ravenclaw's diadem at its apex. No door blocked the opening, but a shimmering blue field of energy filled the space, preventing view of whatever lay beyond. How do we proceed? Xenophilius asked, examining the archway with scholarly interest but careful not to approach too closely. Is there another barrier to pass? Luna studied the magical field thoughtfully. It's not a barrier exactly, she said after a moment. More like a filter. It's designed to allow passage to those with the proper magical signature while keeping others out. And presumably, your bond with Ravenclaw's magic should provide that signature, Dumbledore observed, his expression both curious and cautious. Though I would suggest proceeding with utmost care. Even benevolent protective magic can be dangerous if approached incorrectly. Harry and Luna nodded their understanding. Through months of training and research, they'd developed a healthy respect for ancient magic's power and unpredictability. This was clearly not a moment for hasty action. We should maintain our connection throughout the passage, Harry suggested, keeping his fingers firmly interlaced with Luna's. The bond is clearly what activated the entrance in the first place. Together, Luna agreed through their mental link. Just like we practiced. They stepped forward in perfect synchronization, approaching the shimmering blue field with measured confidence. As they drew near, the energy responded to their presence, pulsing brighter and seeming to evaluate them more thoroughly than the room's ambient magic had done. It's reading our intention as well as our magical signature, Luna noted with fascination. Making sure we're not just capable of entering but worthy. Harry felt it too, a gentle but thorough examination of not just their magical abilities but their motivations and character. It was unlike any security magic he'd encountered in their studies, more discerning and somehow more conscious in its evaluation. After what seemed like minutes but was likely only seconds, the blue field changed color slightly, shifting to match the exact shade of their bond energy. Taking this as permission to proceed, they stepped forward together into the shimmering curtain of magic. There was a momentary sensation of passing through cool water, followed by a subtle shift in the air's pressure and scent. They emerged into a space that clearly hadn't been accessed in centuries, a perfect circular room with high arched windows offering the same mountain view as the dormitory behind them, though from a perspective that shouldn't have been physically possible given the castle's architecture. A pocket dimension, Xenophilius breathed in awe, stepping through the archway behind them. Rowena created an entire room that exists adjacent to but separate from the main castle structure. Dumbledore and McGonagall followed, both looking around with professional appreciation for the magical achievement the chamber represented. The magical complexity required for such a creation is beyond anything I've encountered, Dumbledore acknowledged. Even with my considerable experience with spatial manipulation, this level of dimensional stability over centuries is humbling. The chamber itself was clearly Rowena Ravenclaw's private sanctuary. Astronomical instruments of bronze and silver occupied one section, many designed to track celestial movements with greater precision than anything in the common room below. Bookshelves lined another wall, filled with ancient tomes whose titles were written in languages even Dumbledore seemed to find challenging to identify. In the center of the room stood a large desk of dark wood, its surface inlaid with silver runes and constellations that matched those on the ceiling. Behind it, on a raised dais, was a slender pedestal draped in blue velvet. The pedestal was empty. The diadem stand, Luna said quietly, approaching the dais with natural reverence. This is where she kept it when not in use. Harry followed, their hands still connected as they examined the empty pedestal more closely. The velvet draping was surprisingly well preserved, protected by preservation charms that had maintained its vibrant blue color and soft texture despite the centuries. It confirms the historical account that Helena removed the diadem from Hogwarts, McGonagall noted. Though how she accessed this chamber if it responds specifically to Ravenclaw's magical signature remains unclear. She was Rowena's daughter, Luna pointed out. She would have carried some of her mother's magical signature naturally, even without a formal bond like ours. As they studied the empty pedestal, Harry noticed something unusual about the velvet draping, a subtle pattern woven into the fabric that became visible only from certain angles. Looking more closely, he could see that the pattern formed words in an ancient script. "There's writing here," he said, drawing the other's attention. "Some kind of message left on the diadem stand." Luna leaned closer, her silver eyes narrowing in concentration. "It's in Old English, but with magical rune influences," she identified. "Similar to inscriptions Mummy studied from Ravenclaw's era." Together, they deciphered the message, their bond facilitating shared understanding of the unfamiliar language patterns. Translated, it read, "When wisdom is stolen from its rightful place, darkness will consume what should illuminate. 7 becomes the key to restoration, find what was scattered, reunite what was sundered." The diadem reveals not just knowledge but truth about that which was hidden in arrogance and fear. The message confirmed connections to both their prophecy and Ravenclaw's words they'd witnessed through Helena's brooch. The references to 7 and things scattered or sundered clearly related to the fractured soul mentioned in the prophecy and Ravenclaw's statement that what was 7 must be one again. This suggests Rowena anticipated the diadem's theft, Xenophilius observed. Or at least prepared for that possibility by leaving guidance for those who might eventually seek it. But guidance to find what, exactly? McGonagall questioned. The diadem itself, or this mysterious 7 that needs restoration? Perhaps both are connected, Dumbledore suggested, his expression thoughtful as he examined the inscribed velvet. If the diadem contains not just knowledge but truth about that which was hidden in arrogance and fear, it may serve as both object and revealer. Harry and Luna had moved beyond the pedestal to examine the rest of the chamber, their hands finally separating as they explored different sections of the room. Through their bond, they maintained a constant awareness of each other's discoveries, creating a shared exploration more efficient than individual investigation. "The books are extraordinary," Luna sent as she carefully examined the ancient library. "Some appear to be Ravenclaw's personal journals, others texts that don't exist in any known collection. The knowledge preserved here is incalculable." "And look at these instruments," Harry responded, studying the astronomical devices. "They're not just for observing stars, they're tracking magical patterns associated with celestial alignments. Ways of predicting when certain types of magic will be naturally amplified." As they continued their exploration, something began to emerge from their combined observations, a pattern neither would have recognized alone but that became clear through their shared perspective. "Everything in this room relates to magical harmony and balance," Luna said aloud, drawing the adult's attention. "The astronomical instruments track cyclical magical flows, the books describe systems of complementary magical forces, even the dimensional pocket itself demonstrates perfect magical equilibrium. And they all connect back to the concept of septiformity, 7-part harmony," Harry added. "Look at the desk inlay, 7 interconnected magical domains represented by different constellation groupings." Dumbledore approached the desk, studying the silver inlays with new interest. "You're right," he confirmed. "These represent the classical magical septigram, 7 fundamental magical forces arranged in perfect balance: creation, destruction, preservation, transformation, knowledge, power, and binding. The 7 that must be one again," Xenophilius quoted from Ravenclaw's message. "Not physical objects, necessarily, but aspects of complete magical harmony." "But the inscription mentions something scattered or sundered," McGonagall pointed out. "That suggests physical separation, not just conceptual imbalance." A dawning realization was forming in Harry's mind, pieces falling into place from their months of research and recent discoveries. Through their bond, he could feel Luna reaching a similar conclusion simultaneously. What if, he began carefully, someone deliberately disrupted this magical balance? Not just conceptually, but by actually breaking apart something that embodied this harmony? A magical artifact or enchantment representing complete septiformity, Luna continued, their thoughts naturally building on each other's. Broken into 7 pieces and scattered, causing fundamental magical instability. Dumbledore had gone very still, his normally twinkling eyes suddenly sharp with intense focus. That would be extraordinarily dangerous magic, he said quietly. Breaking apart something designed to maintain balance could have far-reaching consequences beyond the immediate magical disruption. Which explains why Ravenclaw would create both the diadem to preserve knowledge of the original harmony and the bond to ensure that knowledge could be accessed when needed to restore what was broken, Xenophilius theorized, following the logical progression. As this discussion unfolded, Harry had moved back to the empty pedestal, drawn by something he couldn't quite identify, a subtle magical resonance that seemed to call to him specifically. Luna joined him, sensing his focused attention through their connection. "There's something else here," he sent. "Not just the inscription, but, underneath." Together, they examined the pedestal more carefully, their bond-enhanced perception detecting a concealed compartment beneath the velvet draping. With careful magical probing, they identified a release mechanism triggered not by ordinary touch but by the specific resonance of their bond energy. Once again joining hands to activate the visible manifestation of their connection, they directed the blue bronze light toward the hidden mechanism. The pedestal responded immediately, its top surface sliding sideways to reveal a small cavity containing a single object, not the diadem itself, but a delicate crystal vial filled with swirling silver-blue substance. A memory, Dumbledore identified, moving closer to examine the vial without touching it. Preserved through exceptional enchantments to maintain its integrity across centuries. Most remarkable. Ravenclaw's memory, Luna said with certainty. Left for whoever could access this chamber through the bond. "Can we view it?" Harry asked, looking to the adults for guidance. "Without a pensieve, I mean." "Ordinary memories would indeed require a pensieve," Dumbledore confirmed. "But this appears to be a specialized variant designed for direct transfer. Note the distinctive swirling pattern and the runic markings on the vial itself, indicators of memory magic specifically calibrated for bonded recipients." Xenophilius looked concerned. "Direct memory transfer can be dangerously invasive," he cautioned. "Even with your bond to buffer the experience." "I believe Rowena would have taken such considerations into account," Dumbledore said thoughtfully. "The entire chamber has demonstrated remarkable magical sensitivity and discernment. It seems unlikely she would leave something harmful for those the room itself deemed worthy of entry." After careful deliberation and additional magical analysis of the vial, they determined that the memory was indeed designed specifically for bonded pairs connected to Ravenclaw's lineage. The transfer mechanism utilized the bond itself as both conduit and protection, ensuring the recipients could process the information safely. "We should try," Luna decided, her silver eyes reflecting determination. "It's why we're here, to learn what Ravenclaw preserved for us to find." Harry nodded in agreement. "Whatever she felt important enough to leave this way, we need to understand it." With Dumbledore's guidance on the proper handling procedure, they carefully removed the crystal vial from its compartment. The memory within seemed to respond to their proximity, the swirling substance becoming more active and luminous as they held it between them. "The transfer requires direct contact with the memory while maintaining your bond connection," Dumbledore instructed. "Simply remove the stopper and allow a single drop to fall onto your joined hands. The bond will facilitate the proper distribution between your minds." Harry and Luna positioned themselves as directed, their fingers interlaced palm to palm as Luna used her free hand to carefully remove the vial's crystal stopper. With precise control, she tilted the vial until a single droplet of the silver-blue substance separated from the main mass and fell directly onto their joined hands. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. The memory droplet expanded upon contact, enveloping their hands in swirling silver light that rapidly traveled up their arms and surrounded their bodies completely. Through their bond, they could feel themselves being drawn into the memory, not physically, but mentally transported into Ravenclaw's preserved experience. The world around them dissolved, the chamber fading from view as they found themselves standing in what appeared to be the same room, but centuries earlier. Sunlight streamed through windows that overlooked a less developed landscape, and the astronomical instruments gleamed with new bronze brilliance. Before them stood Rowena Ravenclaw herself, tall and regal in midnight blue robes embroidered with stars, her dark hair streaked with silver and crowned with the famous diadem. Her eyes held wisdom beyond ordinary understanding, yet also profound concern as she gazed directly at them across the centuries. To those who share the bond of my creation, she began, her voice clear and melodious despite the vast time separating them. If you witness this memory, dire need has awakened the connection I established for times of greatest magical peril. The founder moved to her desk, gesturing to the silver inlay depicting the 7 magical domains. What you see before you represents the fundamental balance of all magic, 7 forces in perfect harmony, each supporting and constraining the others to prevent any single aspect from dominating. The inlay began to glow as she spoke, each constellation illuminating to illustrate her explanation. This balance was established at magic's creation and maintained through both natural forces and deliberate stewardship by those who understood its importance. My colleagues and I, Godric, Helga, Salazar, dedicated our lives to preserving this harmony through education and the cultivation of complementary magical approaches. Her expression darkened slightly. But I have foreseen a terrible possibility, one that haunts my dreams and prompted the creation of both my diadem and the bond you now share. I have glimpsed a future where one might seek to disrupt this fundamental balance, not through ignorance but deliberate intent, breaking apart what should remain whole to serve individual ambition. The scene shifted, showing Ravenclaw working alone late at night, the diadem glowing softly on her brow as she inscribed complex runic sequences into what appeared to be a detailed prophecy. Through my enhanced perception, I have identified a specific magical vulnerability, the possibility of fracturing one's very essence through repeated acts against nature's harmony. Such fracturing would create dangerous instability in the magical foundations themselves, rippling outward to affect all magical beings and eventually the physical world. She removed the diadem, holding it reverently before her. Within this crown, I have preserved not just knowledge but the pattern of complete magical harmony itself, a template that can guide restoration if such fracturing should occur. And through the bond you share, I have created the means to utilize this template effectively. Ravenclaw looked directly at them again, her gaze seemingly able to pierce the centuries between them. The danger I foresee is not in my time but yours, someone who willfully shatters their essence into 7 fragments, each breaking a fundamental magical law and creating cumulative instability. The diadem, in conjunction with your bond, can locate these fragments and guide their proper restoration. Her expression softened slightly. I do not know who you are, those who have activated the bond and found this chamber. But I know you are connected to my lineage and possess the magical harmony necessary to undertake this task. The bond would not have formed otherwise. The memory began to fade around the edges, indicating its conclusion approached. Ravenclaw's final words carried a weight of both hope and warning. Seek the diadem in the place where Helena hid that which she stole, a hollow tree in distant Albania, marked with our family sign. Use it to find what was broken 7-fold and restore magical balance before the fracturing causes irreparable harm. Time is your enemy, for each fragment exists in defiance of nature's law, corrupting all it touches. The lightning and the moon must unite to heal what arrogance has sundered. With these words, the memory dissolved completely, returning Harry and Luna to the present moment in Ravenclaw's chamber. They found themselves still standing by the pedestal, hands joined, the now empty crystal vial resting before them. Only seconds had passed in the physical world, though they had experienced what felt like minutes within the memory. What did you see? Xenophilius asked urgently, noting their stunned expressions. Harry and Luna exchanged glances, both struggling to process the enormous implications of Ravenclaw's message. Through their bond, they shared not just the factual content of the memory but their emotional responses to it, awe at directly experiencing Ravenclaw's presence, concern about the fracturing she described, and determination to fulfill the purpose she had entrusted to them. Ravenclaw left a warning, Harry began, finding his voice. About someone breaking magical balance by fracturing their essence into 7 parts. She created the diadem and our bond to help restore what was broken. She told us where to find the diadem, Luna added. In Albania, hidden in a hollow tree marked with her family sign. She preserved it there after Helena stole it, knowing it would eventually be needed. Dumbledore had gone remarkably still, his blue eyes intense behind his half-moon spectacles. 7 fragments of a single essence, he repeated softly. Created deliberately against nature's harmony. You know what she's describing, Xenophilius said, studying the headmaster's reaction. This isn't theoretical to you. After a moment's hesitation, Dumbledore nodded gravely. I have had suspicions for many years about certain magical anomalies. Ravenclaw's description aligns with evidence I've been gathering regarding Lord Voldemort's apparent immortality. The name created a momentary chill in the chamber, though Harry and Luna, having grown up after his fall, didn't share the visceral reaction the adults displayed. You believe you know who fractured his essence as Ravenclaw described? McGonagall asked, her normally composed expression showing rare distress. Created 7, what would one even call such abominations? Horcruxes, Dumbledore said quietly. The darkest of dark magic, requiring murder to split one's soul and conceal the fragments in external objects. I had theorized Voldemort might have created one, perhaps even several, but 7 would explain much about the magical disturbances I've detected over the years. The implications settled over the group like a physical weight. If Voldemort had indeed created 7 Horcruxes, it would explain both his apparent defeat yet lingering presence that many had sensed over the years. More importantly, it would mean he wasn't truly gone, just disembodied, with fragments of his soul anchoring him to physical existence. This is what our bond was created for, Luna said with quiet certainty. To find and somehow neutralize these fragments before they caused the magical instability Ravenclaw foresaw. But how could she have known? McGonagall wondered. Even with the diadem's enhanced wisdom, to predict specific dark magic 1,000 years in the future seems impossible. Not prediction in the conventional sense, Xenophilius suggested. More likely she perceived patterns in magical energy that indicated this particular vulnerability. The diadem appears to have granted her unusual insight into magical fundamentals that transcend time. Harry was still processing the enormous responsibility Ravenclaw had placed on their young shoulders. Finding and dealing with fragments of Voldemort's soul went far beyond anything they had anticipated when beginning their research into the bond. It's overwhelming, he acknowledged through their connection. But it also explains why the bond formed between us specifically, and why it happened when we were so young. We needed time to develop our abilities before confronting this challenge. Exactly, Luna agreed, her mental voice steady despite the gravity of their discovery. Everything we've learned and practiced has been preparation for this purpose. We're not expected to do it alone either, Ravenclaw created tools to help us. This exchange took merely seconds, but it helped Harry center himself. Luna was right, they had been preparing for this, even without knowing the specific task ahead. Their bond, their training, the knowledge they'd gathered, all had been laying groundwork for what Ravenclaw had entrusted to them. We need to find the diadem, he said aloud, his voice more confident than he actually felt. It's the key to locating the Horcruxes. Albania is a rather large search area, McGonagall noted practically. Even with Ravenclaw's guidance about a hollow tree with her family sign. We have an advantage, Luna reminded them. Our bond allows us to detect Ravenclaw's magical signature. If the diadem contains part of her essence as we believe, we should be able to sense it once we're in proximity. Dumbledore had been unusually quiet, his expression suggesting deep internal deliberation. Now he spoke, his tone measured but determined. Finding and neutralizing these soul fragments, Horcruxes, has been my private research focus for some time. I had made modest progress identifying potential vessels but lacked an efficient method of locating them. He looked at Harry and Luna with new appreciation. Your bond, combined with Ravenclaw's diadem, could provide exactly what has been missing from my efforts, a means of detection that bypasses conventional magical concealment. You've been hunting Horcruxes? Xenophilius asked, surprise evident in his voice. Investigating the possibility, Dumbledore corrected. With limited success. If Voldemort indeed created 7, as Ravenclaw's vision suggests, then what I've found represents only the beginning of the task. Harry and Luna exchanged glances, both physical and mental, a decision forming between them without need for lengthy discussion. Everything they'd learned since their bond activated, every ability they'd developed, every insight they'd gained, had been leading to this moment and this choice. "We'll help find them," Harry said firmly. "It's what our bond was created for, apparently." "But we're not doing it alone," Luna added, her dreamy voice containing unusual steel. "This requires proper support and guidance. We're still children, even with advanced magical abilities." "Absolutely," Xenophilius agreed instantly. "Any expedition to locate the diadem or subsequent Horcruxes will require adult supervision and appropriate safety measures." Dumbledore nodded solemnly. "I would not ask children to face such dangers unprotected, regardless of their unique capabilities. What I propose is a collaborative effort, combining my research and experience with your bond's special properties, all within a framework that prioritizes your safety." This seemed a reasonable approach to everyone present. Over the next hour, still within Ravenclaw's chamber, they outlined a preliminary plan, an expedition to Albania to locate the diadem, led by Xenophilius with magical support from Dumbledore and additional protection from trusted Order of Phoenix members. Once recovered, the diadem would be used as Ravenclaw intended, as a tool to enhance Harry and Luna's bond-based detection of the Horcruxes. Actual retrieval and neutralization of any Horcruxes would be handled primarily by adult wizards with appropriate experience, with Harry and Luna's involvement limited to detection and guidance. All operations would remain strictly confidential, with knowledge limited to those directly involved, to prevent interference from either Ministry politics or remaining Voldemort sympathizers. "We should begin preparations immediately," Dumbledore concluded. "Particularly in light of last night's events. Lucius Malfoy's involvement suggests Voldemort's former followers may have their own reasons for interest in Founder artifacts. Could they know about the Horcruxes?" McGonagall asked with evident concern. "I doubt Voldemort would have shared such a vulnerability," Dumbledore replied. "More likely they sense something amiss with their former master's defeat and seek magical means to restore him, without understanding the specific mechanisms involved." As they prepared to leave Ravenclaw's chamber, Harry and Luna took a final moment to absorb the remarkable space and what they had discovered within it. Through their bond, they shared a complex mixture of emotions: trepidation about the enormous task ahead, satisfaction at finally understanding their connection's purpose, and determination to fulfill the responsibility Ravenclaw had entrusted to them across the centuries. "We can do this," Luna assured him, her confidence flowing through their connection. "Not because we're special on our own, but because we're special together. That's what the bond has always meant, finding strength neither of us would have separately." Harry squeezed her hand in agreement, drawing comfort from her unique perspective that could find hope and purpose even in daunting challenges. Together, they turned toward the shimmering archway that would return them to ordinary Hogwarts, though their lives had just become anything but ordinary. As they stepped through the magical barrier, Harry reflected on the journey that had brought them to this point. From that first touch at a countryside fair to discovering an ancient founder's contingency plan against magical catastrophe, a path neither could have imagined but that somehow felt right despite its unexpected turns. The Ravens had truly risen now, ascending to meet a destiny centuries in the making. Whatever challenges lay ahead in finding the diadem and confronting the dark fragments it would help them locate, they would face them together, bonded by magic, united in purpose, and strengthened by the knowledge that they were exactly where they were meant to be. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.